Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm on the line.
Hello, this is Michael Hastings with Jemez Mountains Electric Cooperative.
Good morning, everybody. This is Byron Chordians coming to you from Speaker's office, just waiting for everybody to get on the line as well.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in. Yeah, they've been.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Rico, we ready to go?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, we are. We just started the recorder and we're ready whenever you are.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here today. We can get this going here. Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get started here this morning. Today, calling a Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session to order via telecommunications here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date's Monday, April 5th, 2021. The time now is 9:05 a.m. With that, there is a work session agenda. I do have presiding by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The work session is called to order. I know Ms. Nota is going to be doing a roll call, and then we can go on from there. Ms. Nota?
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon,
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Oto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Callen's present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty,
Yes, a Delegate Amber Canis-Balcrotty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland,
Here, present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James is present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Oto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 10 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to on down on our agenda here, colleagues. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and get an invocation this morning. Vice Chair Smith, you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I would be honored to do the invocation. Thank you. Citizen Dahalado, Nachide, Citizen Ashte, Kidanofinigi, Kasi. Good morning, Heavenly Father. Thank you for this wonderful day to conduct business right after Easter. We know what Easter means and what the meaning behind that is, Father. And we give you the glory for that. And we thank you for all our family members and our relatives and loved ones, friends that have celebrated Easter in a safe way. We pray for those that have suffered coronavirus 19 and those that have lost loved ones. We pray for them dearly, that they will recover from the pains of this devastating virus, Father. And Father, we come to you as your children to ask you for protection for each and every one of us, starting from our elders, our grandfolks, to our mothers and fathers, and to our family members, to our relatives, even down to our grandchildren, and to our leaders from the federal, state, county, and here on the Great Navajo Nation, and those that are in leadership positions, all the way from school board members, grazing, chapter officials, and on up to the council, to the office of president, vice president, their staff. We ask for protection for us each and every day. And we want to thank you again, Heavenly Father, for this opportunity to talk about the monies that will be coming forth. And that's a great blessing to hear that funds will be allocated. May we address this accordingly. May we accomplish the task at hand. It's a surmountable amount of money, but at least we have some time. But time goes by fast. It waits for nobody. May we allocate the priorities, and may we make a master plan. We don't have a master plan, Father. We need to think about a master plan to put our priorities in. These will be utilized to work for the water, which we'll be discussing today. Water is life, and folks still don't have running water. May we put a big amount aside. Therefore, IHS, NTUA, water resources, and contractors, and even the local officials with the land, and work together to get the right-of-way, get the clearances, get the permission to move the water from one location to the location that needs water, and water rights settlement. Lord, we've come to you to ask you for that. Open those doors. We come to you humbly this morning, not demanding. And when we come to you humbly, you'll hear our prayers. And thank you for the recent moisture that we've been having. Thank you for the snow and the rain. We pray for more of that so that we can have abundant crops and utilize the water and put earth dams up and catch the water and replenish the springs and the windmills and use that for our daily use, for our livestock, and for the betterment of our lives. So we just come to you humbly for that. And guide us today as we discuss these things, the presenters, and those that will be assisting us and help us to understand the laws, regulations that are set forth by the federal government through U.S. Treasury, so that we can be in line to request for these funds and utilize them accordingly, And when we do put our requests in, that we can get these fundings used properly without having any complications. Father, we ask that for your wisdom, each and every one of us, each and every delegate that's going to be attending this, and those that are listening in, and those that will be asking questions. May this be a successful work session. I know this whole month is back to back with work session. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of concentrating. And it does wear us out, and tire us down. But give us the energy, give us the endurance to pull through for our people. And they look to us for leadership, and let us all work together in unison and be astute about utilizing this big money that's coming down. ARPA money, American Rescue Plan Act funds that is being sent down to the Navajo Nation. We pray too for the states and county that will be getting that, and we pray that they can utilize that if we have to cross over from or across to their area to accomplish, even our neighboring tribes too, that Hopis that have their land within our exterior boundaries. I know sometimes it's difficult to coordinate those, but open those doors so that we can get roads and water and infrastructure to and from the areas that are within the NPL, HPL, Bennett Freeze, and those that have moved out too. They're still waiting for the promises to be fulfilled. There's many, many things that we could pray about. Uranium contamination, the downwinders, the closure of the oil mines, the money that has been afforded to us for the past years and the natural resources. Now we're tapping into the Permit Trust Fund for the intent of the Permit Trust Fund. That Permit Trust Fund was a foresight of our leaders, and we're at that pinnacle of now utilizing that, and it's supposed to be used for the general fund to offset the cost of what the mines have generated, our natural resources. And we pray for our local first responders, our police officers, to the health providers, to the EMTs, to the firefighters, and pray for their safety and their family as well, too. They're an important part of the Navajo Nation. And let us not forget our veterans and thanking them for serving this great country, providing freedom, and being there to answer the call of duty. We just come to you humbly. And through your Son, Jesus, we come to you in his precious name. Amen.
Thank you very much for that wonderful prayer, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and thank you very much for blessing the day, blessing our week, and blessing not only our colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but everyone listening in, President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, everyone. Yeah, that let's go ahead and continue on down.
This is Delegate Begay on the line too.
Good morning, Honorable.
Thank you.
With that, let's go ahead and go on down.
Speaker.
We do have item number 2 on our agenda. It's recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, colleagues, is there any recognitions?
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I'm on the call.
Good morning, Vice Chair Walker.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Halona.
Yes.
On the call.
Good morning, Honorable Halona.
Good morning, sir. I just
Speaker,
want to be
good morning.
recognized there. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Halona. The floor is yours then.
Sorry, Speaker, I just wanted to let you know I was on the line.
Hey,
I missed
good
the roll
morning.
call. Thank you.
Hey, with that, colleagues, any other, or is there any recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time?
Speaker. Speaker,
Yes.
no announcements, our guest recognition, Edmund Yazzie online. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, colleagues. Any recognizing guests and recognitions of guests or visiting officials at this time? If there's none, let's go ahead and continue on down, colleagues. Down to the work session topics. I just want to welcome everybody in, welcome not only my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, but also members from the executive branch, the division directors, Mr. President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice. I think we had a wonderful initial talk a week ago when we did have the President, Madam Chief Justice, come before the Naabik'íyáti committee and really try to lay out the groundwork for what we're going to be looking at over this whole entire month. And that's really trying to work together to build and educate as much as we can from one another on these different kind of options that are going to be available to the Navajo Nation Council in order for them to build ourselves here at in the council to build an overall, first a fund management plan and then eventually an expenditure plan. We bring these different divisions, enterprises, outside entities who work with the nation, who provide services to the nation. And we did have a preliminary schedule that was sent out, inviting everybody to the table. And I think the president working together with Chief Paulson Chaco for allowing the divisions to humbly present before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee. Colleagues, if you know that, and everybody on the executive branch and Madam Chief Justice, you and your team members too as well, there was a memo sent out on March 18, 2021. And in that, it identified that we would be looking at a couple of different things starting on April 5th. We would be looking at water and power infrastructure. Tomorrow, April 6th, will be a housing infrastructure and transportation. And moving forth on April 7th would be on a broadband infrastructure and education. And then moving on down to next week on the 12th, 13th, and 14th, we'll be looking at some other areas. And then after that, we do have our Navajo Nation spring session. But once we get out of the spring session, we will go back into some of these work sessions. And the reason why we're having these work sessions, again, colleagues, is we're trying to give as much information, the best information we can to you, to really state what is wanting and what really needs to be funded when the America Rescue Plan Act of 2021 comes to fruition and dollars are actually going to be deposited into the Navajo Nation's account. This is just one of the impacts that we have in order to do that. So if you remember, Department of Justice with their outside entity, Holland and Knight, did a presentation last week, and it went in an overview to what could possibly be allowed, what's disallowable, but really tried to set up a time frame and guidelines of what we needed to do in order for us to go ahead and make these decisions. So with that, colleagues, today, moving from that, we wanted to invite some of the key demographic players to the table that provide water infrastructure and planning for water infrastructure to the nation, and for planning and executing power or electricity infrastructure to the nation too as well. So we reached out not only to our enterprise Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, but we've also reached out to members of the co-ops or electric companies that are outside the nation that do provide services too as well. And today we'll be listening from APS, Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Socorro Electric Co-op, and the city of Farmington. I hope we have all of them on board. They were all invited here today too as well. And but first, we'll go ahead and give it over to the Division of Natural Resources to talk about water infrastructure, and then I hope to hear from Indian Health Services for their water hookup guidelines and what they're looking at. If there's any kind of formal plan in place, a recommendation that they have as well for the future build out of the water infrastructure across the Navajo Nation. And then last from the water infrastructure, we'll go on down to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority before we move into the power line or power infrastructure needs across the nation. And this just gives an overview. I know that it's not going to be a concrete presentation today, because the more possible questions that I think they're trying to present is trying to make sure that there is that input from yourselves, colleagues, in order for them to go ahead and bring back to the table a comprehensive plan, expenditure plan that they would want the council to adopt in order for them, meaning the enterprises and the co-ops, to really try to centralize and bring in the best possible services to the Navajo people. So this is a dialogue today that we're going to be discussing with our presenters, and I look forward to this discussion. If there's any further comments on the questions after, I know that each one of the presenters are always available to have some further dialogue, to sit down with each of the delegates, or try to make some time over a teleconference call. So without further ado, colleagues, let's go ahead and start the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 work session regarding water, power, and infrastructure today. So I know that we have Division of Natural Resources, Water Resources Department that's on first. So I know is Mr. Rudy Shabala, Dr. Shabala on the line, or Mr. Jason John. At this time, the floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker. This is Jason John. I'm on the call.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Oh, Yate Bena. Good morning, everybody. This is Jason John. As the speaker mentioned this morning, this is still a very early stage of discussion about the American Rescue Plan funding. We still have a lot of questions from the Department of Water Resources about some of the guidelines or restrictions that may be coming with it. But today we put together a pretty broad sweep of projects that could be considered for funding from the American Rescue Plan. And I think I wanted to start out talking a little bit about the process of trying to get water projects ready for construction. And I think it became very apparent last year trying to implement the CARES Act that we had, there was a lot of steps that we had to go through as a department to try to get projects ready. And it dealt all the way from having meetings with leadership, having meetings with other programs, trying to get business units established trying to process goods and services, whether it's purchase orders or contracts for services. Every step of the way was almost difficult. And a lot of that comes down to just manpower within tribal programs, even within the Department of Water Resources. And I just wanted to mention that as a department, we have over 100 staff within our program. We have them scattered over a dozen different sites across Navajo. The majority of our staff are working on livestock and irrigation related projects, mainly in the operation and maintenance of livestock water sources and irrigation. And the irrigation season is starting. We already manage well over 70 different business units on an ongoing basis. So when the CARES Act came, we put a lot of projects to the side to try to tend to CARES Act. And that included some of the Sihasin and Permanent Trust Fund projects that were already funded. And that included work on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund projects as well. We understand everyone's desire for all these projects to be happening and making progress all at the same time. But what I fear coming forward is a large influx of money from the American Rescue Plan and no ability within programs to give it the attention it needs. And if they do, other projects will fall to the wayside. What I'm saying is water resources and many other programs are already at capacity when trying to implement projects. So it's going to be painful trying to get existing projects done and newer projects completed over the next several years without some major change within programs to assist with staffing and resources. So the beginning of my document shows some of the programs that that I can see are part of the water projects implementation, beginning with water resources and general land development department, land department, fish and wildlife department, historic preservation department, Navajo-EPA, and I may have missed some other programs, but I don't know what their needs are for those other programs. That I think that is something that's being coordinated by the division. I know that they've called out the departments to try to prepare budgets for the American Rescue Plan funding, but we've all heard the land department talk about their one-stop shop many occasions about what they would like to do to assist in being able to review projects a lot faster. And so we've seen proposals out there. We have not heard much from other programs such as Fish and Wildlife or Historic Preservation or Navajo-EPA when it comes to their project reviewers. But I know that to a large extent they are short-staffed, and in some cases they're working where their place of employment is very it needs a lot of work. For water resources, we were the water management branch was evicted out of their building just over a year ago after more than a couple of decades of trying to put Band-Aids all over the place. And at some point, the sewer system just gave out. The water system gave out. Water was just coming through the ceilings, going over electrical lines, and staff are still working in there. And at some point, OSHA, Navajo OSHA came in and just told everybody they had to get out. So Water Management Branch has not had an office really for the last year. And it's not just Water Management Branch. There's a lot of just water resources buildings are outdated, working out of basically shacks in some cases. So there's an amount there for 8 million to look at a building and other buildings related to water resources work, but that's up for discussion. And then I don't know what the other programs have as far as their needs to get projects reviewed for construction. And then everybody has been talking about a lot of water planning efforts across Navajo. We've been trying to work with different funding sources to do short-term, mid-term, and long-term planning for a lot of water systems and a lot of chapters. And we've made a lot of progress. And what we're finding out, and a lot of this analysis is being done on, it does look at the existing water systems that are out there. And as you know, many of them were built by IHS decades ago. So many of the capital improvement plans are being done on the existing NTUA or other water systems like at Tohajale or Alamo or Rama. What we've been noticing is that basically every water system, and there's well over 100 water systems on Navajo, easily could absorb $10 million each in needed upgrades for the short and midterm needs. So there's a need for continued planning for all these water systems, and those long-term planning tools also include sometimes the need to bring in water from other areas to communities that don't have local water sources. Water has to be imported from other neighboring communities. And part of the discussion I was talking about earlier about capacity within programs, if we're going to have to take on trying to design, permit, and construct a lot of these projects that are being listed today, we just don't have the capacity within water resources to manage all of it. We're going to need consultant engineers to assist us in the planning, the design, the bidding, the construction management, the record keeping, the site inspections for a lot of, and I don't know exactly how much that might entail. Some of these projects already have engineering firms on board, but there's a lot of them that don't yet. So we would have to try to bid out qualification-based selection on some large engineering firms to assist us in administering American Rescue Plan funds. And right now I've just put a number in there of 10 million. It could be likely more than that because, at the low end, engineering fees typically range about 15% or more. And if we're talking, if we were allocated $200 million, 10% of that's already 20 million. So the $10 million figure that's there is probably a very low end for planning and project management for a lot of these projects. And then we have a list of regional and their related water projects. We've already started work on the Western Navajo Pipeline Phase 1 projects. Right now, the council did appropriate about 25 million back in 2016. We have not spent all of that yet, but they're at the point where we are at now. We show that there is a shortfall of almost just over $58 million for that project. And that project has changed a lot since early 2016, because in early 2016, NGS, there was no indication that NGS was going to shut down. It wasn't until later in 2016 that Salt River Project announced the closure of NGS, and that's when everything changed for this Phase 1 projects. These Phase 1 projects are not the large Western Navajo pipeline that would take water all the way down to Tuba City from Lake Powell. These are smaller projects that will complement that larger project. So this work is occurring mainly in the Lachee area, Antelope Canyon area, where we would build a new water treatment plant to treat and deliver the existing water that the nation has under contract from Lake Powell of 900 acre feet. So this project is being designed to treat and convey that water into the Antelope Canyon region and over to Lachee as well. And then once that is completed, we won't have to rely on the city of Page to treat and deliver the water to Lachee. The other components of that project include work in the Ottaway Gap copper mine area where we're drilling a new well. We bidded out that work. So the well drilling is anticipated to start in about a month from now, just to the north of northeast of Ottaway Gap chapter. And there'll be a new water tank and a new water line as part of that project, new booster stations. So that work is ongoing, and I'll talk a little bit later about the potential to replace some of the unspent citizen and permanent trust fund money that was allocated toward these projects. We've also thought about a Lachee chapter watering point, something that's more that has higher capacity for livestock and other water users in that area. Then a new project that no one's really talked about, we have done with the Bureau of Reclamation. We completed an appraisal level study of a San Juan River water line from Helchita to Kayenta. And as part of that appraisal level study, it was estimated to be about 120 million, but that was more than 5 years ago. So we estimated that now to be about $130 million to build that project. We know that we have Utah water rights settlement money that may be coming to the nation over the next 10 years, but the Utah water rights money cannot be used in Arizona. It can only be used in Utah. So with the ARP monies, we could, definitely combine that with the Utah money if needed to build a water line all the way to Kayenta. So that's what's proposed here. And then there's the Lute to Delcon water line. That project is construction ready. IHS may talk about that later, but there is just the potential to replace. We have not paid out the $20 million yet. Once they're ready for construction, they will ask for the money, and they notified me about a month ago that they will be requesting for that money this summer. So there's a potential to replace that, and this will overlap a little bit. I talk later down. I talk about replacing the permanent trust fund sales and funds that were allocated. And then another development in that Loop to Delcon water line was I just drilled a well at Loop last year. They tested it, and the water quality was concerning for the project. I think it did meet the criteria for drinking water, but it didn't meet the secondary standards. And that really goes to the taste of the water, the color or the smell of the water. So there was a proposal to try to develop one of the wells that were drilled back in 2005, these high capacity wells south of Loop. And I just was going to test, they were testing that well south of Loop several months ago, but there was local opposition to water development from that area. So that cost is still in here, $18 million, but we definitely need to come together and talk to the community about putting that water into use, not only for their local use for their homes in that area, but also to connect it to the Loop to Delcon water line. There is definitely enough water in that area to supply these needs that are needed. But I think there just needs to be a lot of conversations within the Loop chapter about this project again. We did have a lot of conversations over 15 years ago, but we need to have those discussions again with the chapter residents about the water supply from Loop. Another large project is the Navajo-Gallup water supply project, and we talked within the last couple of months about the shortfall for the Navajo-Gallup project that the Bureau of Reclamation is overseeing. Right now, there's about a $260 million shortfall for that project. We have been having discussions about going back to Congress to request an increase in the budget ceiling as part of the water rights settlement for this project, as well as extending the construction deadline from 2024 to 2027. And this is just an idea that I started talking to the Bureau of Reclamation about, that there's a potential that we could offset some of that shortfall with ARP monies. And definitely this is a discussion with Navajo leadership. If we wanted to do that, we could easily replace, right now, the Bureau of Reclamation provided the Navajo Nation about $70 million to construct the Crown Point lateral. And we could actually pay for that with the ARP monies, and that would save about $70 million on the Bureau side. The Bureau of Reclamation also mentioned that they, through next year, they could easily encumber and spend about $182 million for that. So just between those two items, it comes pretty close to the shortfall for Navajo-Gallup. But the only concern with this discussion is that because it is federal money, there's no guarantee that it would go toward the shortfall. What I mean is somebody within the federal government could say, yeah, you guys provided over $200 million of ARP money, but that is going to go toward the budget ceiling. And then in a few years from now, Congress could say, well, we don't need to allocate more money because we've already hit the budget ceiling. And that included the Navajo Nation's contribution of ARP monies. So the Bureau is following up with solicitors on their side to see if there's any way that this money could not count toward the budget ceiling and it could actually help with the shortfall. So that's something that's in development. 1.5 million for a cutter lateral startup. The Navajo-Gallup water supply project is primarily a transmission line with turnouts at different communities. And because when the Navajo-Gallup water supply project was only designed to appraisal level study by the Bureau when it was authorized for construction, the detailed work about how to get that water into the communities from the project was not done. And we had to conduct a lot of that work ourselves to figure out how exactly the water would get into the existing systems. And the next category are these Navajo-Gallup water supply project connections. And so we've been working with different contractors to develop preliminary engineering reports on how to get the water from the Navajo-Gallup water supply project turnouts into all these existing water systems along the San Juan lateral. So there's a whole list of connection plans that are presented there. They're well into the $1 million each. So those include Rock Springs connection, Nahashchitty, Sheep Springs, Newcomb, Coyote Canyon, Sanasti, Two Gray Hills, Nobana Pass, Tohatchee, Mexican Springs, phase 1 and phase 2, and then Rock Ridge and Mitten Rock phase 2. Those are all part of the Navajo-Gallup connection plans. And these are not budgeted underneath the Navajo-Gallup water supply project that the Bureau of Reclamation is constructing. In other words, these connection plans don't have any planned funding in the future. And then there's some related upgrades or extension of existing systems that are related to Navajo-Gallup, and those are the next set of projects. Projects in Standing Rock for over 5 million, Coyote Canyon over 5 million, Chichelta over 6 million, the Sepanito, Seattle area, about 500,000, Herfino, Tistosakad upgrades over 7 million. And then we've, but we're including some potential watering points, high capacity watering points along the cutter lateral, and then also at the NAPI turnout on the cutter lateral for about 150,000 each. The next category are domestic water lines, and I think this is what a lot of folks are going to want developed across Navajo. Right now, IHS has well over $500 million worth of projects across the Navajo Nation. What we have here, is just a line item for discussion, is right now IHS has about $160 million of what they call feasible projects. And some of those include projects that are not construction ready yet and that were planned to be funded by the Permanent Trust Fund and the Sehasen from 2016. So some of that is in there. We'd have to look a lot closer at those IHS projects. But you know, if the plan is to replace the Sehasen and Permanent Trust Fund money with ARP monies, then it's okay to leave those as part of the IHS listing so they could be replaced by ARPA funds. And I think IHS may talk a little bit more about those water projects because those projects are developed by the Indian Health Service Office of Environmental Health and Engineering. And then this next category is just the projects that could be replaced. The Sehasen and Permanent Trust Funds that could be replaced by ARPA funds. Last summer, we did a detailed analysis. There was approximately 56 million in Sehasen projects that could be replaced by ARPA funds. There was over 20 million of permanent trust funds that could be replaced, and a big part of that permanent trust fund is funding that would go into the Loop to Delcon area and then the Western Navajo Phase 1 projects. There's back in January, Navajo Nation Council approved CJA 0121 that did allocate some monies for some of the projects that were trying to be developed by the CARES Act funding. So I don't know how it would work to try to replace those monies from the Sehasen Fund with the ARPA funding. But there's a list of projects here that might be a possibility, but that really, if you're talking about funds that have not been encumbered yet, it might be a little bit easier. But once the funds are encumbered and once expenses are being made to that Sehasen business unit, it may be more difficult to try to replace those funds with the ARPA funding. That really we really would have to have a detailed conversation with the controller's office about that possibility. But it's the idea is here in this document. And then we have a whole list of other projects. By no means is it complete. Other local projects, and some of these may overlap with existing IHS or NTUA projects. There's existing projects over at Casimiro Lake, Theroux. We were trying to discuss intertying the Theroux system to Casimiro Lake because we just had a very difficult time trying to get additional water in the Smith Lake, Casimiro Lake area. And if we could build a water line from Theroux to that area, it would really help out those communities. There's also work in Chichilta that we've been working on for several years. We're in the process now of trying to get the Newcomb water hauling station built. We do have that project going through the Navajo Nation's TAA process through the general land development. There's RAMA system upgrades or JTO well improvements that we've been working with the Utah Commission on and the Bureau of Reclamation. There's Westwater also in Utah. We're trying to talk about getting those homes a more reliable water supply. from a new well and a new water system so that those individual homeowners, they all don't have to rely on their own individual cistern systems out there. That includes NTUA is working on potentially extending a water electric service to those homes as well. There's the Ganado Well Project, Alamo community water system upgrades. This is something that the cost is actually $9 million. And what I have sent to you was something I did not include. And what the council has is $3,250,000. And I'll send an updated correction. It should have been $9 million. Alamo Springs well connection, a new well and a water treatment system at Alamo, Twin Lakes water well upgrades for about $500,000. Work at Tohatchee, Buffalo Springs Intertie, almost $1 million. Cortez East Tank and Shiprock, Tuba City well connection, the Albuquerque to Tohajale connection. We know that we did acquire the land, the private lands to the east of Tohajale this past January. Right now, the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority has a water trust board application into the state of New Mexico to construct this project. We don't really know. We put the $6 million in there as a backstop in case that project does not get awarded by the Water Trust Board for some reason. And also as a backstop to any funding shortfall that may be needed to complete that water line connection. So so that's what that $6 million is there for. There's a good chance it will be awarded by the Water Trust Board. In that case, they may have enough money from that funding for that connection, but at the same time, when it goes out to bid, they may have a shortfall of a few tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, but we won't know until the bids come in from the local construction contractors. And then there's a Shiprock Veterans wastewater connection. It's my understanding that they are not connected to the NTUA wastewater system. So this would help with that connection. The Chichelta Sewer Lagoon upgrade, Alamo sewer system improvements, Twin Lakes connections. These Twin Lakes residential connections, these are potentially projects that will be caught by NTUA as people who live near existing water lines and electric lines start submitting requests to NTUA for connections. So, and some of these homes may have actually gotten a connection or water service with the CARES Act money. And I was telling staff that they may need to go back and drive around to field check these homes to see if they may have gotten a connection already. So that kind of is that's what we had now, what we have currently for the drinking water projects, drinking water related. The next section is livestock and agriculture related projects. Water Resources would like some new buildings, one in each agency for the staff who work out of those areas where they house heavy equipment and supplies to assist with windmill repairs and irrigation work as well. And then there's a request to acquire large water storage tanks for livestock, as well as some pump jacks, 100 windmills of various sizes, drilling new well at Copper Mine, Botaway Gap, Pinyon, Hard Rock, Shanto. There could be other places, but this is just sort of an initial list. We're also anticipating a need for earth and dam rehabilitation and estimating at least $2 million in each agency to do that. And a lot of that's going to have to be contracted out, as we don't have enough manpower or equipment to take on something that size over the next several years. There was also plans to try to develop an agriculture irrigation project in the Birch Springs Loop area. And right now, from Water Resources, we know there is a need for at least $500,000 to do the planning and pre-development of that project. We could try to ask for more money to see to actually build it, but the amounts are hard to estimate alone from just the Department of Water Resources, because it involves land preparation, on-farm development, and things like that, which Water Resources doesn't have a good handle on. So that's why we wanted the $500,000 of planning and pre-development money before construction monies were requested. East Canyon Diablo Livestock Watering Point, we know there's if we're going to be asking local residences to consent to water being exported from their area to other communities, we see not only in Loop, but other chapters, they would like to see more reliable livestock watering systems developed in conjunction with the domestic or municipal water well. Something that the next category is about NIP, the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project. No one's ever really talked much about it, but we did get an updated estimate of some of their needs to build out blocks 9, 10, and 11. Also to assist with ongoing improvements with blocks 5 through 8 and other related items. But and this goes into the tens to hundreds of millions. Just developments of blocks 10 and 11 is close to $500 million alone as part of NIP. And then the upper Fruitland hogback irrigation, some of the bigger ticket items that staff mentioned were the need to upgrade the hogback pump station for $3 million. They say that's construction ready. They just don't have the money. Then there was a need for cleaning of the canals for both large irrigation projects, and that was estimated right now at $1 million a piece. So, Speaker, that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jason John, for that presentation regarding the American funding for water-related projects from the Navajo Department of Water Resources. And colleagues, the presentation that was sent out by Mr. Rico this morning too, as well at 9:17 a.m. In that was both NDWR and then also NTUA's presentation as well that was attached to it. Colleagues, at this time, are there any questions in regards to Mr. Jason John's presentation? Honorable Keelan Begay.
And Speaker, this
Speaker,
is
this is Delegate Yellowhead for the records. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, was that you?
yes, Speaker, I'd like to get in the queue. Thank you.
Okay, this is who I have in the queue at this time. I have Honorable Keelan Begay, then Chairman Daniel So, and then now Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That Honorable Keelan Begay, Che, good morning. The floor is yours.
Chairman, Che, Ado Kudo Naabik'íyáti committee members need Linigi, Ado Kudo Resource and Development the committee. Naabik'íyáti committee and the Kudo report in Lagi from the Division of Natural Resource Water Management, Mr. John. Earlier, I wanted to make a comment, Speaker, but I know that all the schedule have been posted to the public, and my only comment on behalf of the chapter, it would have been, I think it would have been much better to hear directly from the chapters first. Then we know how all these projects have come together. Because I know, Mr. John, while you were making a presentation, I sent another email to you and Division of Natural Resource regarding several projects in my area. Water line, power line, kudo ato. Do latin hidden do chapters yedel nishiki is what we really want to push as delegates. Looking through the water line, I know this is the NTUA side. But what I'm trying to get at is that chapters that submit all these proposed water line projects, power line projects, broadband projects, anything that will benefit directly to them. Because if you look at a lot of these project listings, that's more of upgrading on some of these existing infrastructure. Mr. John indicated earlier that if the Navajo Nation will be penalized if any existing projects or anything that has been in existence, that we utilize those fundings for those purposes. That Navajo Nation art findings a bit delia go lachit elansen ani accord I see aho ato tobel tod the nan lingit ato tobich akol nahagito electricity ato bich akol nahagito and adiki a large it so without a pohnet zad or lichen akoko kodo Division of water management kodon hit chona akoko hit ego kodo Latin chapters iki jo to shovel ready because many of these projects will still require planning and permits design. And then I know a lot of these areas that still has, as a community, majority of the communities don't have running water. And I know that my chapter will ask the question, because I will be forwarding all these materials to my chapter officials, because they'll see that, okay, where's the chapters that you represent? Certain chapters are getting millions of dollars. ako dik at ado hit ada kodo beche yel kile bispans anni kliniki equity di nisle no ya bayat yo nasi aj tha bihanas sali kast aj te hotena in these area kot ad aj ko beso o yuna nil noda dai projects aj o you ilne noda ako akon hikhote chapters though the nepane tahaki to bayashki specifically for me now that I guess I'm taking a step away from being an RDC member now, but more as a delegate that representing the 5 chapters that I represent. Akoko eila to huge ton liniki things in certain area, I mean all areas of my chapters. One particular chapter is asking for a bathroom addition needs to be built by IHS. And I think IHS, the last time that they've made a report, and I believe I've asked for feedback from them, but it's always obvious. It's always the case that I don't get response from any of these requests. Last week, I sent a memo directly to the Baker, not Baker. There was a memo that I sent directly to a presenter reviewing the ARP to the Navajo Nation. I did get a call back from one of the division director, but the Navajo Nation there's a lot of chapter has a call Apen Halit on the Navajo Nation that Shatosh Aden Hakosh Petit Nida. A call Dick at Aden based on that. Could we ask your Dick at Anza go based on Shiki A Kodon Hitchahulna, Don Hitchahulia. Hatna Higo Dashabaki. And how much money are we actually talking about? When will be the official date that the Navajo Nation will be given a notice to say that the Nedlan A could based on Hitchahulna, John hit the door, Nishin Adenki to a paper and Nashe Kadit our work session, a paper Nashe Kohola A to that Haki a could a basically banded dot ash Ado Katika the next 15 days should nothing but work session. So if we really don't know about how much money that the Navajo Nation will be receiving, they got all getting down seats net dollars. Ado that's a base of behos and then the not that's a onani kai connect not it on his hot and it I based on then ki aj banded dot ash that's not it no ecuador baby not the hash dot this song about such case. A call DDG zero. I believe that my chapters really needs to have an input because they're the main one at the local chapter, specifically that they understand and know the area. Even though as a delegate, I rely on my chapter officials, especially the CSC and the grazing and the local chapter. Then some chapters have farm board members, and then CHR they feed us some information to relay a lot of our comments and issues to the central government. Delegate space bonds clinicy. We always look at the listing or the materials that provide to us and say, okay, my area, my region, had not based upon that. In specific area for the 5 chapters that I represent. I'm sure you guys are still working on it. The other area that there's more specific area that I believe that needs to be focused as well. The former beneficiaries area that the Nido being on the Navajo-Gallup Land Commission, NPL, or HPL, the Bayata, Kodon chapters, the Christian has, then other area, Eastern Agency, that the Hot Ego, other Kojata, Utah, that Ego, Nen Linigi Kid had on Kodoton Linigit or you, the Beda Holonda. A digilachit to Aj Bahot Asanson. I know two of my chapters, Low Mountain and Touchy Blue Gap on the Burnt Corn area. Aja Navajo County has Anijiki beat that Joe had Kaya Linigi had the Nan Linigi Kid had on Ajit or Hayu Twin Linigi do these basic infrastructures at the end. But the Hoye Aja. Koko Ajalachit, the deed, the Nan Liniki Ajastoket in the Gipa Bansaha case Lanson. A lot of these areas that I see are on the New Mexico side with that water line, Navajo-Gallup water supply project. 216 million shortfall, Jabaka, maybe through the Bureau of Reclamation, is the Navajo Nation seeking these shortfalls to based on the test, or even through the USDA? I don't know. There's always a catch of a catch-21 that's neat based on how that the Nan Diniki art in the show in a way that all we could just come back around and just these programs such as IHS or Bureau of Reclamations or any of these programs are that we are able to do so ben he cash to in test case yan 8 or schon height the land based on not ajago the programs are that based on that to so ben he cash to ajago the based on not but when they land. So, Khalid, maybe that's one specific question that I want to ask, is that of the 260 million shortfall, how are we working with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to see if they could be able to provide, have they asked additional fundings for this particular project? And if that is the case, will it cover all these sub-line items that's listed with that particular Navajo-Gallup water supply? I didn't I assume that's it. Maybe especially bathroom additions. So you know that costs us about $8,000 for these bathroom additions. For now that we're asking the chapters to build them. But yet we didn't even give any sufficient fundings to our chapters to build these bathroom additions. Now, if the chapters don't have the funding, then so those are some factors and the reason why I believe that the Navajo Nation should have gone directly to the local chapter to get input from them directly. Projects that Haki did kitten nil they chapters and though they're without their input, they could the win that has the 8 item up fit ashin and the air projects hit the unit or launch nana nil. Yes, I believe some of them are, majority of them will probably benefit the local chapters, because each of the chapters that I know that I represent are in dire need of upgrading or establishing a water treatment center. If you look at the listing, none of it is listed for my area. So I truly believe that each of my each of my 5 communities will need and should be allocated some fundings for water treatment facility. Again, I actually some of these fish and wildlife departments. So maybe those we could get answers directly from even grazing officials of what they go through at each of the area or each of the chapter that they represent. I know a lot of time we always ask our chapters, okay, based on resolution after the fact we ask them to do just pass resolutions based on what's been given to them. So speaker chapter has maybe by agency. Like for example, Chile agency is having their agency council meeting on Saturday. We're not involved. Speaker, but nonetheless, we will be really I will be focusing on how much of the 5 chapters that I represent that will really have a great benefit in this next allocation of funding, because as you know, that 92 or 93 million chapters at the last minute, which almost 3/4 that it was just reverted back based on Delegate detailed projects not the projects not based on Delegate and I believe that now is the time that we really get our chapters involved to get however that needs to be developed chapters so that's one area that I believe that we really need to work on, and we need to work closely. I'm sure the Division of Community Development will be able to provide us additional information on how much they'll be advocating on behalf of the chapter. Request by agency or by district that all these specific programs that we're dealing with that we come together by each chapter regions or by district by the 24 council representatives but I don't know. I mean, I believe that we're just really don't need it. Mr. John, that we're understaffed and we don't even have a location to manage these programs. And then I think this is the main question that I posed to the Office of the Controller. How much staffing will you be able to that you need to hire or to establish to be more effective in the next round of this ARP funding? Fairground. At one time, that former census office establish ARP, the next 1 point whatever billion that the Navajo is going to be receiving. The headquarters. There's no recommendation. I don't know if that's what's being discussed. Otherwise, all staff at the big out of these, a lot of our ongoing projects. Each of my 5 chapters has based on digest and that's the all nas but not the sealer that's in the it's going to be kicked down the road again. These that's in the Ecuador. So there's a bigger area that we really need to discuss, Speaker. I'm sure each of my colleagues are similar, if not other questions that they have, but that's my specific request for bahasi ki kodo tit ego kodon hike to the speaker. So a lot of time when I make a request through in my Navajo language, it seems that I never get a response back. So I'm not sure what's the effective way for me to request a lot of these requested dashlagi, I mean, in writing, verbally, and whatnot. I don't know if there's another effective way that I could be able to utilize. Just provide me that resource so that I could be able to ask these, request for these questions on behalf of the chapters. That way, I know that my comments or statement is just thrown to the side by the end of the day or by the end of the session. So, akut ela speaker did I could shizindo sato bahasido ashi bahanas the next 15 days just speaker.
Thank you very much, Kiambier, for your question or concerns in that effort. I've noted down the input, and we have had agency calls, and at that time, that's what we wanted to have, that local input. So we've scheduled those, and I know that we can continue to schedule those agency input calls. So we'll continue to work on that effort. Additionally to there is going to be additional times to ask those questions for the controller, for all the different departments. And we have reached out to each one of the departments for additional recommendations on staffing or other recommendations that they're looking at input to help solve some of these other issues, whether it be issues through the 164 or just some red tape in areas that could be helped to alleviate in order for us to process these documents quicker so that this construction can be done within this fashion. So Honorable Kiambier will continue to work with not only Chinle Agency, but also all the agencies to have that input in there. And I hope that we can bring that voice from the local community to those agency calls so that we're bringing that dialect and making sure that that's as a formal input. And that's the reason why when I opened up this session today is that this isn't the final thing. This is an opening option for Mr. Jason John and the rest of the division directors here, the enterprises, to write down these options and recommendations so that they can actually build off of that too as well in order for them to gather that input, Jay. So I'm glad we're having this work session and making sure that your input is heard in order for us to meet the guidance and recommendations from your local community members. So with that, I do have a lineup here. I have Chairman Daniel So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Nate Brown, and then Honorable Otto So. If there's any questions specifically for Mr. John, but colleagues, this is only the beginning. Keep that in mind. We still have IHS and NTUA on water projects. So what you might not see on what Mr. Jason John is presented, there is other listings that are coming forth from IHS and NTUA. So this isn't just one, this is just one of 3 different components for the complete recommended options for a build out of water projects across the nation. So just keep that in mind, colleagues. With that, Chairman Daniel So, good morning. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Otto, distinguished and honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Otto, and also all the folks on the telephone call. I guess preliminary thought is citizen funded projects. Will we be able to convert those projects to the American Rescue Plan act. That's primary. The other is we're talking about chapters. At least my Kealan McGee is talking about chapters. From the presenters in Continental Co-op, NTUA, can you give us a price per pole what it costs to extend a power line to, let's say, a single home where we would just have the service line agreement? The same way to NTUA to get a meter and a line hooked up to a home. I guess in addition to that is the cost of a meter pole for those single home services. The other is give us a ballpark figure for septic tank and drain fields. In that manner, then the chapters could basically be able to put together some cost estimates on preliminary cost estimates that could then be verified by the utility companies. Utility meaning water, power, in this case. That would be my initial thoughts as we move forward. Again, we know that I guess the other part is what kind of limitations will the U.S. Treasury put on us regarding the appropriate uses of the rescue funds. That would be thoughts as we move forward. We're kind of having Christmas in April type of discussions, and I guess, and then specifically to Mr. Jason John, in the original CARES Act proposal, Mr. Andrew Robertson had put together some estimates about taking a water line down to the Sand Springs community area within Whitehorse Lake chapter. The water tank was funded, and we hope to have that in place soon. But the main and final thing is to get a water line constructed. And that would be a right-of-way along Navajo 9, part of the way across private property, where the ranch owner already says, you have the right-of-way. So in that aspect, then we could move along quickly. The other is just the short line in every aspect. The cutter lateral basically allows for hundreds of homes to be hooked up all the way from Naabik'íyáti to Counselor to Ojo Encino to Torreon, Pueblo Pintado, Whitehorse Lake. And so those short line extensions is the focus that I really want to make as far as getting water to the dry parts of the Navajo Nation. Folks that have never had the luxury of turning on the tap water in their own homes. So those are some aspects, and the other is that the Gallup water line coming to Crown Point. We'd like to see it go all the way to Little Water chapter and on to Casimiro Lake. So those are some most immediate thoughts. If we can basically look at it. So that would be the extent of my thoughts. And Mr. Jason John, you have a tremendous duty being the Navajo Nation Water Resources Program Manager. And we're going to overload you, but come up with some ways. If we need to contract more engineering firms to help, please put that proposal together. If we need more folks to step up, we have developed a great resource where most of the chapters either have a backhoe available or an excavator available. So in that aspect, how can we then empower the chapter folks to do the short line water line extensions? Of course, with guidance, with folks being there. And it's a great opportunity. We're thankful to the Biden administration, the House of Representatives, and the Senate for passing this bill. And now it rests with the U.S. The Treasury to give us the parameters of the usage of this. That would be my, and the questions that I ask, if we could get it in writing, an answer, and that way my LDA, Mario Tencio, and I could share it and help the chapters in providing guidance. Thank you, Priscilla. Chair Damon, to everybody on the call. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So moving on down, I know that before I go on, I got there's questions not only to Madam Controller, but also to future presenters of NTUA regarding power, and then back to Mr. John on some of these other initial actions in the presentation that was just presented, Chairman. So when the controller does get on, or when NTUA does get on, just whoever's listening in right now, Chairman Daniel So requested that response back in writing so he could bring that to the effort. And I think that's one of the main questions that is being requested to Chairman about the reimbursement level for the CSN or even PTF funds. And that portion was mentioned in Mr. John's presentation, roughly about $76 million, if possible, if that would be the eligible benchmark. And I hope Madam Controller is listening, or Mr. Willie, in order for us to go ahead and get that question answered. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then we can go on from there. Madam Chair. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I appreciate the prayer, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you. Mr. John, thank you for your report. what's helpful is we do have this listing, which appears not to be comprehensive. Speaker, we need a way to integrate NTUA and IHS, because to leadership's eye, then we know we have projects, but we're not seeing it here in this department. So I understand Jason is just giving us a high level of his department, but we need that comprehensive listing. Since last summer, that has been the request. I think this funding, although it's not as restricted and we don't know all of the limitations, we do know it expires in 2024. And so I think that should be the conversation. What of these projects are ready, or which projects can be ready by 2024? When we talk about the Permanent Trust Fund and Sihasin projects, those were approved back in 2016. And prior to the pandemic, that took years to get off the ground. I think in terms of, we need to know realistically what can be done so that we're not scrambling. And first of all, that there's not a power struggle or a struggle to get certain projects funded. The chapters were identified earlier. So I want to say 29 Navajo Nation chapters have been working together collectively for over 10 years on the Navajo-Gallup water line. That's how much collaboration. We have quarterly meetings, we have monthly call-ins, we have lobbying state, federal entities. We got 90 million plus more dollars for this project. And so that is a very chapter-centered project. That's going to help 29 chapters and more when it comes to economic development, improving water. And so I think when we're looking at these projects, I'd ask my colleagues, let's have the lens of a Navajo Nation-wide proposal. All of our people deserve to have water. All of our communities deserve to have a proper plan and to know when their water will be improved, when they should be expecting water into their homes. I think that is a basic human right. And I would like to continue to work with all of my colleagues here on the council, the 3 branch chiefs, to get water and have a solid water plan. We know that we're going to need additional funding, and that's where we're going to look to other infrastructure projects that are funding that's coming down the pipeline, and also how Navajo Nation can lobby for these huge projects. I heard NIP, some of the other larger water lines. And in terms of the time that we have, we also, I think, Speaker, need to have an active conversation to let our congressional leadership on knowing what else Navajo will need, especially if we can't meet this 2024 timeline. I think in terms of when it comes to supporting this program with additional support, what I haven't heard, and maybe this is when we get into the weeds, what were the challenges? Are we still going to use emergency procurement process? Do we need to onboard additional support? And Army Corps of Engineers has come to the nation, and they, matter of fact, have a Navajo Nation liaison. And so they can also assist with some of these projects if, let's say, some of the entities like NECA can't meet the capacity. I think those are the kind of conversations that I'm hoping to have here, Speaker, because we need to start planning for that. What does that look like? What does that look like to integrate into our system? Do we need to start figuring out what is the timeline if we're going to have these requests for proposals from some of these consultants or some of these construction individuals? And so that's where I wanted to have more of this high-level summary. And I think it's very appropriate also to talk about water resources, not only their capacity, but their building. All of our records, all of Navajo Nation records, water records, is sitting in a condemned building that is in a terrible state. And so what can we do to immediately make sure those records are protected? Because that helps with all of these legal water rights settlements, but also that has to help us with this comprehensive view. So those are the main things I wanted to speak to, Speaker. I think if we could be at a very high level right now to know how and what it'll take to get some of these projects into the ground. This council, I think we should all be directing, we need a comprehensive water plan. And who is the entity, what capacity has to do that? Or do we need to onboard someone now? I've seen some very dynamic proposals for the Western water pipeline. I'm not sure if there's been decisions made to move forward. I know that there's some other opportunities when it comes to economic development, and that interties with what we're doing and IHS. So I'm interested to hear the next presentation, because IHS with the last CARES funding felt, and rightly so, that they couldn't meet that original deadline of December 2020. So if we could have, I know everybody comes with their own lens, but I think if we could do a Navajo nationwide plan, and if we could refrain from saying a certain state, because we're the Navajo Nation, and this is our people's money, and they need water, and they need power, and they need all of the other things that we can provide working collaboratively. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and that's the whole reason why we're having these discussions, so that we can give guidance to future recommendations in that. What I'm hearing, colleagues, initially right now is an understanding of what Mr. Jason John might not have presented right now. So what if I could do this? Let me go to colleagues, if there's no opposition. Let me go on down to IHS and have them do their report, and then NTUA and have them do their report on the water projects. And then at that point, there might be a little more explanation on the diversity of the three organizations that provide infrastructure options to the nation. And from that point, then we can go ahead and come back to having a further discussion. If there's no opposition to that, colleagues. Is that okay?
Sounds good, Speaker.
Okay, if there's no opposition, let me go over to
Speaker.
Let me go to IHS, and then we can go on down
Speaker,
to
Delegate Phil.
Down to down to NTUA. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong agenda. Honorable Otto, so we're going down to IHS now, and then back to NTUA, and then we'll go open up for discussions with the same lineup.
Yes, I would appreciate that. Oh, as long as it's the same lineup, and we should have got all the water presentation all done all at once, and they did with that. But again, thank you.
Okay. With that, let me go ahead and go to IHS. Anybody on from IHS? You might have to press *6. On the yellow hair, you might put your phone on mute.
Hello, this is Delegate Yellow Hair. Thank you very much.
Anybody from IHS? IHS. If no one's from IHS, I can come back to them. I know that they were on. Well, let me go to, I know Mr. Kuntz and his team from NTUA are ready. Let me just go over to NTUA at this time, and then we'll come back to IHS. The staff, Ms. Yazi, can you reach out to IHS and have them be ready after NTUA? Is on the line. So we'll probably give Mr. Kuntz maybe half an hour, or I don't know how long he's going to be, but Mr. Kuntz or anybody from NTUA want to lead the discussion at this time on the water projects? And again, the NTUA did send out that their listing, preliminary listing, colleague.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rex Kuntz. I'm on the line.
Okay, Mr. Kuntz, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Also have Arish Moalimi on the line as well. We had a proposal that showed what we were going to do for all utilities over a 36-month period. We did 36 months because we don't know when the money will actually hit the ground. So we want to make sure that that would be whenever that hit the ground and we started movement. But I hear the dialogue about water and then a little bit about some of the other utilities as well. And I wanted to let the council know that we have met with Mr. John and briefly gone over his list. And we have been reaching out to IHS, but we haven't been able to have a real good, solid meeting with them. But what we wanted to present on the water side, and Jason can step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but based on our dialogue, Jason's projects are larger projects. Some of you from previous council remember the term bulk water. We talked about water rights settlements, and we referred to those big projects as bulk water projects. And there was those settlement projects like Navajo-Gallup and Cutter Lateral and the Utah Navajo and Western Navajo pipeline were all part of a broader-based global water plan. And those projects would take bulk water from the river up north and distribute it across Navajo in large transmission mains. The next step is to take smaller transmission lines and to bridge some of those large sources further across Navajo so that systems can be interconnected and tied to each other. So in Jason's plan, he has something he refers to as the connection plan, and that's a lot of those projects are tying those large systems to existing systems so that you can flow the bulk water into existing distribution systems. A lot of our capacity projects on water are renewing, upgrading, and upsizing our existing systems so that we can take and accept that bulk water and increase the capacity in the core systems. Yet further beyond that, some of those core systems also need to be intertied so that you create regional systems and can move water from system to system. So that's kind of the general overall conceptual plan. Some of you delegates have sat down with me and I've kind of gone through an overall reservation-wide map that kind of shows those things conceptually on a map, and that can be shared again. But on that map also are a bunch of little black dots, and those dots represent all the homes that IHS shows as not having water in the home yet. And their list has about 4,500 homes on it, or those dots represent about 4,500 homes. We had Dr. Ronson Chi with Riley Engineering did an independent study in 3 areas and was able to get IHS's base data. He blew it up to where he could actually see the detail, and he went out and did on-the-ground studies in those 3 areas that he picked. And he found for every home in their system, he could see 2 more within eyesight that were occupied and being lived in that wasn't in their system. So we took their numbers and tripled it, and then added something beyond that for those that were not line of sight. but we feel that the number is close to 16,000 homes with no water, and that's kind of where we use the basis for our numbers. Also paired with our projects is water service lines. You'll see that 150 the first year, 175 the second year, and 200 the third year. IHS also has homes that they've already funded that will be served during that time. There was a lot of questions about whether NTUA would get into cistern systems again, and we decided that we would add that into our proposal. You won't see it in the current list, but we've made a commitment to about 100 cistern systems over the next 3 years, or the 36 months per year, so about 300 of those. Delegate Smith, you had inquired about outside this meeting about some homes that you needed cisterns to, so those homes could now be put on that list. I believe Jason John has a list of homes that they vetted out for CARES Act but never were able to get to the point of construction. So he has another group of homes that has been actually visited, and some of the designs have been done. So there's projects from moving bulk water into building and increasing capacity, and then into services of both connect to the water system as well as connecting to cisterns where water lines still don't exist. In addition to that, we've had dialogue with community development. They're in the business of doing bathroom additions and plumbing. They submitted a list to me of 244 homes that they have on their list that need bathroom additions and water lines, and we're coordinating because we want to make sure that those homes are also on our list of homes to receive water services or to receive cistern services. So we are trying to coordinate those things and do them in reasonable fashion. Jason mentioned resources, capacity. We have considered some of those things. We do have a proposal from the Fish and Game's Heritage Department about staffing and resources that they would need in order to process those biological clearances. And we have another proposal from the Historic Preservation Department, Mr. Begay, on staffing and resource needs that he would need to have in order to do the archaeological surveys and clearances. So we're soliciting with those individuals and those groups that we have to get clearances from to try to put forth in our proposal to all of you what some of those upsizing and resources needs are. We've already advertised and have started the process of hiring some additional engineering technical staff, as well as a few more right-of-way agents, to try to move these projects as quickly as possible through the process. Mr. Speaker, in a separate dialogue, you had asked Arsh and I to provide you with some of those streamlining changes. So those will be all packaged in that we can provide to you, and you can provide on to the delegates here about those suggested changes and resource needs. We had dialogue with Jason about what his resource needs were, and we didn't finish that dialogue, but he spoke of staffing as well as possibly hiring a firm to manage some of those things for him. So we have had dialogue about those things. I'm very pleased to hear the council thinking in those terms as well. We're trying to put together that global plan that Delegate Crowdy has mentioned, and we're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. We have not finished the dialogue with Indian Health Service, but we will have that dialogue. As far as standard cost, typically, Delegate So asked that question. It's a very good question. Typically, a electric service line that's the shorter distance of service line agreements runs about $45,000 to $50,000 per home. That's a good ballpark estimate. For water that are 1,500 feet or closer to a water line, that includes the water line and the septic tank and drain field, runs about 50 to 60,000. And these numbers are coming off of, what we just finished and completed with the CARES Act. The cisterns are more expensive, 80 to 100,000 per home. And that's because there's a cistern system, a septic system, there's a bathroom addition and plumbing, and a power source to move the water from the cistern into the home. If it needs all of those things, you're talking about the 100,000 per home. So those are the kind of the rough ballpark figures we're using, and those are based on the empirical data that we just completed using CARES Act. We completed a meeting with Navajo Engineering Construction Authority as far as what we're planning to do, what their resource and capacities are, and we're continuing to move forward there. They will be partnering with community development on the bathroom additions and the plumbing as they did during the CARES Act, and that was pretty successful. Although those particular projects physically take a lot more time, so those need to get started as soon as possible to get ahead of the water lines and the cistern systems. Those move pretty fast. We started those bathroom additions early on, about a month ahead of the rest of it. And once we started the water lines and the cistern systems, we caught up to the bathroom additions and passed them, finished all the bathroom additions and cisterns, or water lines and cisterns, and had some plumbing additions that were carried over beyond the end of the year. But we went ahead and finished all of those as well and got them into service. So we're trying to use the experiences that we just had, and we built a general plan going forward. We can provide those general average costs that just they need to be tailored and custom to what the circumstances are in any particular home. But we can tell you what we're capable of doing within common parameters. So that's kind of where we're at. The last thing that I would like to comment on is Jason presented his plan with a list of projects, a number of projects, quite a few of them. Just roughly going down his list and trying to tabulate the cost, it's about what we tabulate here is $696 million, close to $700 million. Our water projects are going to run roughly about 261 million. You add those two together, that's $958 million worth of projects. Now, what I wanted to convey to you is those two lists are basically what we're saying the needs are on Navajo. And we realistically know that those won't be funded in total, and we're going to have to be purging some of those. But those projects on both sides, both John's projects and NTUA's projects, are complementary to each other. Jason's projects move the big water. Our projects create capacity to receive that water, and then we're trying to get some homes hooked up to the system. So both those need to work in conjunction with each other, and we will have to work closely with Jason to make sure that whatever we put in is complementary, stays complementary with each other, so that the water plan is executed well. Our big challenges are the clearance process. If we can get that moving quicker than it has in the past, we're very hopeful that we can open some doors there with your support, and create either some yielding of requirements or some waivers of requirements. That would be very, very helpful. The second thing is making sure that we have the capacity, staffing, and expertise to execute these projects. We're trying to work on those. We'll bring forth those proposals with some costs. The third is everybody's raising questions about what are the requirements and the limits. And we're hearing there are some differences in ARPA as opposed to CARES Act. Some of the limitations and restrictions have either been changed or maybe relieved, and those would be welcome if they're relieved. but I think it's important to have a separate team working on those issues. My recommendation is that we work on the project list and try to create a project list. And whenever the funding does come through, whatever that limit is, that you can pare down the list to what funding is available. But if you don't have a working list, it's going to be harder to do that at that point. And again, I hear the delegates all having pleadings for the projects that they have in their constituencies, and it's a very difficult dialogue because, you know, all those needs, as you can see from our project list, the needs are going to outdistance the amount of dollars, but we need to focus on what projects are the priority and what projects will deliver the greatest impact, because many of the water and wastewater projects will create opportunity and capacity for future projects to hook up services. As we've all heard, there are some additional possible infrastructure legislations coming, and anything that doesn't get picked up by this initial funding source we might be able to pick up in a next round of additional legislation. You know, we all cross our fingers and hope those things continue to move. We can go into the detail of the projects that we are proposing if you want to go there, but I'll let Arash go through that list. But we'll leave it at your direction, Mr. Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, so at this time, Ms. Kuntz or Arash, did you want to add on to the presentation? Arash?
Mr. Speaker, this is Rex again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I think I was on mute. Did you hear anything of what I said?
No.
This is Arash with NTUA. Oh, okay, I was on mute. My apologies.
Go ahead.
Okay, Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and participants. I can go over on at a high level the information that was provided to leadership for the water wastewater projects. So as Mr. Kuntz stated, NTUA conducted pretty much a needs analysis for 36 months of projects on the water wastewater side. We know that if, as an example, if we receive the funds, or if funds are allocated to NTUA in August of this year or whatever date it is, we determined that the best way to handle that would be a 36-month project listing. And we broke it down by years. And when I say by years, year one is months 1 through 12. So for example, if NTUA was awarded and received funds in August of this year, year one is pretty much from August of 2021 to August of 2022. And then year two is from August of 2022 to August of 23. And then year three is, so forth and so on. So that's how we based it. And this was lessons learned from CARES Act to make sure that we have a project listing that is in sync with the timeline with the American Rescue Plan. So that's what we did. And on the NTUA water wastewater for year one, we have it broken down by council delegates and chapters. What we did is we're looking at projects that we can complete within this. Obviously, one of the big issues and things that leadership has talked to I think everybody about is, this is a lot of money. Can you get the projects completed in the time frame that we talked about, that the time frame within the American Rescue Plan and other funding opportunities? So this is a needs analysis of projects that NTUA believes it can complete within a 36-month period. So for example, in year one, we have projects such as potable water storage tank renovations, replacements of pumps and motors in various systems, water well renovations, wastewater treatment plant lift stations. We also have money set aside for new wells, and then also improvements to the on the wastewater side as well. There are certain facilities on the wastewater side that need improvements. For example, the Shiprock wastewater treatment plant, Kayenta wastewater treatment plant, Chinle, Tuba City. Some of the larger wastewater treatment plants need some improvements and renovations, and also new plants, new plant upgrades as a whole. So, we place those into our plan to within this 36-month period. So, there's many projects in here. As Mr. Kuntz stated, the total needs and assessment that NTUA determined over this period was approximately $235 million for NTUA water and wastewater capacity projects. And then within that, as Mr. Kuntz stated, we also included cistern systems over the 36-month period, and he kind of went over exactly what is in there. Moving on to the NTUA, and it's the tab that it's identified as is NTUA 3-year water and septic system. And what NTUA did here is, once again, we have a 36-month plan based off of the needs and what we can do within that 36-month period of water line extensions and septic systems to homes. And as part of that is if there is a bathroom addition that is needed, that is included as part of the proposal. So we have already identified. So when we talk about projects that are already identified and projects that are not yet identified, as an example, in the year one, we have identified 31 projects in various locations that are, I'll use the word feasible, to be constructed. And then we have 119 that are still not yet identified. So in year one, we have 150 water line extensions and septic systems to the home that we identify, that we believe we can complete, of which 31 have already been identified. And then in year two, the total project listing is 175 water line and septic systems to homes. And then in year three, we haven't identified, but we believe we can complete 200 water lines and septic systems to homes. So as Mr. Kuntz stated, once again, one of the things we are working on is making sure that we identify any barriers that we can work with on the nation to get those approvals timely processed and in place. So that's forthcoming to Speaker Damon and then probably to the council, so that we can make sure that we can hit these targets. With NTUA's project listing, we've identified the projects, and we're looking at, these projects are, feasible projects that we believe we can complete in this period of time. So I think that's always important with the timing, to make sure that we understand that these are not just, a wish list of projects that we just think we want to complete. We believe we can complete these projects. And with that, this is kind of, I'll let you, the members of the council and team look over the list, but we try to make it as simple as possible to identify it by chapter, by state, and by delegate, and just to identify these various projects. So with that, that completes the report for the water, wastewater, and the water line and septic systems to homes. And I just wanted to add, we have met with, I want to make sure that the team is aware and the council is aware that we have met with OPVP on this list as well. So one of the key components of of this project or these, the American Rescue Plan and our NTUA's projects is we want to make sure that it's a comprehensive list. We have a collaborative effort from, OPVP and the Navajo Nation Council. So we did meet with Chief of Staff Paul Sanchaco on Friday to go over the list and making sure that we're in sync with various divisions and departments. And on that call, Jason John was on the call and Dr. Yellowman. So we have to make sure that we work collaboratively and in sync with the different division directors and their departments, because there's various funding sources, and we want to make sure that we don't overlap our projects within these listings. So for example, if we have the same project on 2 listings, well, you can't get double funding for these projects. So we have to make sure that we sync up and make sure that we work with them to be as efficient as possible and not overlap any of these projects.
Thank you, Arash. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Koontz, were you going to add something out?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Chief of Staff has also said they have a team working on the process issues. So hopefully, that'll be vetted out, and we'll be able to get better direction and guidance shortly. And community development also mentioned that all their projects are very closely coordinated with chapters, so they do coordinate closely with the chapters and get chapter input. And of course, once they get the home plumbed and the additions done, we'll target them for the water line services and the cistern services, just depending on their locations. So there is some coordination. They're not going into it blindly, using a lot of the feasibility investigative process to determine the service to those homes. That concludes our presentation, Mr. Speaker, Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Koontz, for that presentation, and thank you for the direction that you put forth on that and opening that dialogue, not only to my colleagues, but also to the Office of President, Vice President, but most importantly, still wanting to need additional information as needs be. Colleagues, NTUA is open to the again, this is just a preliminary presentation, and it seems like the working together amongst IHS, Water Management Branch, and NTUA, that dialogue from their organization to come together with one overall presentation that should be included with Mr. J.T. Willie's organization as well on the different outcomes of the economic development opportunity areas as well, in order for water to be present in those areas, is something that's needed on that overall comprehensive plan. With that, colleagues, I'm going to look to ask, I haven't heard anything back from the staff being able to reach out to IHS. I hope IHS is on the line. If not, then we're going to have to move them back. I know Mr. McDonald, it looks like he might not be in the office today. But is there anybody on the line from IHS at this time? Indian Health Service regarding water, your water division. If there's nobody on the line at this time, colleagues, again, as indicated, you heard that Rex is still having ongoing talks with IHS, and they're still yet to meet with Water Management Branch. So maybe at this time we know that our Water Management Branch and NTUA themselves, both of them, are really honed in on the bigger bulk projects and more of the distribution lines from those bigger bulk projects, and IHS concentrates really on the from the distribution points to the homes in that subsetting. So we can probably have a discussion right now if there's further recommendations or guidance or questions to specifically to NTUA and also Jason John and his group from Water Management Branch. We can go ahead and have that at this time. And then from there, I'll probably have to go ahead and we'll probably have to squeeze in IHS maybe if they get on later on today, or we might have to put them back on the agenda at a future time. But we'll keep reaching out to them and making sure that because they know that we're having this meeting here today. So with that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor then. If there's any comments, questions right now, specifically for Mr. John or Mr. Coons or Arsh from both organizations, let me go ahead and start off with the Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, snälla speakers, other members of the council, other presenters, and then also Jason John and NTUA Rex, and then staff. Thank you very much for the information and also providing the document that was emailed to us and reviewing that. I do believe that a collaboration effort needs to happen. I know it's hard for the entities to get together and to discuss the projects, and in this case, it's waterline projects. I know this because I've been meeting with IHS, and it's been difficult to try to get Department of Water Resource and NTUA on the line to discuss many of the waterline projects that we have here within the 5 chapters that I represent. So with that being said, I really don't want IHS to come back and say, hey, when our constituents do call IHS OEH office and say, hey, you know what, we never received any CARES fund from the Navajo Nation. And that was their response there through the whole process of the CARES fund. Our constituents were being told, you know, IHS did not receive any CARES fund, so you're going to have to deal with Department of Water Resource, or you're going to have to deal with the NTUA. That's how the message was being relayed back, because they did not receive any funds on behalf of the Navajo Nation. We do entrust that these are Navajo Nation Department, our enterprise, NTUA, and Department of Water Resource work with IHS. And a lot of the questions that I have reflect back to a lot of the waterline projects that have been pending for so many years. And let me start off with Ganado. Colleagues and members of the council. Ganado has 3 wells, and just to let you guys know that in Ganado and the surrounding communities, we still don't have all homes with running water. The water wells, the water pumps that have been put in place have bypassed individuals that live within a half a mile of the water well. And yet we're still hauling water, and yet we're still running to the chapter to get water, running into Gallup to get water when chapters are closed. And that's very sad of the whole program to say that, you know what, we're going to move forward with upgrading these system and so forth. And that's what I mostly heard of is, you know, upgrading. There's no individual amount set aside for chapters that are ready for waterline projects. That chapters have been waiting for funds because they've either done their part by doing bathroom additions, with the PEP workers. Bathroom additions have been installed. Some have been broken promises to where there were bathroom additions that were put in place 10 years ago. And now they have to go through the whole process again. And nowhere in any of these documents does it talk about individual chapters, bathroom projects, or individual scattered home water line projects. And that's a very eyesore to see as we continue to move forward with all these funds that are projected to come to the Navajo Nation. I've yet to see that all of these main entities come together and discuss and come up with a water plan, collaborating with the chapters. And it's not happening. And if it was happening, then if we have 3 water wells here in Ganado area, then we should have no homes within Ganado area that don't have running water. We should have all homes with running waters, but yet that's not happening. And it's bypassing so many homes that these homes are not getting water lines. And one fine example is that we have one well that was put in place, and that water is being diverted all the way to Delegate. And then the other half is going all the way towards wide rooms. I mean, that doesn't make sense at all. And yet you have all these homes in between that don't have running water. And I will continue to bring this matter up because it's just not right. I mean, where this new water well that was installed, you have about over 24 of homes sitting there with no running water. And yet they think that with this new water well that went in, that they're going to get running water. And that's not the case. And so I don't blame the families. I don't blame the individuals in Loop that don't want water wells being drilled in their area. Because you know what? It's just going to bypass them. And we continue to say, yeah, water is life and water is for the whole Navajo Nation. That part I understand, but when you have a water well and over 24 of homes that don't have running water within a half a mile of that water well, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. So, and then we have another one that was just completed last year by NTUA, and that one's going to White Cone and Jedito, Indian Wells, all that area, and yet that's bypassing all the individuals that live in Burnside. You have, again, close to 36 of homes in that whole valley structure between Burnside and Steamboat that don't have running water. And then it continues on into Steamboat area, but yet it's all bypassing them. And it's just heartbreaking to see that we continue to avoid all of these homes that don't have running waters and not have them be inserted within any of these projects or listings that have been forwarded to us. There are many homes that are in this situations throughout the Navajo Nation, and we still haven't received any sort of listing that involves chapters that are in need of getting these water line structures. And I've mentioned to IHS and NTUA and Department of Water Resources, I have 4 homes that 4 families that came together and decided to pitch in and utilize their hardship money, utilize their stimulus money to pitch in and buy their own pipes from ESCO in Farmington, and find a certified individuals to do their water line. That's just probably about 200-300 yards from the main water line. And they've been told, oh, you're on the project, this is your project number. And that was over 5-6 years ago, and still nothing yet hasn't happened. And it just continues to go round and round. And one of the families were informed that, oh, they can utilize the right-of-way of NTUA, but NTUA doesn't want to work with this family to install the water line because it's not one of their staff that's the certified person to say, hey, here's the paperwork. We're going to connect the water line. NTUA is not working with this family to say, hey, this is the time when we'll shut off the water for your certified plumber to install the water line, to connect to the water line. No, NTUA representative has to be there. And I know there's policies and procedures in there, but this is the kind of hardship that we're giving to families. All the runarounds, we have families that are following Naabik'íyáti, but yet it's not complying with NTUA. It's not complying with the IHS somewhere along the road. Department of Water Resources, like, I have nothing to do with it. And I tried to contact all three entities to see if they could assist the family, maybe with ordering the supplies. Maybe they'll get a cheaper price. That still didn't happen. I was just told, we can't do that. So I continue to see all of this negative outcome from all of these three entities, and yet we're still trying to get them together. And in the long run, the people that are hurting are our Navajo people, our Navajo relatives that are hurting. And so we really, really advocated with these grazing permit holders for these water wells in Ganado. We told them over and over, hey, you'll get water. But after the consents were done and all of that took place, nope, it was a whole different story. So I really do want a response in writing from all the three entities in regards to individual waterline projects per chapters. We need to see that, and we need to make sure that we're sort of looked at equally as delegates by districts. And I know I know it's hard to do, but I think as myself and my colleagues, I think we're flexible to work with one another, just as long as our Navajo families are receiving water lines. And it continues to go into that direction to where we're just going to be working on existing water line projects because of the time frame. I know we are asking a lot for you to do a 5-6 year water line project and condense it to a 2-year project. I know that's a lot, but I believe that it still can be done, especially with the scattered homes that are not that far from already existing water line. And that was another thing, was that we couldn't tap onto current water lines because the water wells pumping water had reached its capacity. So during the peak hours, people were running low on their water pressures in the morning when everybody is getting ready, in the evening when everybody gets home. And that's why we really, really advocated to get these water wells, because NTUA was saying, hey, we can't tap on any more homes because the water well has reached its capacities. But at this point in time, we're at that state to where we've added 2 more water wells, which could add more homes, but those have been diverted to other communities. And we still sit here with like, okay, what's the next step? Are we going to be given lies and broken promises again, just with these current water wells, that we're going to get water lines to these homes and then try to get a water well in again here in Ganado? So I continue to wait for some sort of listing. And like I said, I've been meeting with the IHS for over a year now. At the beginning, for like month to month, for maybe 7-8 months. Now we're to the point where we're going every other month and trying to resolve a lot of these water line projects. But this fund is under federal funds because I wasn't getting anywhere with NTUA nor Department of Water Resource. So it really bothers me that we also invested in so many different consultants on non-Navajos that worked for us under Department of Water Resource. And now they come back and retired and come back and in return doing consultant work, paying millions of dollars when they should have done the job when they were a Navajo Nation employee. But yet we continue to give them millions and millions of dollars when they were working for the nation. They researched many areas and they knew where the good points were and they knew where drillings could happen, but yet they are bringing that back to us as consultants. And when they should have brought those up when they were employed with the nation. And that's how they're earning their money. It's very bothersome to see that route that it has been taken. And I will continue to make that known, and that's just how we are. And we shouldn't be in that fashion. We should have some sort of document that says, here are the projects, here are the new projects, here are the new homes that will be addressed within these districts, within these chapters, within these agencies. Is some sort of document that should be provided to us. So with that, I request my information to be given back to us in written form. Other than that, I will continue to bring this publicly and to make it known that we are running into these problems with these three entities not coming together and sitting down and working for the Navajo people with other things that are happening internally within each of the departments. And for me, it's just very bothersome and sad to see that we are going in this direction again to say, hey, we're going to do this and upgrade the current system, but yet we have so much money coming. And what is it that we need to do regarding contractors as well? What do we have to do on our end? How can we help you to get these contractors set up and involved to doing these water lines? So, thank you very much. Turn back on mute.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable James, for that.
Speaker.
Questions and your comments, and then going on from there. So, colleagues, I do have your in the queue on the lineup here. I have next Honorable Brown, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Yellowhair, then Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Stewart, then Chairman Yazzie. So with that, let me go on to Honorable Brown. The floor is yours.
Speaker. The best sponsor on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. It's a beautiful day out here in the Western Agency. So with that, I have the luxury of meeting with so many people the past 2 weeks. Our Navajo business owners, some of our local thought leaders, our medicine people, our youth, and our elders. And I'm asking them the same question on how we should use some of these funding. Besides, I think in Winderock, we are top heavy. We have a lot of really great ideas and the work that's going on. So to all the departments. And to Jason, first of all, I think you do need staff immediately once we get the funding, maybe some of the CARES Act funding. If the nation, we do see a need for water in every part and corner of the Navajo Nation, starting with our Navajo people's homes, our relatives, all of them. who are lacking water to continue to combat COVID and the different variants that are around us. So water is number one. Council is aware of that. So, and I think council that's something, the first line of business is that Mr. John's department and other water resource, water management, they need the resources, the manpower to execute a lot of these. So, and what I'm really interested in is the plans. I really appreciate this American funding for water related projects. So that is really good. But what I'm really interested in is kind of a breakdown on the different tiers. Maybe the first tier would be the immediate needs, which would be household. So that would be the SDS listing on where that would come in. I know that people, and in order to do that, I know I've been meeting with my chapters and also KN to OEH. And, first of all, we only have one engineer that's there. One of the engineers that we had, a bright individual, had to move back to Gallup area. So we do need engineers. And I've been, and maybe Jason, what is it? And also OEH, I know that we're waiting for someone from IHS to join the call, is to look into, and I've been working with the University of Utah, myself, my LDA, my chapters, and we're looking into, we're looking for Engineers Without Borders. So we'll continue to follow up on, to see what that would look like, on how we can work together, how we can welcome them to the Navajo Nation. And that also includes, I don't know if there's other Navajo-owned engineering companies besides NECA who we can hire. And maybe we can use some of these fundings, the CARES Act funding, to hire these individuals. I know someone texted me early this morning, since the unemployment rate is over 50% on the Navajo Nation, and we do have a lot of our Navajo people to help out in some of these planning. So the second tier that I see would be a lot of the planning stages of what the different projects. So if we take a look back and look at a whole roadmap of what Navajo water looks like, what is tier number 1? What is tier number 2? And then 3. So I'm just writing some ideas down, Tier number 3 would be, 20 years from today, what are the floodplain studies look like? What areas have done that? I know NHA in 2013, they were coming on the nation all over and planning with a consultant out of, I believe, in Scottsdale. So they did fly, I believe, drones and some of the floodplain studies. So this is where also Army Corps of Engineer already have been doing some studies, and I can speak to myself. So we've been working closely with them, Army Corps of Engineer, as well as Soil and Water Conservation, and look at their plan. So there's a lot of these plans that are already existing out there, including private companies from Salt Lake City, Utah, like Brown and Caldwell. I know that they had a meeting last week, and they have their listing as well. So what does that look like? How does that compare with NTUA with under Mr. Kunta's direction? What does that look like? So the other tier would be really looking at the another long term. I think in every area of the Navajo Nation, we need reservoirs. Where would that be? Is that something that we're really interested in? I know in any developed municipality, any developed city, they're always by water. And if they're not, there is a reservoir. Where on Navajo Nation do we have that besides, San Juan River is wonderful for all the communities that have that, and all the way some of these areas. So now these plans, and I'm glad, Jason, that you mentioned the Helchita to Kayenta Waterline project. And I know in 2012, And since then, we've been meeting with Brown and Caldwell, and that actually was not just a Kayenta. We actually we were planning on taking that to Chilchimbito, and then to Rough Rock, and then maybe even mini farms. I think this is the time that we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council will continue to dream big. We need to dream big and taking a water line all the way from San Juan River. And this is where the Utah Navajo Water Settlement comes into play also, and how we can continue to negotiate. And this is where the litigation that's going on within the state of Arizona with Hopi also. And then a different settlement that needs to happen within Little Colorado River and other parts of the nation on this side also. So I'm really happy, and I support in all future developments on the New Mexico water project. So again, immediately meeting with Utah governor as well as Utah leadership and Navajo Utah Commission, we have been talking about Navajo Utah water settlement and building possibly, and I was at Montezuma Creek last week, and wonderful people that I've met there, and they were telling me stories about the river. We saw some people going down fishing, but they were telling me there were farms on the south side of the river, and right now there is a lot of invasive trees, invasive plants that are currently kind of taking over those areas where the farms were. So rehabilitating, and in addition, since the settlement of 250 plus million that's coming, and another 3 from the state of Utah, planning on building a NAPI-2 in San Juan County, Utah, since the water settlement. I did bring this idea to the governor, to Navajo Utah Commission, and that is, again, we're dreaming big. We're thinking 20 years from today. We're thinking as leadership, and anywhere in the world, leadership is responsible in planning 50 years and 100 years from today. And other tribes, they say 7 generations from today is what we should be planning for. How many generations are we currently planning for? We have a great opportunity for some of the current CARES Act funding that's sitting there. We have this coming funding that's coming that have a possible deadline of December 31st, 2024. We do have NHA dollars, over close to $50 million that's going to be coming. CHID and HUD dollars. IHS is getting over $6 billion. So again, this is the only time, looking back at history, the only time that, again, Indian country and Navajo Nation has received so much money. And then we need some really good plans. So the immediate would be the potable water to our Navajo people, and sewage. So what comes in has to go out. So I'm really interested in that, in these plans on the different tiers on what that would look like, and really employing our Navajo people during this process. We need people to drive around stuff, to help plan and really inspire our Navajo people during this pandemic, because, a lot of the depression, anxiety has gone up, domestic violence, alcoholism, drug use, and we don't know the stats on human trafficking. So, and again, everything seems to circle back to water. Adoshin, Jordaneni, Clinic, Hodison, the Halonla, Edashin, Kodor Tebeda, Dil, John de Sanitla, Eaja Togian, Sahat Bach and Hat Beda Ad late Sarahotsan, then Yahosh Kate, did Ada dot Lisa no. Eda Bitch, the Kach, Eda Bitnada, the Gaten, Bitch, Hada dot Nisnin, Asia Hada dot Nislita, Vacain, the Kach. The Toy Bishop, the Halon, but so this in the Halon Kid Nenny, Lenny Argent, Shade the Arja be Ehestenda, or what Ashes Hanne, or what Asens I by Yashke. A call Ishin Bansi case or less the article, the Navajo Nation Water Roadmap, and then bringing Navajo Water Commission. We still have a genius in water on the Navajo Nation, who's been working, Mr. Pollock. And we have a wonderful resource there that I think Navajo Nation has, and we have access to that, including our medicine people and our Navajo-owned companies, NECA. And then finally, NTUA, if you could also, and then others, I don't know if it's a policy part, but I know when I've been meeting with small companies here, our Navajo-owned companies that do sewage, cleaning that, they actually do not have on Navajo anywhere to dump the sewer that they clean from the homes. So if NTUA, if we can work together in making that possible, because it is after all, it is Navajo Nation dollars, it is Navajo money. So Navajo-owned companies should have the capacity, and they have every right to dump it there without being charged. We need to support them. So give our incentives to our Navajo-owned companies. Let's bring them back. Let's put them to work. Let's work with them. So I'm looking for those plans, Speaker Adesanya. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, with those comments and to NTUA and to also Water Management Branch. Let me move on down to Honorable Otto So. Honorable So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me too?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
So it looks like everybody's going to get on a whole new bandwagon and do something different. We already have a template that's in place, which we had the Title V money come through. And I think we just need to move forward with the projects that we didn't, that didn't meet the deadlines, and pick up from there and fund all those projects. And then that the upcoming projects that NTUA and IHS and have brought forth, because a lot of what Indian Health Services brings through is based off of the feasibility studies and what is economically feasible. Because if you extend one water line for a half a mile for one, extend a water line for a half a mile for one or two homes, you'll end up having stagnated water. And wish we could extend to every household, but there's some households that are not feasible due to the maybe dilapidated home, maybe there's no foundation in that structure. So when you build a foundation in addition that the home structure that doesn't have a foundation, you're gonna have a liability there. I think that is the plan that we need to move forward, and then look at the bulk water line projects that Jason John's office is processing, because those are very, very important, as well as NTUA's recommendation. And the other thing too is what I have here is infrastructure upgrades. Existing infrastructures that were put in the late 60s on the Navajo Nation. There's sewer lines that were built with clay pipe, which are collapsing. I know it's going on into the city because NTUA and Indian Health Service had replaced a section of collapsed pipe, and so that people are continuing to be connected to the main sewer line. The other is the BC water line, the asbestos pipe that were installed in the early 80s, or in the late 69, late 60s. They're in the same way too. So those infrastructure has a timeline of their durability. And if it's going on in Tuba City, I'm sure it's going on in Kayenta, Chinle, Fort Defiance, Winter Rock, Crown Point, Shiprock. So the other thing is that I guess we really need to make sure that even though Jason's office is saying, "Oh, we can do this, we can do that," and NTUA says we can do this, we can do that, but is our executive branch planning? We should have their staff members on this call. I hear the delegates indicating we don't want to have the bickering with what happened with CARES Act. This is where we should be at the table, and not trying to get somebody over. Like right now, Indian Health Service is not on the line. OEH is not on the line. So OYO, I'm sure they got ample time to get on and so forth, but they're not on here. And we're talking about the nation's water, their infrastructure, and Halit Ela Onsen. Only 2 years as Owen, like what Honorable Paul Begay indicated, 2 years is not enough time, and time that's just going to come and go. So I don't hear the word equity. I wish that was the what everybody stood by, even by roads. Throughout our communities. So I don't Jason, I really hope that you have the rundown and breakdown of issues pertaining to the lands that were impacted by the Navajo-Hopi Indian Relocation or Navajo-Hopi Land Settlement Act. Alcohol, we advise that that you keep us in your plan. We shouldn't be asking you to put issues pertaining to Navajo-Hopi Indian Relocation or Navajo-Hopi Land Settlement Act. These projects should automatically be on there because you have the community of Nahat-Atzli that it affects. You have the community of Navajo partition land. You have the communities that are affected by the former Bennett Freeze. We shouldn't be saying, Jason, put this in there, put this project in there. It's pertaining to MPL or pertaining to Nahat Atzli or former Bennett Freeze area. You should already know that we need to address that area. Where are we in your plan? You've been working for the nation for so many years. Alcohol, as leadership, we advise that you put us in the cards, in your playing cards there. Put us in there. Don't push us out. It's always been like that. And that's the same way with transportation. And even what is the plan for us, Jason? How are you going to help revitalize the lands that were affected by the Navajo Hopi Indian relocation settlement in this American Rescue Plan? How are you going to rescue those families? How are you going to rescue that family that don't have water in north of Preston, south of Preston Mesa, the Nexos? How are you going to get them water? How are you going to get them infrastructure? That's what I'm looking at. How are you going to try to get water to that home? Indian Health Services. NTUA. Through the CARES Act. You seek to reach out as much as you can, but time wasn't on your side, and yes, funding had to be diverted to the hardship fund, but it's okay. But you got some people served, and NTUA, whether it's in water or broadband, the dark areas.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, let me go to Honorable Yellowhair, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Hello, Yate. Good afternoon. I'll share. Good afternoon, Yate. She Jimmy Yellow here. She had to represented Black-based Forest Lake, Whippoorwill, and Pinion and Hard Rock area. Atlanta, the hospital, the crew was in Atlanta. And I joined 23rd Councilman for the last of November 2022. Now, 2018, I joined the 23rd Councilman. So I never started the other councilman. As a councilman, I bring this road H31, the road we needed on Black Mesa. Anyway, today I talk about it. Because I talk about the problem I have right now, water line. IHS is kind of really slow. I have problems with IHS. And the many water line project can be done. But according to IHS, that we cannot work on this year on water line project in 2021. We're going to have to wait for 2022. These are some existing problems we have. There's another add-on water line project. They call it the Robbie Water Line project right there above Pinion, between Pinion and Forest Lake. There's another one, new one coming up right now. It's going to be in the process of legislation called it Sleeping Water Line project too. These projects all needs to be implemented. I thought it was because even I see Cooperative there's all Jason John, I know you have a lot of water money available. Your business are using $5 billion to lend. Some more monies are available. I want this project to be implemented for the Black Mesa area. If we do this year, next year, we will probably going to make water line connection for the housing hook on close to 200 houses. Every cutting CI is other those are not either other Obahan need to have new by people toward those total no let's make it to the point of a non and always make direct attention to bring forth before 24 councilmen. Even let's do it, let's take care of this project because this care act money was available. The problem we had was only 12 months or a 10 months project. Our minimum water line project can't fit because the duration is just too short. I saw 100 base bus. On the that's not how they lost link. I think it's not more link about how they talk. That was the issue I have is on this one. I do respect that one. Because the Kuchinan American Rescue Plan Act, package into the shots. What is all the term conditions related to this? It is from body brother Mr. Cordell Shorty. It is so the state studied that one. So if this project this one can use for my water project for Black Mesa area. If couldn't I see unlawful cost is lawful cost or lawful cost. It rabbi it so can the joy now she be the it for you to tell you to Jimmy Shinatani to form councilman. That's right. So if the potential ends the next case in the Jimmy the event this equity no it is all basic 8 out of 10 a project and as equity to need us. We've got to have a project in place in order to meet our needs. Where does that priority start? I think Mr. Nick Brown talk about it. My project is ready, but IHS is in the way. But I only wish Rosa So should be on the line. Listen to this. We need to move on, or IHS still drinking coffee. I think that's a great deal of success. I couldn't see this part of us on it. Probably that's on the city, the Kahaya for the Shinani City. But they make on the car teacher. I don't buy it, kilo less. Not only I think I need to but this time it's not like care equity. Once about kilo like Only speaker, Damon, thank you very much. I don't if you not find out to Jim Barane, Kona Lan, Sone, they got straight about it. It's here now, totally. Go back on mute now. Thank you, speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yell here. With that, let me go back to Mr. Jason John and then to Mr. Rex Kuntz. Honorable Yell here, can you put your phone on mute? Thank you. Mr. Jason John, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Delegate Kiel and Begay asked if the Bureau of Reclamation was going back to ask for more money for the shortfall for Navajo-Gallup. The answer is no. The federal agencies are prohibited from lobbying Congress for funding. The current budget ceiling for Navajo-Gallup was established by the Water Rights Settlement Agreement between the Navajo Nation and the United States, as well as the state of New Mexico. So any funding request has to come from the Navajo Nation and its lobbyists to get additional funding above the budget ceiling. So that's the response to if the Bureau of Reclamation was going to request more monies, but they can't. The bathroom additions is work that is typically coordinated between the chapters and the community development division of community development, and they were I guess wondering why they were not part of the water discussion today, because they are part of the one of the programs that are part of the bathroom additions and electrical power line extensions during the CARES Act and on a year-to-year basis. And they are also a key player in getting chapter input to a lot of these projects. So they didn't understand why they were not included in today's discussion. And then Delegate So asked about the Sand Springs water line, and I am following. I did send an email as a follow-up to our engineering firm to ask about those plans and if they could be included in this package. But I think it's good to reiterate the roles and responsibilities of NTUA, IHS, and water resources. Many of the concerns about water lines to homes, bathroom additions, those have been really projects that have been part of IHS's mission to provide water to Navajo families. Water resources and NTUA have really left those tasks with IHS to determine the number of homes, the location of homes that need water service, and develop those project listings. NTUA water resources, we don't really have access to those data sets that IHS has on the homes that need water. We understand the frustration that many families have when it comes to needing water in their homes, as well as bathroom additions and plumbing. But throughout most of the history of water development on Navajo, that has been left to IHS, and the bathroom additions were part of the chapters and the Division of Community Development to try to work out, to try to insert water resources and NTUA into those roles. It can be done to some extent, but it's a bit, it's not something that we normally do. So this water line to Sand Springs, since we're going to be tapping into an NTUA system, we have to get NTUA on board to extend this water line. And to my knowledge, it's okay to do it, but there is a formal process to get NTUA to accept the operation and maintenance once a water line is built that connects into their existing system. Those are typically done with memorandums of agreement for those things. And I think NTUA did provide some unit costs for septic systems as well. And I think to some extent NTUA, they can answer these questions, but they've been trying to step into the role of trying to serve homes near existing water systems. But they do coordinate that information with IHS. Delegate Crotty was asking some details about the administrative process, about how we were going to process contracts and agreements, whether we would use emergency procurement or not. Those things are have to be approved by the Department of Justice and the Office of Controller. Water Resources has no issue with trying to make that request, but the approval resides with the Department of Justice and the Office of Controller, based on the justification that is in the memo. There was a question if we would request some assistance from Army Corps of Engineers. I did reach out to them during the CARES Act. They wanted some upfront money to assist Water Resources with some of the cistern projects. And that was going to be a disallowed cost from the CARES Act. So, and then they said they wouldn't complete that process until probably after December. And that would have missed another deadline within the CARES Act that was known at that time in November. But we can definitely re-engage Army Corps to see what types of assistance they might be able to provide for the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Delegate James has expressed his continued frustration with Water Resources, NTUA, and IHS about local residents not being connected to water systems, even though the water is being developed near their homes. This is not only occurring in Ganado, it could be occurring out at Loop, out at Copper Mine, Botaway Gap. There are projects out there that need to show that there is a water supply before a project is constructed. And many times, because Water Resources and NTUA, we do the longer term planning, we tend to try to develop water supplies ahead of water systems to show that the water is there. And when we try to bring in the local needs of the residents nearby the water supply, there's a delay in the ability of IHS to plan water system extensions for the local families. I do not have a solution to that because we're different agencies. We cannot force IHS to develop the local water supplies and at the same time as regional projects are being built. The only way to do that would be to try to have Water Resources or NTUA take away IHS projects to try to serve those local families at the same time that water supplies are being developed. But that is where the issue resides, is just the timing and the authority on who's doing what projects in those local areas. But it does need some more discussion, because this is not the last time we're going to hear about these types of concerns. Delegate Brown was looking at, I guess he talked about a lot of things about staffing, about ongoing work by different agencies. We have been trying to collaborate with NHA for over a decade about floodplain work. At the last response we got from NHA was they could not share their floodplain data with us because of liability concerns. That was my ultimate understanding of why they would not provide the back data for floodplain delineation. So we have been working with the Army Corps of Engineers for the last 15 years to try to recreate a lot of what NHA had already done for some of these communities. And then we, right now we do have an appraisal level study to get San Juan River water to Kayenta. We do not have a study to get it all the way to mini farms. It is basically going to be all uphill. As you know, the water flows down Chinle Wash from south to north. And what we're talking about here is a plan to bring the water back uphill to Kayenta and then possibly over to Chimbote and mini farms. And that's going to cost a lot more money. And the O&M costs will be a lot higher. Those types of projects, we have to coordinate very closely with NTUA about the pre-planning cost estimates on how much it's going to cost to operate something like that, because a lot of Navajo families cannot afford to have higher costs of water and electricity, but projects like this can will either need to be subsidized by the Navajo Nation for decades, or it will have to come at a higher rate for Navajo families to pay for water. Delegate So was talking about the need for water resources to take on the planning water development in lands acquired through the Navajo-Hopi Land Settlement Act. We can do our best to try to incorporate the planning of additional lands acquired through the Navajo-Hopi Land Settlement Act, but our staffing remains the same. So we're just kind of spreading more people to cover more area. And that will possibly result in some delays in other planning needs in other chapters, but that's already an ongoing issue as it is. We're just not able to keep up with what we have on our plate right now, but we'll continue to try to meet these needs for other areas as well. Delegate Yella here continues to express his frustration with the delays in the mini mills project. We have money for more phases for mini mills that's currently sitting within the Office of Controller from the Infrastructure Committee for the Peabody lease area. Yeah, it's not something that I have control over to make the design and the clearances that IHS is coordinating to go much faster, because they are also at capacity with their limited staffing for projects. So I don't have a solution on how to address the short staffing that IHS has in further engineering and planning section. So that's all I've seen as far as questions. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Let me turn it over to Mr. Kuntz. Rex, floor is yours. Rosh, if you're going to add on to as well, the floor is open.
Sure. This is Rex. Thanks again, Navajo Nation Council and Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Jason covered a lot of things. a lot of the issues that we come across and the challenges have to do with the actual feasibility or physical configuration of some locations to be able to receive service. I just got a email from Honorable Begay regarding wastewater possibility in mini farms area, and that main issue there is going to be finding a location physically that will work, that wastewater can flow to, and then getting the right of way. And that's always a big challenge, is getting people to release property, which kind of falls into the answer to Honorable James' comments. We've been trying for a couple of years now to get property to be able to expand the wastewater system in the Ganado, town of Ganado, and we've had a lot of difficulty getting enough land to do the expansion. You can put more water into the community, but you got to have a way to digest it. So if you bring water in, you got to have a way to get water out. And we've run into more restrictions with clearances. Archaeological site that's going to restrict the land again, and so we're back to ground zero looking for space. We had a space selected. We could not get the community to release that space. So we're going to try again, but we need that kind of support and understanding from everyone, because we run across those challenges. Those are not at NTUA's option or opinion. It's the process of acquiring land on Navajo, and there's difficulties there. With regard to the feasibility, Honorable Otto did mention several things there about trying to rebuild old system, and we are working systematically through that as much as our customers can afford. These types of funding do give you opportunity to do more of that. He also mentioned the stagnation of water. It's not just as simple as running the water line across open territory and trying to get to a home. The water has to be able to cycle and turn over in a reasonable rate to keep the water from stagnating. The disinfection protects it for a period of time, and so there's got to be some turnover. But I think everyone here is starting to understand and embrace a little bit the concept of cisterns, where you can put a tanker there. You know, the homeowner still has to haul water, but it gives them the ability to use their internal plumbing and the ability to pull water into the house in a larger volume, so they can get some reasonable semblance to normal service. So those things are all options. Some of the projects are in the IHS system. Many of these homes are actually funded, but their process just takes a long time. They're saying 4 to 5 years. Some are going beyond that now, and it's a little frustrating when a customer is told that there's actually money in the bank to serve them, but it's years down the road before construction happens. So we're starting to get a lot of those homes being referred to us, and the unfortunate part is we don't have $86,121 in the bank to serve these people. So we have to look for opportunities with funding, grants, and whatnot, and get a handful of people served. Our CARES Act provided some dollars where we could step that up and get more homes done. And once we had possession of the money, we were able to serve homes relatively quickly. There were certain projects that were added on CARES Act by delegates, and for the most part, many of them, and you also as council and Mr. Speaker, had us on those calls, and you asked on some of the viability of those and the feasibility of them. And for the ones that we were able to look at and comment, we were able to support whether those projects were feasible or not. I remember Delegate Smith had a project that needed a power line, and we were texting, with our technical staff while the meeting was going on, and confirmed that it was possible to get that project served. Delegate Daniel So as well had a water line project. I think that was one that came up here. And based on the number of customers and the distance, we felt it was a supportable project, and we gave our support. If that project hasn't been built, I'm a little surprised and disappointed that it didn't get built from the NTUA standpoint. And I hope in the background NTUA is not being blamed for giving the okay, because we gave the okay up front before it was funded, that it was a possible project. So those are all probably just issues of miscommunication. It was a very fast pace with CARES Act, and we may not have been able to get through some of those conversations. Some of the wells that we were able to drill, we got the well drilled, we got it finished, we got it tested to show that it could produce water. In the ARPA plan, if you look at the detail, some of those wells that we drill still have to have a pump house plumbing installed in order to connect it to the system and move water into the system. As far as those homes that are funded by IHS but are awaiting scheduling of construction, the long wait for construction, I guess that's a question that I bring before you all as Navajo Nation Council. Those are projects that under public law 86-121, the federal government has the responsibility and the charge to build those projects and to get them constructed. And they have the funding to back that up. Do we want to take Navajo Nation allocation of funding and start performing the federal government's function? And if we feel that it just has to happen to get those services there quicker, that's a question that is posed. We've hesitated on our side because we feel like it's their responsibility by public law that they're supposed to provide those services, and they have the funding to do it. I know Jason mentioned projects where the Navajo-Gallup and the water settlements are short on dollars, and there's differences of opinion. Some people have the opinion that the federal government needs to step up and finish what they agreed to. They have a settlement that says they're supposed to provide the facilities to deliver that water to Navajo. That water belongs to Navajo, and Navajo has an agreement with the federal government to deliver that water. And so do we want to make up the shortfall for what the federal government committed to? Those are just questions that I think leadership has to look at. In the end, the total number of projects that are being requested, it's a huge number. So something's going to have to drop off. But those are some things that I think should be considered as far as what projects the nation does fund, and which ones there's a federal government source and responsibility. Maybe those should be left in their hands, and there should be some push by the nation to get them to finish what their responsibilities are and their commitments are. It's unfortunate. During the first Siahasan dollars, those that were around remember that the nation gave IHS $79 million to put services to homes. They showed up for the first required reporting, and as far as I know, they never came back. I have never seen a report as to what they did with those dollars. Maybe the nations received that report, but I've never seen it in any of the update meetings. NTUA is not perfect. We work to try to get done what we can with our resources, but but we do show up. We always show up for the meetings. We always show up with our report. After hours, weekends, holidays, whatever you need, we have somebody there. And I think it's unfortunate that we have federal agents that are given a responsibility by law, and they don't even show up for the meeting. And I don't want to get on the bandwagon of bashing IHS, but it's very difficult to coordinate when you can't get attendance or participation. And we're doing what we can to reach out to them, and we'll continue to do that. We're not going to give up. But something has to change in that particular machine because it doesn't work and it's getting slower. But that's another issue. We're ready to try to get some projects done within whatever financial limitations we have, and I think we tried to outline where we feel there are resource needs, not just within NTUA. We're not asking the nation to fund our resource needs. We're already moving forward hiring people, but we do know that those people that we have to get clearances for need help and assistance, and we will provide data that we collected for you all to consider in ramping up the capacities in those review agencies so that we can get through these projects as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rex. And thank you very much for the response. Let me move on down back to the floor. I have Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Oh. Can you hear me? Speaker. Hello?
Yes, yes.
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Speaker, thank you, members of the council. And then to our presenters from NTUA and from Mr. Jason John, I'll just make mine real quick, just to comment to my colleagues. A couple weeks ago, we drafted a legislation, and with all due respect, Mr. Cook, I thought you were going to mention this, but I know you have a lot on your mind. But my colleagues, we drafted a legislation, and that legislation is geared toward IHS, not the medical department, but up in the Virginia department, which we're talking about, this water issue. How it all started is that I know my colleagues, I heard them saying that there's many of their members that are waiting for water, but they're just waiting for the approval of IHS in that area. And so we presented before RDC. I know Theru has 7 individuals that have been waiting for water almost 5 years. And the water line is just maybe 10 feet to 20 feet of NTUA. NTUA wants to get the water hooked up, but it's the process that I've been hearing. So I'm just hoping that we went before Resource Committee, and the committee went ahead and said that we're going to go on a work session with the legislation, which I was really good with. And so we'll be talking about this again. Once the approval of RDC, then it goes to NABI, and this is where I need your help, my colleagues. And once it goes before NABI, it's pretty much asking the IHS department to step on the gas pedal, and let's get this done by then. Hopefully, the funding from DC will be coming and be in our bank. And that way, all of us, the council, NTUA, and with the help of IHS, we can get this complete and get water lines hooked up to people who have been waiting for years and years. So that's all I wanted to mention. Just vote green. I don't have the legislation number, but when it comes to NABI colleagues, I ask for your support. Speaker, sir.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles News.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. That, Madam Chair Charles Liu, and I'll put you in the queue. Let me go to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Ja, das ist
Oh.
okay. Okay. So so. Now the desk is also the hardest. But the gun out there, Mr. Rex. So I'll try to polish up my English. Well, I will start with a question to Johnson John first before I go on. Page 29, strategy agreements. The Navajo Nation Department of Water Resource is responsible for managing all waters on the Navajo Nation. AD agreement. Middle-dated, we're in between two eternities. Where they yarded on his bars and what they yard on his bars, but we're all going forward. As water, what I understand as a grading company for all these years, the IHS has the material that they, for so many houses that's approved every year. And then the NTUA, it moves the water, I understand, across the Navajo Nation. So they can get paid. And then I understand the water resource is the one that is manage the water on the Navajo Nation. That he's the main source as water for as of now. In regards to what some of these 638 contracts, we see that don't really look at what the water resource are approving of with their contracts with the government. So in that respect, I don't really know much about what the agreement is. It might say something like Mr. Eugene So shouldn't get water on the contract, and maybe that's the reason why I'm not getting the water. But the contract, we don't look at it. No, we don't really look at it. We don't see it. So in that regard, it's kind of really difficult to try to get on one bandwagon and try to help the people that are really in need. That are really in need why these laws were made in Congress and how these monies are sent forward onto the nation. And those laws, those regulations needs to be revisited sometimes because we don't know what it says, how to use the water sometimes. The same goes with housing, etc. All the 6 to 8 contracts. Now, my main focus on is to keep water on the Navajo Nation. That's my 100-year project. What I believe is the time when we had pandemic in the 40s or 30s, they had CCC, they called them, that made all these water catchments across the valley. To keep water on the ground, to go back upstream when it's raining, all fills up and then goes forward slowly into these earthen dams. And by these earthen dams, along the way somewhere, there's a windmill. That windmill, the pipe reaches the water table. So that's how the water is supposed to be kept on the Navajo Nation. But these kind of planning has went away somewhere along the way. We just want temporary things in a hurry. So that plan should have been really good by now. We would have been loaded with water. All our water tables should have been all full. But that's not the case now because that's where the problem is. But somehow we had to move that project back up because we want to keep the water on the Navajo Nation. Now, when we asked
when the money comes in from IHS for these materials, the people apply for it. Then from there, I guess, I think it goes to NTUA. That's my question. If it goes to them and try to run these water, because from IHS, when I was a grazing committee, I don't know how many times, so many thousands of people I have signed up for to get their water into their house. So we had to get those clearance, permits or grazing land use permits or home site leases. Those are some of the things that we had to look up before any clearance is done. So all the way I always think is the 78 grazing companies across the Navajo Nation, the one that made up the whole reservation and the whole water line, etc. They're the one that's building with their signature for their clearance, doing the clearance. So that's how it was working. So we have projects here in Chinle on the Spider Rock area, and we had to do some waiving because at that time Resource Committee made a moratorium that nothing should be built so many thousand, I think it was 1,000 feet of the rim. So all that kind of blocked the whole people's water. It was hard to get the water for these people. So when they waived it, we got some people that got connected. So we have that situation with our own laws that blocks people what they need. Like this situation, where moratorium was made that took away a lot of people's rights to have a house or have a right to have a restroom, water running. So these are some of the situations I think the council should really consider and look at, because all that money is there sometimes. We can't use it because all these laws is blocking it. And I think that's our job as a council delegate to look at all these laws. And that's how the old teaching of the grandparents. These are kind of the things that needs to be considered. But these days, we just talk about the issues out there, all the fruit that has fallen and nobody picks it up. It's just rotten. Sometimes I see it that way. It will be there all the time. Nobody is taking care of the tree or picking the tree for the right time when it's ripe. So these are some of the things that needs to be considered with regards to lawmaking. So that's the problem I always see with all these money coming down the Congress, already debated on over there, how it's going to be used. It's already earmarked. And then we over here on the reservation, we talk away till midnight trying to figure out. So we need those, what I really need to hear is the laws that which benefit the people that was made when Congress debated on how that money is going to be used, where it's going to be used. I wanted to see it in writing, how to use it. And that's what we should be. If there's something wrong with it, maybe the next time, sometime in the future, we need to visit that law that's hindering our people to getting that money. So those are some of the issues we need to really consider and start thinking about, because those are what we're elected for, to get laws out of the way that would not benefit our people on the Navajo Nation. I'm sorry to hit a nerve somewhere with some of us. Like me, I always hit a nerve on myself. It always hurt here and there. So, I should say, dear, thanks for giving me a little bit of a time, but I would like to ask for another time later on during the day. Midnight is all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay going twice. Honorable Elmer Begay going 3 times. That, moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Shahat Sala, Speaker, Chair, Auto, when he Naabik'íyáti Committee. This morning, water projects they need. Case this morning's presentation NTUA do IHS the water resources development that report that law. Committees not not all highlight review and recommendations with the standing committee. And I know that with RDC, Resource Development Committee, I know that's one thing that we could probably do. Mr. Key Alamigay this morning, chapter input, so could also be done from the chapters, highlight water projects, water resources in the because a lot of the homes, they do need water. So we have not only that, but we also have new homes coming into communities, modular homes that the mobile homes that and they need water hookups too. That's the link through the last funding that we received, the CARES funding. Of course, Asian deep there's not and NTUA has mentioned those projects prior. And they were working on that too. But we do have some employees from all of these departments and these divisions that were in contact or have were affected by COVID. So that really pulled back a lot of our projects, not only us as Navajo Nation, but nationwide. Throughout the United States, pandemic, a lot of things were slowed down. From here on, with this water, this water projects that we're talking about today, Asian Resource Development Committee, and then see what they can do. Not only that, but also with these three divisions. We have economic development, and we have the Net Chamber of Commerce. We have our enterprise, the construction teams, water construction people, Navajo economy, to reestablish our economy so that we can bring back our Navajo people to work. Through that, through this effort, we can work with these contractors to employ back our Navajo people so they come home to work from home for the next 2 or 3 years, because this funding is for that purpose, 2 or 3 years down the road. That's what we're looking at. It's not going to be spent right away, but we can use it in that way to look at it as well. And I think this is just one area that a couple of areas rather, that I want to share in working with that and bringing these. I know that through Resource Development Committee, we are bringing back these individuals, the enterprises and the Chamber of Commerce and Division of Economic Development back to the table to see what we can do as far as planning in the future. So that's what I wanted to share thus far, Chair Shatsila. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much to Honorable Stewart for those comments and recommendations as well. As well to all my colleagues.
Speaker,
if you're
I'm back on the line.
You're joining us just now. This is a Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session via telecommunications. Today's date from Monday, April 5th, 2021. We are discussing the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We are on our first work session that's scheduled throughout the month of April. And the work sessions that we're discussing right now, or the topic right now that we've heard, is from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Tribal Utility Authority regarding a bigger bulk water and regional project water ideas, and that's a recommendation from both of the organizations. I do believe that IHS will be on the line later on, but I just want to say thank you everyone for listening in right now. This is the first of many work sessions that we're looking to have, and taking suggestions from my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee so we can put a rather elaborate plan and recommendations moving forward, whether those plans include more of us getting the agencies involved, or whether more Navajo Nation departments are coming together for that comprehensive plan, recommendations like ideas of working together with federal resources like the Army Corps of Engineers, and then also moving together to making sure that there's options available for better distribution, not only for projects, but how we're going to get there and how we're going to shore up the critical thinking minds of what we have internally with the internal process that needs to be fixed. And really trying to get those things ready as quickly as possible so we can get these pipes in the ground and water delivered. So I think that's where we're at right now in discussing this, colleagues, and really trying to address. We haven't got to the power portion of today's presentation. I just want to do an overcap right now. The time is 1 p.m.
Speaker.
I do have, hold on, Honorable Brigade. I was calling on you earlier. We didn't hear from you. I have Honorable Elmer Brigade and Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Vice Chair Walker in the queue at this time. So Honorable Elmer Brigade, let me go back to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry that I was on the line with having a meeting with veterans here. So, but going straight to the question, I wanted to ask water resource to let Mr. Jason John. I know that I wanted to know that how much, how are you working with the chapters, building the communities and their planning. I know that if there are no coordination between the chapter and the water resource department, what they're planning on, I think we will continue to have the low density on the scatter of growth. So I think I don't know how the relationship with the chapters are. I think we need to involve the chapters, how they have their plans available. When is anybody going to see chapters plan? So that's my question. And the other one is from NTUA. I didn't hear anything about supporting the Navajo business contractors and in this expenditure of ARP, which is funded by the federal. We need NTA, NECA, and water resource, IHS, and BIA. To how we can help the Navajo contractors. I think they do a tremendous job, and then I think they do a very good, excellent job too for the people too. They know their place. They know their areas. Just like, for example, that if these contractors that came to the .com here, for building this the medical center, they don't know where to get the water. They don't know. They came over here and starting to share with the people that has a lot of water, the windmill that they have, and a water pump that was supporting the District 7 people that house water. And they start using the water. And they by last summer, there's no water here, and they were limited. So I think these contractors don't know about the water scatter out in Dalcon area. So I think where we should enterprises, since you're here, and then I think we need to start sharing that funds with the Navajo contractors. How can we do it? I didn't see no plans on it. They're the ones that were out there doing they were working 24/7 mostly on the weekends too. And I know that the employees of the NTUA, IHS, NECA, and they only work up to 8 to 5, but these guys were running around, that they were hauling their rig around, backhoe, and throughout the evening they come back, and they did a lot of good work for the people. So I think I don't know. I didn't hear anything about the plans how we can support the Navajo business owners.
So that's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Gray. That, moving on down, let me go to Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Coons and Mr. Johns, I did send you an email, and I'm just going to read straight from the email because these are my questions. First, I want to thank you both for your presentations today and the documents that you provided. I want to comment that I understand the importance of water, and like my colleagues, I too believe that all homes on the Navajo Nation should have running water. However, I also understand that there are so many obstacles in place that deter these projects from getting completed. In order for me to understand the full spectrum of what this project will entail, I'd like to ask just a few questions. To Mr. John, the document that you sent that's titled American Funding for Water-Related Projects, you mentioned in the document that, quote, very few projects can be considered shovel-ready unless the Navajo Nation can replace already funded projects with ARP funds. Otherwise, the pre-construction work can take up to 2.5 years to get projects shovel-ready. There's always confusion about what shovel-ready is. I know that DCD has provided a DOJ opinion on what this matter means regarding projects that DCD is responsible for. I also know that Department of Public Safety also has stated what shovel-ready is to them. Can you share with me what Water Resources' definition of shovel-ready, what that is? And then can you also identify which projects on the water-related projects document that you provided to us is actually shovel-ready? I want to know what we at Council can do to assist to move these projects along. Last, if you can share with me kind of a check-off list that is used for projects that need to be completed in order to get it to the shovel-ready status. I think that that would help us at Council in seeing the overall pictures with which projects ready to go, which ones are shovel ready. And then in addition to that, I did not include that in my email request, but if you could also identify which of the shovel ready projects are ready to go and what they're being funded by. Because I think that if funds can be used, if ARPA funds can be used for these projects, I think it's a good idea for us to know, originally where the funds were being pulled from to get these projects to shovel ready and to get them to move forward. And Mr. Cruden, I know the NTUA recently released information on Facebook regarding water and wastewater services. I shared that information on my Facebook page, and I know that I'm getting a lot of people who are texting me telling me that they went down to NTUA, they filled out the applications. Can you tell me, was this post created to collect information on what is needed out there so NTUA could ask for ARPA funds? If so, is NTUA planning to meet with delegates to discuss what projects are being proposed using ARPA funds? How many homes in our areas will be connected to water? Sorry, I have a typo there in my email. And when will the updated list be provided to council? And then in regards to the spreadsheet that you sent us, you provided a list of projects for year 1, year 2, and year 3. Are these funds you are seeking, or are they just sharing information? So I guess I'm just asking basically, are you asking for the funds, to prepare us for ARPA, or are you just sharing the information to let us know that currently this is what you have on your project listing for year 1, year 2, and year 3? Can you provide a project priority so the council is aware of those projects? So based on the information that you provided to us from those documents, can you tell us which projects you consider to be priorities and which ones are ready to go, so that way we know that those projects are set and ready to go, and the ARPA funds could be used for those particular projects? And can you tell me what this question has already been asked already, but can you tell me what subcontractors you will be working with to complete these projects? I believe you mentioned NECA, and I know that NTUA would need to send out an RFQ, but do you have a list of subcontractors you can work with? I'm asking this question to encourage using a Navajo workforce because so many of our Navajo people are without jobs. Again, I did send this email to you. If I could get these questions answered in writing for my record, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Charleston, sorry. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, I put you back in the queue. So is Honorable Keelan Begay. So with that, Vice Chair Walker, then Madam Chair Amber Crowdy, then Honorable Keelan Begay. Madam Chair, our Honorable Vice Chair Walker at this time. Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, can you hear me?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay. Vice Chair Walker going once. Vice Chair Walker going twice. Vice Chair Walker going 3 times. Yeah, let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crowdy.
Speakers, Vice Chair Smith, put me in the queue, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crowdy. I'm just going to yield my time to hear the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, put you in the queue. Che, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, Shanta. Che. Could going back to the initial statement and comment that given Nachiko. I know the council is and the programs are beginning to work on probably consolidating each and every projects that's being presented. But my specific request is that the programs have reached out to each of the chapters. That way, we advocate and support the input and recommendation by the chapters. And this goes back to some of the ICP project listing that the Division Community Development pressed the chapters to list the wind system. What comes with the community land use plan. According to chapters, no. Chapters. But when it comes to actual funding to be realized, only from the local wind level, chapters behind to some extent. Each of the delegates, region, and chapters, maybe requests on trying to coordinate OSA and the office speaker, maybe have each of the programs that's going to be presenting that how have they reached out to each of the chapters in relations to the projects or proposals that they're working on. how each of the chapters projects is being incorporated based on the wind system, based on the projects that's been worked on. Akoko 8A speaker. That way we really don't could the not that that's only and I'm not saying that we are, but that will be the point when there's only limited funding available. Chapters been that is just chapters you daily they'll be commended for doing that. But a lot of times the specific, the water line, the power line, even the broadband. Is always an issue of the right of way and selecting of land. Then you turn around chapters, if they should select a land, just like the water flow, the gravity. I mean, I'm sure that the chapters will say that, okay, what's your engineering experience of the best location that we need to select or secure land? If not, if the NTUA or anybody else that's going to do development at the chapter level, and if the chapter didn't secure the right location without any involvement by the maybe NTUA or others, then they'll just say, well, this is not the good location. This is not the prime location. Right of way so I believe that whatever projects that each chapters are beginning or are working on, I believe that it needs to come directly from each of these programs. Just like, for example, broadband, and then that's what I'm waiting to hear. Maybe I think it's on Wednesday. Almost a month ago, I sent the chapters, all of the 5 chapters that I represent, sent a chapter resolution asking for an engineered assessment of where is the best locations if there needs to be expansion of broadband within the chapter, and how can we continue to work with the neighboring chapters to coordinate. But as of today, I, as the delegate that sent a memo on behalf of the chapters, have not received any response yet. And this was directly sent to NTUA and Cellular One. But unless if they've made contact with the local chapters, the chapter hasn't provided me an update yet. So, Speaker, I think that each of the program that wants certain fundings from this ARP, that they should really work with the agency and the local chapter. Called Ecuador, the Naabik'íyáti at the local level, and I sincerely believe that this time around that they should be at the forefront in taking the lead in advocating on behalf of each of the 110 chapters. Based on chapter resolution with chapter officials and any other at the local level have forward these requests. And then on the water line, they have a system that's called economic impact or something like that. It's not feasible economically. Just because that there's one household and this water line extension is going to be almost over 3 miles. there's got to be more homes in that area just so that we run water line. No, what's the purpose of saying that if IHS or NTUA or whoever wants to run the water line, and we advocate to say that, well, we need water, no, but yet today we don't show or don't say that, well, yes, we got the funding, but it's not feasible because there's only one household or one house located more than 3 miles. So I think those are some factors that some decision making needs to be resolved. Although about last week, I sent an email to the IHS and Dr. Jill Jim and others. Mini Farms OEH has indicated that they declined to do a study on a house in one of my chapter called they don't qualify to receive to be on the project list, and they don't need a family just because that the house is being built, and then while the house is, I think it's built, but they're not occupying that particular house. No, I guess it's obvious that people will start living in these homes should there's water and power line. So those are some areas I think you hit in that baby kitchen and they're just given the runaround of submitting application, asking them to go here and there. But a lot of times offices are closed or these social distance there's only certain location. These OEH to submit application go, but never go in here to spend so much money just to submit an application or get some answers. So with that, I think IHS needs to give us the a lot of these things that they need to streamline. Even just submitting an online application would be sufficient in working with the local chapter, and I believe that could be done soon. I see they travel all over just to turn in an application and spending so much money. So I believe that each chapter in each community ended in running water, power line, and so on. Anything, the listing that we've seen and I've seen, merely just major of a backbone, which is okay. I guess it's okay to get the water line. Power line that, for example, light up Navajo, and you have to live with them. The power line has to be within a mile in order to get electricity. So anything that's over 2 miles, you have to get these service line agreement that don't right away issues So, but yet, to me, programs they secure the funding, but they don't tell the community or the Navajo Nation to say that, well, once we receive these funding, these are the fine line prints that you forget to or didn't read. Based on for each of the region, based on the list. They not the base of the question has only that no the base with never does the second codon the best. Those are some areas I believe that we really need to have programs that are doing the reporting of how they had met with the local chapters and the community and up the ladder. So it could just Bahanana seat or list speaker do Banyana Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Killen. And we are, the team members and from this whole work session are taking into the consideration all the recommendations, and we'll put something together, I guess a memo out. Well, this is just preliminary, what I'm thinking. Put a memo out requesting the presenters reach out to the chapters, not only today's presenters, but also the other presenters that are going to be working together with us over the next month, and identifying that they have reached out and worked together in order to meet some of the criteria goals that the local community members are advocating for. Also, though, I think on the agency calls, I think what we can do is change up some of those agency calls to invite some of the presenters as well, especially if it's a direction of what specifically the agency calls are on. I know that we can't meet every single chapter with every single chapter within the month just due to the fact of timing. But I think that the direction of as a delegate collecting some of those bigger initiatives from the local communities and bringing those ideas forward is something that we can advocate on behalf of the chapters too as well. So we'll work on that, and thank you for that input again. With that, let me move on down to Vice Chair Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Damon and the Naabik'íyáti work session, members of the 24th Navajo Council, and those that are listening on board, and also Water Resources, NTUA. Good afternoon for the report. I was just hoping that IHS would have been available. However, these work sessions are very important to attend and to listen and to grasp what is being said. On the other hand, there's another important meeting that's being conducted, and I'm let my LDA take charge of that. That's the one that's being presented regarding the same topic with the funding on behalf of Indian Nations, so the consultation. Speaker, my concern here is we did the CARES funding, and in the CARES funding, we were allocated $714 million. Within that CARES funding, we broke it down into various categories, water being number one, and on down the category. The reason why I bring this up, Speaker, is I think it's due time that the Navajo Nation within itself, the leadership, come up with a master plan. Do we have a master plan? Because now we're just grasping and trying to put various projects together, and that would be entail from the chapter level all the way up, and we would understand what the chapters are requiring and requesting, and the people at that level would also have input because they know their location, they know their area, they know what is entailed on behalf of getting shovel ready and working with the entities. So we're not just rolling this ball around and trying to figure out. I think there should be a master plan regarding the Navajo Nation so that these fundings can go through. The other question I have, Speaker, is this CARES funding was $714 million. It was like a block grant, and it was put into the Navajo Nation. Is this the same thing that once we get the funding from the federal government or the U.S. Treasury with the 1 point some odd billion, possibly, I don't know what the exact figure is, don't quote me on that, but is that going to be like a block grant? And from there, we decide how we're going to utilize the funding. I think CARES kind of opened the door and opened understanding on how the distribution formula would be, and leader support in utilizing for the Navajo Nation. And also that also impacts the vetting, because I heard earlier that NTUA and Water Resources were saying some of these projects were good projects, but however, the time frame that was imposed upon the Navajo Nation to have these projects completed by December 20th of 2020 was virtually impossible, but they were also important, and that we have a couple of years, and a couple of years is going to fly by before we know it. We're already in April, and I'm not sure exactly when we're going to get this funding allocated to us. I'm kind of looking at the website here, and it says something about possibly ARPA's 500 million tribe for this program. That's just the incentive for the small business. But as an example, there's a deadline, and it's within June of 2021. And Treasury encourages all tribes to learn more about the program to apply and participate. Is there going to be more of these dollars that's going to be set aside that we have to meet these deadlines, or is it just going to be one lump sum that's going to be given to the Navajo Nation? If it's one lump sum, then we can, I guess, decipher on how we're going to utilize these funds throughout the Navajo Nation. And I heard earlier too, and I agree with my colleagues, that it's like pulling teeth to get certain services. For instance, in my area, there was a project that was funded 2015, I think it was, or 2015, and nothing has been done until we had to sit down with the area director and say, what's going on with this? What's happening? And finally, they got some timelines going to get this project going, and it was fully funded. And it just seems that it's just being put to the sideline or on the side burner and let it just kind of simmer until something does come to play. And it's considering water, and water is of life. On behalf of that, Speaker, I'm hoping that this doesn't transpire like that. The other concern I have too is I represent Klagetoh chapter. There's folks that live along the Transwestern Pipeline and the pumping station up on the high elevation. There used to be residents up there within that pumping station. They had houses, and within that pumping station there was running water. So the water source was coming off the Navajo Nation. There's a well that's been utilized for those folks that used to be employed there. And now I'm looking at how in the world can I get that same water services to the people that live outside the compound that are around the pumping station within a radius of maybe a mile, maybe 2 miles, and they could utilize that water system and fund that for the folks up there, because they're saying IHS don't want to go up there and to do any digging because it's a lot of rock and it's unfeasible. Like they were saying earlier, it's unfeasible. It's going to cost more than trying to get the project up there than the funding is available. So that's one thing that I'm looking at, Speaker, on behalf of that. I know that El Paso had that luxury for their employees, but those that live around there, I'm thinking outside the box. I'm thinking, well, why not we utilize that and tap into that? And I talked to Water Resources, and they said that Water Resources said, I talked to Mr. Targ, and he said that water is the property of the Navajo Nation. And I said, well, if that's the property of Navajo Nation, then why not we utilize that for folks that are in that area? Things like that, Speaker. I'm sure that there's other water that can be utilized, and I am wanting to continue that talk with IHS and Indian Health Services and NTUA to provide water. I saw the list too, NTUA, Mr. Arsh and Mr. Kuntz. I'm sure that list is just something that's basically what we have right now, but as we talk more about what projects are needed out in various areas of the Navajo Nation, that list is going to increase. So the other concern on that too, Speaker, and those that are listening, we need to amend the laws so that contractors can come in and build these infrastructures. Just like, for instance, down here at Tsesa'an, thanks for the RDC and thanks for Delegate Wilson Stewart helping me out and providing some dollars, and that dollars is going to be refunded to the project that he's waiting for. And they bid that project out, and the contractor had gotten the bid, and they're moving along at the speed that I just didn't think that was going to happen. And I know that they're going to complete their project because they're fully focused on getting that project completed and doing it correctly and doing it right. Something like that, Speaker, if we could get other, even Navajo contractors on board, even hire them so that we can get these water and electricity to the homes, and also telecommunications, broadband. That's another big issue within the chapters that I represent. They're saying we want to be on broadband and things of that nature. And there's going to be a lot of money that's going to be there. We don't want any of these dollars to be just sitting idle and nothing's happening. And all of a sudden, 2-3 years rolls around and we're trying to scramble and trying to get these things completed. And the other thing too is it seems like it's forever to get a contract just for archaeologists to go out there and do their studies and to make sure that the right-of-way is okay for the water line or electric line or telecommunication or roadways or home sites or whatever you want to put in there. It seems like it takes forever for them to get out there. I mean, how can we ensure that we can get this streamlined and make that happen sooner? Because the sooner we get these things done, the sooner we get the right-of-ways completed and we get the contractors out there and they can go to work and provide these services. And I'm sure that this will all entail of leadership and coordination and working together on behalf of this. I'm looking out for that. And I hope that executive branch is listening in, OPVP. And I do want to say that these things I really would like to see. 164 streamlined. The 164 takes forever. And then we submit our requests and all of a sudden it gets denied or rejected or laws have not been interpreted correctly. I think we should all be on the same page saying, yes, these laws are like that. Because when we were in council talking about CARES money, we had asked our attorneys, is this feasible? When we're doing our legislation, can we put this in? And the attorneys were saying, yes, you can put that in, you can put that in. And then when we passed it and this president signed it into law, it went for, I guess, to be paid out. And that was told, nope, it can't happen. We can't do that. It's not within the CARES. We shouldn't be doing that. We should just be on the same line, on the same page to get these services out for our So those are the things that I'm really concerned about. And Navajo Nation is one of the largest land base and also the population wise, and folks need it. And they're looking forward to water, electricity, roads, homes. They need homes, and the list goes on. But with this money coming down, and I heard that there's another package that's going to be considered too. CARES was first, and this ARPA money, and then I don't know what they're going to call the third one, but there's going to be a lot of dollars coming down. Chairman Damon and Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening in, we're going to be flooded with a lot of money. So that's why I'm saying, where is our master plan? We need to hire someone to put in a master plan so we can say, this year we'll do that, second year we'll do this, third year we'll do this. Kind of like the permanent trust fund that we had implemented with the projects when the door was first opened after the 20-year period of the permanent trust fund. But now that permanent trust fund is to offset the cost of what the resources that we used to collect from the mines and the power plant. And thank goodness for our leaders that had that foresight. So thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Councilman, and the Navajo Nation leadership and those that are within the resources to get water, electricity, and this is just the first start of the work session, and I'll try to do my portion, and I bring this information to the chapters that I represent the best that I can, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions and a lot of concerns on behalf of this, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith, and those recommendations. Thank you for the recommendations moving forward. And I go back to the presenters to answer some of those thoughts too as well and comments. Let me go to Honorable Otto So at this time, and then I'll go back to the presenters if there's any response from Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Jason John. After that's concluded, I know IHS is on the line now, and I'll go over to them so that they can present, and then we can move on from there. But at this time, Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. I had to get back on the line. Got a drop area. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm delegate. We know that when the bill was passed, when Congress passed the bill, there was dollars that were already earmarked and slated for Indian Health Services. There was dollars that were already earmarked for BIA. There was dollars already earmarked for BIE. And then there was dollars earmarked probably to the BIE or BIA relating to Navajo language to languages across the United States. Alcohol, these dollars that were earmarked for our trustee, for instance, Indian Health Services, we need to know how much Indian Health Services is pumping into waterline projects, because we need to make sure that we hold them responsible for some of those projects also. We could utilize for other purposes. But I don't have the documents on hand right now in front of me, but I know that Indian Health Services got some money. So overall, how much of that is slated for waterline projects that are in the current SDS projects for Indian Health Services? The peso ni khayet ni li ajota banada ni cha kokosh khalit. The other thing too is that maybe Indian Health Services can already work directly with NTUA and say, hey, NTUA, we want you to work on the cistern project. So this is the money that we got for that we're set aside for these failed drain field projects or scattered projects or cistern project. Since you're already taking of interest, go ahead and work on that. We'll go ahead and allocate the resources to you. The other thing too is that NTUA was talking to Senator the one from New Mexico, Ben Ray Lujan. So NTUA was speaking about a loan. And why can't we just allow NTUA to move forward with that loan and have NTUA utilize that loan process to go ahead and proceed forward on it, full swing. That way they get the loan and they can fund the project. And then when we go ahead, when the dollars roll in, we can put the resources where we really need it. Plan B in the kid resources we could utilize that, strategically utilize that for the plan B plan. If Indian Health Service, if NTUA or Indian Health Service needs additional resources for some of these projects, that's what we can kick in, or can we go ahead and match them? And that way we can redirect some of our resources elsewhere where, we still need to get PPEs and so forth. I don't know that there's so many projects out there at the local level. Those local distribution hubs is something that I really, really feel that is needed. Because what's going to happen is if a distribution happens again, these distribution hubs are going to be overwhelmed by the agency chapters out there driving out there to get their supplies. I call it Tuba City. Tuba City rented a tent for when the pandemic started. The chapter tried to ask for reimbursement, and they were told no, they can't. That doesn't qualify. But yet, when the distribution happened, the Navajo Nation government, the mother government, would call the Tuba City. Oh, Tuba City, let's utilize your tent to do distribution for Western Navajo. We couldn't say no, but Tuba City flipped the cost, and we tried to get these reimbursements through the CARES Act, and the Controller's Office deemed it non-refundable. Even Community Development deemed that non-refundable. And I even forward paperwork to the President's office, and I still haven't get a response from the President's office on that reimbursement effort. And what I'm getting to is that these distribution hubs are very, very, it's unique and it's needed, for Defiance. The distribution hub in other areas such as Shiprock, Chinle, Alanda Hakeho, Ekatnas, Nidabet, Aden, Alan Habat Acha, Ege Ekote, Addison Nidabet, Akoko, Epe, Koko, these distribution hubs are very, very key and very important for this second round, because we have a lot more resources coming into the nation, and I think this is something that we need to get prepared for. These waterline projects, we really need to plan it so that we're not running into issues.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, speaker, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. With that, let me go back to, thank you, Honorable. So let me go back to the presenter, Rex or Jason. I don't know who wants to, if there is a response.
Well, this is Rex. I'll try to cover as many questions as I can. We hired contractors. We hired a total of 40 different contractors. NECA was one of our primary contractors on the water side, and they also hired subcontractors to do both the backhoe construction as well as bathroom additions and plumbing and some wiring. We hired people to do wiring. We hired people to do solar. We had well drillers, we had treatment plant constructors, just a number of people, and out of those 40, there's a few of the 40 that didn't respond to our data counts, but 437 were employed for the ones that reported the numbers. 227 of those were Navajo owned, and NECA has, I think, 84 employees. 80 of those are Navajo. NTUA had 781 employees. 759 are Navajo. So there was quite a few contractors. We don't normally get into the house wiring. That's usually done by someone other than NTUA, and in order to get the projects done for those homes that needed wiring, we went and hired quite a few electrical contractors to get the house wiring done, both for solar projects and for line extensions. I know someone mentioned us going home at 5 o'clock, but we had our crews working 7 10-hour days. They worked every day of the week, 10 hours a day, and the electric construction was done almost entirely by our workforce. So we people put in the hours and they got the work done along with the contractors. So we did that. Delegate Charles Newton, I tried to answer the questions that you sent in the email. I think all of Navajo Nation Council was CC'd on that. But basically, yes, the projects that we have on the list are what we feel we could do. We also know that everybody's going to be requesting projects, and that projects will be purged off that list. These are projects that we're asking for our funds for, especially the service projects, the electric service. We will do house wiring again. We're coordinating with community development for bathroom additions and plumbing. But we're willing to get involved in that, to whatever degree is necessary to get those projects done. As I said, in the proposal you have before you, there isn't cisterns, but we elected that we're willing to add those into the list. Roughly 100 per year, which is about 300 of those. Those homes would have to be applied for. We'll start that process. As of today, I think we have 192 applicants for the water and wastewater. So as soon as those applications come in and they're within that half mile and they have land ownership, we'll put them on the list, and that's what we're requesting funding for. Some of the exceptions, that we had talked about before, Mr. Speaker, was Land Department had allowed us to have homeowners go and apply for a home site lease, and as long as they provided a receipt of their application, we would go ahead and process the right-of-way, or they would process the right-of-way. So we're going to be asking for that exception again. So in that case, if someone doesn't have a home site lease, but they can get an application in and get a receipt, then they would qualify. But again, we got to get Land Department to concur on that exception again. So there are things that we try to do to move it quickly, as quickly as we can. And I think there was a comment about septic tank and drain fields. For every service that we do for water, there will be a wastewater outlet, either a septic tank and drain field, or if there's a community sewer, we'll connect it to the community sewer. As far as the disposal of septic waste, for every modern plant that we're installing, the mechanical plants, we are putting an outlet to receive wastewater, septic waste. It's a little bit different, and it's very concentrated, so it has to be handled differently, but there is a way to do it through a mechanical plant where you have chemicals and some physical separation that you can do to manage it better. In our proposal as well, we would like to gear up. We had a pilot project in Tuba City where we bought a pumper and we asked people to sign up for wastewater service. So they get a minimal charge per month, something like $9 or $10 a month. And every 3 years we'll go out and we'll pump the tank for them on a schedule. That helps preserve their system and keeps their drain field working. And we find that the majority of reasons septic systems fail is because people don't pump them routinely. They wait till they start backing up, and by the time they back up, solids have gone into the drain field and have started to plug the drain field, and it causes the drain field to fail. Once the drain field's failing, it won't digest water anymore. So then people are starting to pump their tank every 3 to 6 months because the solids fill up too quickly. So if we put them on this program, their tank will be automatically pumped. They won't have to worry about scheduling it. They won't have to come up with a large chunk of money to pay for it because it'll be paid for a little at a time over 3 years. That project's been going on in Delcon for some time. We'd like to buy a pumper truck for each of our district office and make sure that we have a facility in each district office where that waste could be dumped and disposed of. So that would kind of expand that program, and we'd be able to outfit it from this point forward. The places where we can coordinate with IHS are in areas like that where as they build new wastewater facilities, we would ensure that they have a septic outlet in each one of those wastewater facilities, and that way not only NTUA but other commercial operators would have more outlets to dispose of septic waste. But we feel our program, the way it would be designed, would help prevent the failure of septic tanks and keep them more in service. We do have a small number of septic tank replacements in that program as well. So we are working towards that. I apologize to Honorable Edmund Yazzie for not mentioning the legislation push to try to get the 121 program better facilitated. We did try to help Honorable Yazzie with data and information to help put that legislation together. We are also working towards the possibility of applying for IHS dollars through the local IHS to create what used to be called the Scatter Project, where you could get money to serve homes, individual homes, as they became available and as they applied. And if we were able to do that, then we would try to push those homes as quickly as possible and see if we can serve them quickly. So there are some background efforts that we're doing that not just with relation to ARPA, but just trying to find a place to get services done quicker. So we are working towards that. We do support the local workforce. We're trying to find as many avenues to use them as much as possible in the work that we do, and we do have a history, as I said, of hiring over 40 different contractors during the CARES Act. So, we are recognizing that need and trying to put people to work. So that's all I have to offer. I don't know if Arish has any other notes on questions that need to be responded to.
Arish?
Yeah, yes, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rex. Let me go to any further response or comment additionally, Mr. Jason John?
No, I don't have anything I see here that pertains to American Rescue Plan. There's some just general questions about water development. planning with chapters, frustrations with the 164 review. But I don't really have a response for now. I don't know if you want to have this discussion go into those other areas or keep it.
I think those other discussion area topics, Jason, are we will be talking on those, especially on the internal process of the 164. We identified the dates of the 26th and 27th to have a specific work session on those conjointly, and then also with the chapters. We're meeting with that and on April 15th. Or April 14th, actually, and discuss the chapter issues and chapter recommendations on that portion. So those are questions that can be rendered at that time.
Okay, I don't have anything further to add.
Okay. All right, thank you then, Jason. Let me go back to the agenda. I know we have IHS. I don't know if it's Ms. Roslyn So or Mr. McDonald that might be on the line from IHS at this time. I did get notice that they weren't on the line. You might have to press *6.
Hello. Oh. Hello, this is Rachel Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm from IHS. I'm the director for the sanitation facilities construction. I am sorry that I was late to the meetings. I missed most of the discussion about the water infrastructure. So we do have some water projects. I'm not sure if David McDonald joined the call. So I think it's just me today.
Okay. So do you have a presentation? I mean, a hard copy?
A hard copy? I'm sorry, is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, no, I do not have a hard copy. I apologize. In regards for the American Rescue Plan, I just can state that the IHS is going to get, the Division of Sanitation Facilities Construction is going to get $10 million, but it's going to be distributed nationally to all 12 areas. So the Navajo would get a couple $1 million. We haven't heard about how we can spend the funding yet, but it looks like we're going to apply the funds to the SDS project listing. So specifically, that's for the ARP plan. And I think I've heard some questions regarding IHS. And yes, we do. We'll work with DWR, Jason John, and NTUA Rex's shop and how to apply some of the funding. We look forward to those discussions. And we do continue, our processes do take a long time just due to it being under the PL 86-121 law. So we continue to have our projects take a long time just due to the right-of-way processes, environmental protection reviews and clearances, and archaeological clearances. It does take time. And then one thing that we're challenged with right now is just the short staffing for our IHS DSFC department. So we are working on that in hopes to get more people working for the IHS field offices. So we're working very hard on addressing that issue. So at this time, that's all I have to report. I'm sure there are a lot more questions involving specific projects, and any questions that any of the delegates may have on the line, please address them to me for the water infrastructure or wastewater questions you may have in your community. My name is Rachel Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for that presentation. That, colleagues, well, Ms. Brown, I guess my first question is, usually there's when we ask IHS if there's going to be a plan in place or a recommendation, do you know if that plan, if you're currently working on a plan right now, or what is IHS doing right now to present before the Navajo Nation? Because we did reach out and we asked that if there was some kind of preliminary plan that would be presented today, if that was SDS projects that you're looking for dollars for shortfalls in order for the build out, or if there was new areas of interest, or to listen to colleagues on the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee to take their recommendations on where there might be no data, but we're still looking to fund those areas. So, Ms. Brown, I don't know if you have a timeline or a specific direction that you want to state when that will be ready, and if there's a follow-up that needs to be happened, so we can bring you back before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee this month in order to have that presentation, because IHS water program is and the wastewater program is critical to the Navajo Nation's overall water plan, water distribution plan. So that, I guess that's my question to you, Ms. Brown. Hello?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I was muted. I think if it helps the committee and the future discussions and the planning to address the funds, yes, we can put together a presentation to discuss our current plans, and basically we continue the annual cycle for funding projects, which is our SDS cycle, which involves developing the SDS listing. So I think I've heard in the past some questions about criteria on how that's developed, so we can certainly address those questions during the presentation. Let's see, when would be a good time to put that presentation together?
No. Well, this week we're talking about infrastructure, so we're hoping to have that discussion sometime this week. Either even if it's on the 6th or 7th. If not, then we can possibly move into next week to have a recommendation at that time. We are having work sessions every day. Pretty much every day this month. Next week will be for 4 days, 12th to the 15th, and then the whole last week from the 26th to the 30th. I mean, it's that's why I'm asking you. I don't know how long it's going to take you to put a recommendation together. And usually Mr. McDonald has some kind of template ready to go, working together with NTUA and Water Management Branch.
Yeah, we've been preparing a presentation. I think the 7th would be okay, April 7th.
Okay, we do that then. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just request that the presentation be before 11 or after 1 p.m.
Most likely it'll be after 1 p.m.
Okay, that works for us. Thank you.
That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. We are on the water distribution portion of recommendations from not only IHS, NTUA, and Water Management Branch. It looks like you heard from Ms. Brown from IHS, and it seems like they'll have something more in concrete to present before NABI on the 7th in the afternoon. But is there any other further questions at this time right now to any of the parties or presenters before we move on to the second portion, which NTUA will start off with, and then we'll go into the co-ops who's on the line regarding power line distribution or electric. I do have honorable, the only one that's has text in right now is Honorable Brown, and then Honorable Walker.
Well, I'll talk to you too,
Honorable Brown, the floor is yours. Brown, Walker.
Yeah, the speaker.
And then Honorable Jimmy Yellowhill. Yes, Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. With IHS, my specific, if in the presentation, if they can include the manpower with OEH engineers, the engineering techs, and what are some of the ways that they plan on using, specifically in IHS, the IHS ARPA fundings that are coming to them, and how do they plan on tackling the shortage of engineers? If they can elaborate and see by that time if they can reach out, if they can give us a report on some of the creative ideas that they might use in connecting with some of the engineers to bring to Navajo to address the water issues and anything that's around water. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, moving on down, Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Speakers, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, colleagues, the presenters, appreciate the information and appreciate the focus that we have this afternoon. All the information that's being presented, of course, is very, very important, very critical, and very on point as far as the need. But historically, this conversation could have happened a few years ago and more than that. So these are ongoing conditions of our nation lacking water chronically. And then now we have the means, we have the funding, the resources to be able to address how much we can do. I guess that's the question. And how much we want to do. How much do we want to accomplish? I think we need to get getting into this time period where we have funding and resources. Getting into that, Joko, we need to have an idea how much do we want to accomplish. I think we all have some ideas as far as local infrastructure needs. As delegates, 24 delegates, 24 legislative districts, we all have a real good idea We all can speak very well. We're very versed in the needs that exist in our communities. So, but as a whole, collectively, that's the part that gets a little challenging. Maybe not just a little, but really challenging. And then coordinating all these resources, coordinating the entities and the agencies, the enterprises and communities. That seems to be a challenge in itself. I don't know if there's anyone willing to just take a look at that coordination and create some flow charts, create some communication processes, some structures to where we're just not running into walls and where we're just not communicating at all. I guess just looking back at last year, just some examples that I know, like communities, they were kept in the dark, and some of us delegates, we were pretty much informed, but we expected the agencies or entities also to communicate with local leaders, local chapter administrators, and some of that didn't happen. And then we get called and we get drawn in on these issues and concerns coming from local chapters. I would like to ask the council and speaker's office to look at that area. How can we better communicate? We have, I think, technology, certainly. We have resources. We have people that are very, very capable, and we're very tech savvy these days, but somehow that communication just isn't right sometimes. The left doesn't know what the right hand's doing, and that creates more questions, more frustrations. I mean, I could get down into specifics, but I'm not gonna do that. I ask that we pay close attention to communications amongst all of us. We'll be better doing that. And earlier, some of my colleagues spoke to water needs in their communities, their districts, and one of my chapters was made an example, community of Loop, where wells, are to be tested, and how there was opposition that came about from local community members because they live right next to these wells. The well's been there for years, and the availability of water is there 24/7. It's just sitting there, but yet they have no access, and for some reason we are not able to get any projects out there. I have one idea. One is the terrain, the geography out there. So I understand it could take twice or three times the amount of funding, to develop a water line in that area because of the rocky terrain, surface and subsurface. We have wells, but we have in that little general vicinity of where the wells are, there's no water line services. Community members aren't given that explanation, and local leaders, the election cycles, they change leaders, and sometimes chapter staff. And every time you turn around, there's new people, and then of course they don't have the history, and then life goes on like that. Delegates in the but who's the consistent player or operative is the IHS. They're timeless. They're there forever. They're permanent part of these projects. Now the NTUA, water resources, while there's the changing leadership and changing dynamics of people locally, the residents are permanent too. So again, and that system of communications that could be effective, it isn't there. Even locals, they get frustrated or they don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, somebody starts drilling, and then they get really concerned. Of course, the information is available and information is easy to get, but somehow it's just not the case. You get out in our area, Southwest Navajo, we have Winslow, OEH, and my assistant have been, attempting to get information, responses, and so forth from the OEH, and that's not happening. So a recommendation there, maybe out of the communication structure that may work, that we could develop and see and try. All we could do is try. If it doesn't work, then we tried. We don't try, then we just keep chasing shadows here, expecting return calls and responses and so forth. A recommendation I'd like to put forth is one of the entities, maybe I prefer NTUA be the sort of like the clearinghouse for these ARPA projects. And then once we're done with ARPA, then of course we go back to the way things were. For the purpose of spending ARPA money, doing ARPA projects, as far as water, of course, electricity, power lines. NTUA could be that friendly entity, enterprise that's there, providing information to all concerned, especially the local chapters and local community members. I don't think IHS comes down to the local level all that much, and I somehow think they intentionally or purposefully just don't want to do that. That's just the nature of the federal government, typical of bureaucracy, typical of bureaucrats. They don't respond to anyone other than their own masters. I think we all are aware of that, and to avoid that, to have that not be an issue, not that be mentally, physically draining on people. I think somebody that can be very responsive and very friendly for the purpose of these projects, administering these projects and spending this money. It's just a hope and an idea, and I can pray about it too. And yet and things that are difficult, things that are challenging, we can pray about it. That there be success in how we administer all this money and complete work on projects and complete them in a timely fashion with full accounting, and that at the end of the day, our people are rescued, from this dreadful disease, this dreadful pandemic, this very scary pandemic. That's the whole purpose. The of course, we have the opportunity to speak to these issues and bring about more recommendations as the days come. I appreciate speaker and staff for putting up a series of work sessions to kind of focus leadership here, as well as getting our those that we collaborate with on the call and speaking to the matter. Speaker, I just make my comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. With that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions that we have at this time for in regards to the first portion of our work session, which was listening and hearing into what NTUA has stated and also recommendations back to them and further recommendations possibly to Mr. Jason John and his team members. And then as we know, listening from Ms. Brown and IHS, they'll be coming back with a more formal discussion on Wednesday afternoon. So we're gonna have to amend the work session agenda to add that in there too as well. Colleagues, any questions, comments additionally before we go into the power line discussion?
Delegate James.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Thank you, Chanel, speakers and members of the council, and then to the presenters. I really wanted to ask this question is in regards to the Navajo Nation Historical Preservation Department. I know they're usually one of the hiccups and one of the red tapes that hinders in projects on moving forward. Another one is BIA. What are your recommendations? If you do have any recommendations, can you email that to possibly the speaker of what kind of waivers should be looked into, and also visited by legal counsel to get most of these projects situated and taken care of to provide that water line. And I say this because with just like with the road N15 from Burnside to Cornfields, Greasewood, that route, we have over $60 million sitting there, and the hole that's been with Navajo Historical Preservation. And it's been over 3 years now. So do we have those kind of situations regarding the water line as well? If so, if those could be listed on your document, that would be helpful as well. Thank you very much, Ikat.
Thank you, Honorable James, for that question. Any other comments, questions again before I turn it back?
Speaker, got a question.
Yes, Honorable Aroso.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since we have Indian Health Services listening, I would think that Indian Health Services would have had something ready to go for us, some sort of documentation to say that this is what we have ready. And this is our preliminary plan with what the discussion is in Maryland. Because Rockville, Maryland is already, as Ms. Brown indicated, Rockville, Maryland said that they're going to give Indian Health Services some money. So there's already a number of monies that's destined for the 1-2-1 program. So as the head of OEH, to say that we don't have anything ready right now is troublesome. I work for that program. I understand how projects evolve off of the SDS and so forth, but you know, how are you gonna utilize those dollars to better serve Navajo citizens who don't have water? Or let's put it in my area. How are you going to use those dollars to better serve citizens who don't have running water in the former Bennett Freeze area? Now, how is that part of your plan? I guess it's a fish man an yikaha kito yikaha is I guess to show up empty handed is ananta. If I were working for Roslyn and area director So, and I said I have nothing in my hand, to no plan. You know, I don't think that area director would be happy. But I advise that you get your plan out ASAP. Yeah, think han odd. Halay yan lead. Hasin na chong he in toy niya. Ko o ben hanash. Also ba hasid on yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So any other comments, questions, colleagues, before we move on to NTUA and
Speaker, this is
APS, Canal Divide? I don't know if, I know some of these, the time now is almost 2:30, colleagues. I know individuals like APS, Canal Divide, they might only be available until 5 o'clock. So it's just for, to let my colleagues know. That, any other questions?
Speaker, this is Del Gibagay.
Well, I'm gonna be gay, and then I'll go back to Mr. Rex Lee, Ms. Brown, or Mr. Jason John for response. I'm gonna be gay.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Speaker. I'm going to go straight to the question. I didn't hear anything about from the BIA, like within the Navajo Hopi partition line. I know that there's a lot of people that are beginning to, going back onto the reservation, but these people that are there cannot sign off on any home site lease because of that is they don't have no grazing permit, and we don't know when they're going to reissue some of those home site leases and how's the process issuing out some home site leases. What's the plan? I think we need to bring the BIA down from Pinyong area to come on to do a presentation regarding that. Maybe Speaker, maybe we can have them come in, and then also with the home site lease with the Navajo Nation too. There's a lot of it. I don't know that through this pandemic, the protocols of that some of these grazing officials cannot sign off on home site leases because they're closed, and they're saying that they're not issuing out any home site lease anymore because of the pandemic. I don't know if it's still like that. So I think any water line, any infrastructures to a home, they have to have updated home site leases. So I think we need to talk about that issue that we have internally. Speaker, that is my question. Thank you.
Honorable Brigade, the home site lease department and general leasing department, I guess, they will be coming before the Navajo Nation Council on a work session on the 26th and 27th. So that time, that's I think when that question can be addressed. Okay. Elmer Brigade.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, let me turn it back over to Mr. Rexley, Ms. Brown, or Mr. Jason John, if you want to answer a couple of questions that delegates had here. Thank you. Floor is open.
This is Rex.
Sorry.
As I mentioned, we will be providing you all recommendations on the clearance process. And I think what I heard was there's going to be a work session just on that, but we'll provide you some information. We have had pretty good relationship with Richard Begay with Historic Preservation and on service projects. That seems to move okay. During the CARES process, we were able to create the nation. President's Office and Attorney General created a yield memo. The DOJ created a yield memo that allowed us to yield the clearances for the project and to come back and do as-built right-of-way. So you record the right-of-way after construction. And the only exception was if you hit an arch site, you had to stop work, call historic preservation in, and then they would tell you whether you could continue or not. So we went through using that towards the tail end of the projects, and we got all the projects completed. There was only one, a watering station where we hit something. We stopped the project, we called historic preservation, they came out immediately, and they removed what was there and they re-interned it in a different location, and then they gave us the authorization to finish the project, and all that happened within a matter of days. So that's one of our recommendations, is if we're allowed to do as-built right-of-way, we can come back and record it after the fact with the same limitations that you just deal with it on a discovery basis. And in that particular case, it was very quick, very efficient. They were very engaging. They came right out. They did their part and allowed us to finish the project. So that was a big encouragement to us that, you know, when push comes to shove, we can all pull together and get the job done. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking for. We had a real good relationship with the biological Fish and Game, and as I mentioned, we do have write-ups from each group on staffing so that they can move their stack of clearances through quicker. They would need to add staffing, so they have provided those proposals, which we would put together with our recommendations and give to you. So we'll work through that. On bigger projects like road projects, you know, not being real familiar with what happens there. I know it's a much larger piece of property, but anything that we develop, hopefully it can apply to other types of projects as well. Maybe the logic will apply, but I think Garrett Silversmith and others would be able to comment on something of that nature. As far as the power, we do have our proposals of what we're going to do with power, and Arish can go through the list of those when the time comes. But we did, during CARES, we reached out to the other companies, APS, Amos, CDC, and Socorro, and we opened the door for homes, if they had them prepared for construction, that we would pay for them out of the allocation of CARES funding that we had. So we were able to work that out, and Arish can correct me, but I think it was either 56 or 59 homes that were served in someone else's territory during the CARES Act, connected to their system. They gained a customer, but we facilitated with our CARES allocation. And we intend to do something similar with ARP, depending on where the applications come from. We would attempt to coordinate with those other entities as well in this effort. Thank you.
Hello, this is Rachel.
Yes, Ms. Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, I was. Thank you for the questions.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in terms of the plan that we have for spending any of the funds that come through for the ARPA funds, we do plan and intend to look at our SDS listing as we have always done. We just heard about the perhaps $10 million for the SFC portion for IHS from headquarters, but again, that's a national distribution to the 12 areas, and we heard about that March 17th. And headquarters at the time had not heard anything about the criteria about how to spend the money. Once we hear from them, then we'll be able to determine how to apply those funds to our projects on the SDS listing. And for the meeting, that's scheduled for a Wednesday, we'll go ahead and address some of the questions brought forward for ideas and ideas about bringing engineers on board, other than advertising the positions through IHS. And that's all.
Thank you. Jason? Well, colleagues, I guess no other further questions from the or comments from the presenters. At this time, is there any other further questions regarding the water programs?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Yellow Hair, Speaker.
Honorable Brown and Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you.
Speaker and colleagues, it's come to my attention that BIA did receive funds, I believe in the amount of $20 million as well. Can we have them come to report along with NTUA, IHS, and NTUA as well, and give us the latest update on that? Thank you.
Yes, we'll get that. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yate Sheriff, the Speaker, out on the 24th Councilman, Yate, out on the North Line, she didn't know that was Iowa. Shady, the way this is Bagada, under what this project they call Mini Meal Waterline Project. I had some experience with IHS that were underfunded. How can we do this in Soyban? Since IHS are on the line, you really need to help us in Black Mesa. It's been going on for the past 25 years now. We have no water up there in Black Mesa area and Mini Meal Waterline Project. That's what we need to take care of for the people out there that needs water up there. So IHS, their excuse is that they're underfunded. So there's money, yeah, under a Mini Meal Waterline Project. We can do something about it if they give us what do they need from Mr. David McDonald, IHS. Can you send this message and IHS headquarters? Can you help me out with this one here? Talk with David McDonald, and this is my concern from Delegate Yell here. There's another two more water line we needed for they call it Sleeping Mountain Waterline Project. There's under Tuba City too. I'd like to ask you to look into it for me on that matter too. And the third one is Orabi Waterline Project. Excuse me. Check it out, please. IHS. What can we do? How can we help? I understand, yeah, we all know that there's money coming in. American Rescue Plan. Tahana peso, no, yeah. Akonde. Hajobi the door in trans peso. Ashin Kadocha. IHS. That off with Adole, Robana Oskan. Ashondes. IHS Topia. Are on the top. NECA is involved in this area too, on a mini meal waterline project. So, I just got, the NECA. Pero IHS, check it out. See, our control each side of the Speaker. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Ms. Brown for that question to IHS regarding mini meals. Ms. Brown?
Hi, yes, Delegate Yellow Hair. We'll certainly take a look at the funds coming in and how we can maximize the funds and look at the projects we currently have. And with the price increases for materials, that we may have a concern about that. But we do, whenever we get funds, we always try to maximize those resources and apply them where they're needed. We'll definitely take a look at the mini meals water line and answer your questions about the O'Reilly water line project.
Speaker, excuse me, Sean Webb, please give me about 2 minutes again. I'd like to go back to my people that we have a mini mill water line. Money isn't there was given from the Peabody Coal. They gave it to mini mill water line project. I think we have $7 million that I need to talk with them, see what we can do to maybe either to do phase 2 or phase 3. We need to do mini mill water line project. That's what I need to help you. I just for your understanding, let me know, and then I'll go back to my people and talk with them, see how we can help immediately so we can get this process going. Thank you very much, IHS. Let's get on the ball now. Yeah, thank you. Back in and yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yell here. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time before I go on to NTUA? Honorable Yeller here, can you mute your phone? Thank you. If there's none, I'll go on to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. And the next portion of this is our phases, the power line projects, recommendations. NTUA, floor is yours.
All right, great. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to go based off of the report that I submitted earlier, the Excel report. And for NTUA, and just like with the CARES Act, on the electric portion of the presentation, we have it broken down by I'll call it three different buckets. We have electric capacity, we have electric power line connections, and then we have electric solar, off-grid solar units. And I'll go over them one by one. So for the electric capacity, what really the electric capacity does is, we have, with CARES Act, with the pandemic and with more connections to our system, we have more users overall. So really what the capacity bucket does, it makes our pretty much our distribution system, our substations, our distribution improvements, our make-ready poles, it kind of just strengthens our whole system. So one of the examples that is more of a newer example is, with the Texas power issues. One of the problems they had with in Texas is the capacity in their system was pretty much, it couldn't withstand all the electricity. And we don't want that to happen, obviously, on Navajo. So with these improvements, it increases the strength of our capacity to transmit energy from our substations and our larger three-phase lines to, actual homes. So with that, you make improvements to your substations, you make improvements to your feeders, and you make upgrades to the overall system to make sure it can handle the increased capacity due to, the increased number of users. So with that, some of the other big projects within the electric capacity is the increase of substations. So there's certain areas on Navajo that NTUA doesn't provide services. So if we do build a substation in an area where we previously did not provide services, we can use our substation to provide services to Navajo homes in the area. So that's one way where we can increase the number of connections in areas where we previously did not serve and where there's homes that still don't have electricity and don't have power. But if we place a substation in the area, they can connect off of that substation. So that's one of the areas where we talk about with the electric capacity and the direct benefits to connecting Navajo homes and Navajo families with electricity, which is what we're trying to do here. So on the Navajo Nation electric capacity, it's called the summary table. We have it broken down once again by 3 years or 36 months overall. For the first year, which is the first 12 months, we have identified 62 total projects for an estimated cost of about $177 million. In year 2, which is months 13 to 24, we have identified 43 total projects with an estimated cost of about $2.8 million, $2.75 million. And then for year 3, which is months 25 to 36, we've identified 27 projects for a total amount of $146 million. And once again, we've broken that down by delegate, chapter, category, and project description across the board for you to understand. And then also the estimated cost for each of the projects. So if you can see some of them, we have pole change outs, upgrades from a single phase to a 3-phase line, voltage regulators, a lot of technical terms, but improvements to the transmission system. And then you can all the way go up to, the actual construction of a substation to provide electric connections and connectivity to the area. So it's a wide array of projects, but really the intent of the electric capacity projects is to really make our system strong enough to support the energy being transmitted through it so that our system doesn't get over capacity and, we get more outages. So that's really what the electric capacity piece does. I don't know if I need to go into more detail on that. The total, and once again, I think we mentioned this before, and Miss Charles Newton also, Delegate Charles Newton also mentioned this. NTUA, how we did our 36-month project listing is we looked at projects that we can complete within 36 months. And essentially what we provided is pretty much a needs analysis. I mean, these projects are all important, but we essentially identified these projects that we can complete within the 36-month period, and we put them out there for, the council to look at and then, make just have a full understanding of what can be done within the 36-month period of time. So just on the NTUA electric capacity projects, the total amount is about $531 million for over the next 36 months. Speaker Damon, I can move to the next bucket and then maybe questions at the end if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's what we're going to do.
Okay, sounds good. So the next bucket that we're talking about is the NTUA/Navajo Nation power line and electric connections. So this is pretty much NTUA connecting from its distribution system directly to a home, to a Navajo home or Navajo family. So through the CARES Act, NTUA, with its CARES Act award, NTUA connected 737 families to the electric grid or homes. Of that, I believe it was 55 that we essentially partnered with other utilities such as Continental Divide, Jemez Electric, Socorro Electric, Arizona Public Service Company. We essentially partnered with them, and they acted as our contractor. So those other utility providers provide utilities to the Navajo Nation. And what NTUA did is we partnered with those other utility providers, and essentially they were a contractor of NTUA's. So just like NTUA is a subrecipient and a contractor of the nation to complete the CARES Act projects, we treated the other utility providers as a contract of NTUA or subcontractor so that we can connect those families that resided in their service territories to the electric grid. So just like what we did with the CARES Act, NTUA wants to continue that with ARPA, and we have identified, or we are projecting, I won't say we have identified, we are projecting that we can complete 1,125 electric connections in year one, which is months 1 to 12, at an estimated cost of about $19.4 million. And if you go to the in power line projects, we have already identified, I'll call it quote unquote shovel ready and feasible connections for about approximately 500 families and homes. So what NTUA has done in preparation of ARPA, we have been working on feasibility studies for certain families and certain homes, and getting the necessary approvals in place. And also, the bottom line is we have to get the service lines and rights of ways completed. And right now we have identified almost 500 homes that have already received the proper approvals, and they have the service lines approved already. So they're pretty much construction ready. So once again, what we did is we broke that down by council delegate and by chapter. And towards the bottom of that tab, on line 116, we have for year one, we have 543 homes, or families and homes that have not been identified for year one electric connections. And once again, NTUA's intent is to partner up with the other utility providers that provide services on the Navajo Nation, whoever it may be, and essentially act and have that same relationship where NTUA will subcontract with those utilities, and those those utilities will provide NTUA a listing of names, and then NTUA will subcontract that work out to those other utilities, whereby the other utilities do the actual physical work. The customers connected to the other utility providers' electric distribution system, and they become customers of the other electric utility provider on the Navajo Nation, and NTUA pays them out for the work that's done. And obviously, the bottom line is we're connecting Navajo homes with utilities, which is the main goal and main objective of this. And we intend to continue that relationship with these other utility providers. And then on year 2, NTUA is projecting that it can connect 1,325 homes or dwellings to the electric grid for an estimated cost of $27.1 million. And then in year 3, we're projecting that we can connect 1,475 homes to the electric grid for an estimated cost of $28.4 million. So total for the 36-month period, NTUA is projecting a total 3,925 electric connections for an estimated cost of a little under $75 million. And we have projected out the project locations. Just as a disclaimer, this list is subject to change. And this list is really the biggest piece of this list, and why it's subject to change so much, is the rights of way and the service line approvals. We can try to, provide an even amount to each agency or each district, but it really is dependent on, or not, it's a large portion of it is dependent on getting the approvals in place for the service lines and the rights of way. So NTUA believes it can connect 3,925 homes to the grid within the 36-month period. And the last component of the last bucket that I'll talk about is the off-grid solar units. Through the CARES Act, NTUA connected up 300 families, or provided and commissioned and put in service 300 off-grid solar units across the Navajo Nation during essentially a 4-month period of time. It was a really short, actually a 7-month period of time. I apologize, because it went a little bit longer. And NTUA continues through interest and support from local communities and whatnot. NTUA put together a proposal for off-grid solar units. And for year 1, NTUA, the total number of projects that NTUA has projected is 250 for an estimated cost of $10.9 million. For year 2, 300 off-grid solar units to be commissioned and put in service for an estimated cost of a little over $13 million. And then for year 3, 350 units for an estimated cost of $15.2 million. And what we did last time with the off-grid solar units bucket is we also worked with, we used some of this money to provide to other electric utility providers that I just talked about to connect Navajo homes in their areas. So we intend to do the same. So if there's any leftover money, or if there's connections that are still necessary, we'd like to use some of that money to allow the other utility providers to connect more families based off of need and demand within their project listing. So the same idea, and I just wanted to provide a little context of the interest and support of this program as well. So NTUA, as I said, we provided a commission and placed in service 300 off-grid solar units. And based off of the total number of applications and the total number of feasibility studies that we conducted, there is already 127 families and homes that have been identified to receive an off-grid solar unit should NTUA be awarded any funds under ARPA. So there's 127 homes that are already identified. They've gone through the feasibility study. They fill out applications, and they're pretty much ready to go. Some of the components of all of the power line connections or electric connections and the off-grid solar units as part of it. If a family or if a home doesn't have house wiring, NTUA would be responsible for contracting with a licensed electrician to pretty much wire up the home. So as Mr. Kuntz stated before, NTUA does not generally wire houses. So we just don't have the resources, and that's not really our main core business. So what we do is we hire local electricians, and they do the house wiring for us. So we have a listing of all of the electricians. I will say that the electricians that did the work on CARES Act, I would say, I think all of them were Navajo certified businesses, and the majority of the employees were Navajo. And we'll continue to do the same. We'll do a request for proposal for Navajo for electricians, and we will contract out the work for house wiring and for the electrical work within the households. And with that, that's a high-level summary of the electric projects. There's obviously more detail in our projections in our spreadsheets, but I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arash. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions for NTUA regarding electric power grid presentation? I do have Arizona Public Service next, and then Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, then Connell Divide Co-op, and then Socorro Electric Co-op, and then City of Farmington too as well, for the specific regions that are outside of NTUA service areas, particularly mainly out in Eastern Agency, and then also out in Southwestern Navajo Nation. But at this time, we'll go to questions strictly for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Speaker Thomas Walker.
That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Shashila, Speaker Damon. And thank you for the presentation again. So I'm looking at the documents that you forwarded us, and I apologize. I haven't looked at my email just yet to see if you've sent us any other documents. But based on the information that you provided to us, the 3,925 homes that you could connect to the electric grids, and then also the 127 homes that have been identified. Is that information provided within the documents that you sent us? And then what are we looking at for cost? And then what is the time frame for completion? If you've already sent that document, you don't have to answer, but I'll be following up with questions via email as well. Thank you.
Mr. Damon, Barcelona.
Hello, speaker, you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking here with staff. I just wanted to see clarity about who's in the queue. Before I go back to Ross to answer that question, I have next is Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Speaker Damon, it's Alana. Can you put me on the list, please?
Yes. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Brigade going twice. Honorable Elmer Brigade going 3 times. That I'm go on down to Honorable Helona. Honorable Helona, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Helona, going twice.
Helena's here. Speaker Damon?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I guess I have a couple of questions. First, I want to find out on your list that you have gathered for the electricity. Where can we get a list from that if we want to find out where they're at in our communities? I want to also, where do we submit our list to add on to that? I want to find that out too. I need to know. There's a lot of people in my communities over here in District 14 that were on that list during the last round and didn't get service. So I need to find out what we can do, how we can find out, put that together. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Helona. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So going twice.
Yeah, David too.
Oh.
So, it was covered, but I just want to appreciate it because of regards to a lot of clearance. I was trying to push some legislation there or amendments regards to art clearance. We have enough art clearance. The people that can clear the right of way out there during this pandemic. Also, the home site issue kind of hinders. We people out here, we live in the clan system. We feel the land is already ours, not the government. So there are people living out here, as I know as a grading company member for so many years, don't have home site issues. They've been living most of their life there. And some of them even were born there. So in that issue, I think we Rex Cross mentioned that. So that's good that they're doing that. But I might have to drop the legislation regards to during the pandemic area. We should not be asking for these hindrance of regulation that don't allow our people to get the help regards to water, area and electricity. Area Speaker. So I was going to ask this one a little bit earlier, but now since I did, I guess it's all right. I guess I should check. We're going to.
Thank you. With that, thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So with that, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay next, and then I'll go back to Arash as the presenter to answer some of these questions and a direction on comments as well. So Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. We go back to Arash for the questions from members of the Naabik'íyáti committee to be addressed. Arash?
Sure. Yes, I'm here. Okay. Chairperson Charles Newton. So I sent an email out at 9:10 with the NTUA project listing. And the power line connections are on page. If you go to page 18, if you go to page 18 and you see NTUA, Arizona Public Service, and other utility providers, you can look up by chapter and by council delegate the number of homes we have already identified to be feasible and ready for construction for an electric connection. And I want to make a note there that this list isn't the full list. This is only the number of homes we have identified right now to be construction ready. And we have essentially, I think it's about 600 additional openings for year one, where we have not identified homes that are going to be receiving the power. So, I mean, they're pretty much open slots. The number I have is 543. So that's how you can look at the number of homes that are already ready for construction, and they have a service line to the proper approvals through the process. The other question, I believe, was from Delegate Halona. The same thing as far as the project listing, you can find it on page 18 of 34. Once again, this list is subject to change as we add new connections or add new individuals or families that are deemed to be construction ready and feasible. Then we'll obviously change these numbers. As you can see also on our list, I won't speak for the other utility providers, but one of the benefits that we did last time, one of the benefits of NTUA essentially working with the other utility providers as subcontractors, is that essentially it helped it helped the process as far as the paperwork as well. I think for most of the other utility providers as well. Essentially, NTUA, once we treated them as a subcontractor, they didn't have to enter into other subrecipient agreements. So NTUA was responsible for all of the auditing. NTUA was responsible for all the project identification as we went through the audit. So it was, I know at least a few of the other utility providers were, at least thankful that they didn't have to go through the Navajo Nation audit process, and it all was on NTUA because they were treated as subcontractors of NTUA. So we've already identified on the other utility providers. For example, with CDC, we've already identified 4 families that are in need of service. Hemmons Electric is 4. In total, I believe APS is 14. CDC is 9. And then we have Hemmons Electric has 19 that are identified that are pretty much ready to receive electric services. And then Delegate Halona, you also asked about where do if someone is if a family or a community member is in need of electric service or water service, where do they go? They can go to their local district, and there's applications there. We're also going to start up the Light Up Navajo 3, which is a separate matter but kind of interrelated. But there's an application process. And if they go to the district, they can pick up an application and fill out the application, and then they'll go through the process of the NTUA will go through the process of reviewing the applications. And I think that's it. Honorable Delegate Phil asked a question or made a comment about the regulations, and we support any way of streamlining the process. It is true that a lot of the delay or many of the delays for these projects are in the approval process. So if there's some type of yield so that we can get these projects and families connected quicker, that would help us. And I think that would help obviously the families with these essential utilities services at their homes. And I believe that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arash. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Chairman Rick Nez in the queue. Chairman, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable members of the 24th Council, and all the presenters here this morning and this afternoon as well. The last CARES Act and the one that we anticipate coming here, as I think about rights of ways as well as service line agreements, I truly believe that those funds from the federal government should be applied so NTUA could use those monies to pay the nation as well. And it'll be a good opportunity also for the nation to have some money from these projects. I'm glad that we're talking to NTUA and we're planning these projects. Our people really need water and electricity and then broadband. But I look at some laws and I think that NTUA should use those monies to pay the nation. If not, we can introduce legislation to change that to where that some of that money goes back to the Navajo Nation. And I think that's where the nation does also need to concentrate its efforts. We cannot think that let's give them waivers all the time. I think we need to put a stop to that. We really do. I believe even our enterprise NTUA can't afford it without CARES Act or any other federally funded monies. I truly believe it's time for the nation to look at this and revisit this. And I would be glad to entertain this with RDC and start looking at laws, even the one-stop shop as well. And I just don't agree that we should continue to have laws wavered for NTA when that money came from the federal government. That money should also go to the nation and to pay for rights of ways as well as service line agreements. So these are my concerns, and perhaps now is the time to really put it forth and work on it to make sure that that happens as well. NTUA all these years on using these federal dollars. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. That we go on. Honorable Keelan Begay, you back on the line?
Speaker.
Yes.
Doug Keelan. Yeah, this is Chinana.
Oh.
I don't need how it's Kudoshana, Chairman Nez, RDC. You know that we do continue to address a lot of these obstacles regarding right-of-ways and our clearance, or any other areas that NTUA as an enterprise of the Navajo Nation. The main focus is connecting electricity to the Navajo people. Yes, there's certain factors or there's certain condition comes along with these funding. I would say the overall the Navajo Nation, social economic, I guess that's the best term, that they're not fully aware how we live and how the Navajo Nation lives and the BIA and the complex jurisdictions that we live in. And I believe that we probably missed an opportunity to provide comments during these consultations with the Treasury departments and so on. In Washington, because like I said, these policies are allocated or formatted based on metropolitan situation. So the rule not needed, but they're not specific on tribal reservation situation. So I think that really needs to be an overall focus on us to really resolve a lot of these process. Such as NTUA to receive funding, and their focus is just more connecting power line to the Navajo people. If it's 5 miles away, so be it. I mean, I'm sure that's what it's for. And then if you look at the listing, a lot of them, and even with the previous allocation, a lot of these funding were utilized for upgrading of the existing facilities or existing structures. Those are benefiting from these existing structures are those that already have electricity. Be it at the power line bed, should be the foremost focus and shy away from the solar project. Electricity lines should go to these particular locations. And I kept saying is that, why can't the Navajo Nation hire their own art clearance surveyor and so on? You base upon project power line extension in between these art clearance right-of-way processes takes up a whole lot of money. Maybe NTUA can prepare to give the Navajo Nation Council, RDC, to make a policy change that a lot of these right-of-ways process and a lot of these art clearing process should really be resolved to where the Navajo Nation should really pick up these services and so on. All NTUA needs to do is to say is that the power line is all of the existing power lines. You probably know which chapters I'm talking about. There was a 1.2 million that was allocated, but there's just only for the main trunk line. No, what I've been pushing and wanted to say is that why can't there's a phase 1, 2, and scattered. Chapter power line so I think again the main focus is not upgrading the current facility at the moment in a way, but more focused on electricity connection to the Navajo people that has not and don't have electricity at the moment. The upgrade, I believe, that should lie with the NTUA for their management and so on. And so I'd like to get a feedback of what their thoughts or responses. And then the other one, and I know this will be anything that we say always starts going out to the public, but electricity their light bills were built up for the past several months and for a certain purpose. Funding, hardship funding, based on and then into a light bill. I mean, you're talking about an average probably 1,000 to 1,500 light bill. How can you make a recommendation to the Navajo Nation should this funding comes from ARP that we set aside certain amount of funding and pay electricity for the Navajo people for about 3 to 6 months. Because they got the now electricity. O can that strata not a straw art base or something. Or to beyond the Nimigo Adult to the electricity. Nimiki again, that's something that I like for the council to pursue, and I don't know that comes in the same category as a hardship assisted again to the Navajo people. I'd like to get a response, unless if you want me to put that in writing, specifically what I'm talking about, I'll probably send an email later this evening. So I could all speaker, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time for NTUA before we go on down to APS?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead, and then I'll go back to Honorable or to Arash from NTUA. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, NTUA, that's not across Navajo Nation and the young. What P. Allen is saying. Actually, that what he said. I knew what ARS on the I code earlier. Arizona Revised Statute and the CFR. To this day, we're still being governed by that. We never had sovereignty, only the Title I, but I'm trying to look in Title I for what is the rules for doing bad things to animals. And what are the offenses? So people caught. So mostly all the laws outside doesn't coincide with Title I, which is a way of life on the Navajo Nation. That's why a lot of the that don't rhyme with what we have on the reservation. They might have that to a degree, yes, but they come into a different situation where things are different here. Until I guess all the people that were born in the 60s on back are gone, which reach old age, and then maybe they can go into the Western world. No obstacle there. I don't know. They can go forward. Hold on, Nishi. But I do been suggesting this ever since I came here as a consul. There's just a lot of laws outside that just came onto the reservation without really knowing what the law is. So we need to start reconsidering it, or just do away with everything that's Navajo. So that's a big decision we have to make, because our people live differently. So we need to consider those people out there, how they live out here, because I know how they live since for about 32 years as a grazing committee. I went to their houses. I know how it is out there, what kind of struggle they have, what they need out there. So, if you see the people and ate with them on their own table, what they eat and how they preserve things and how they cherish things, all these things that come to your mind, what they need. So those are some of the laws that we don't have on the Navajo Nation. So I do commend Key Allen, because he is right. We have to consider that there's a difference on the Navajo Nation because the rules, regulation, etc. But so they call like wave we even wave the UUFB. We're not all no waving on basically London. A lot of waivers we do, a lot of other businesses they want us to waive things. Like my economic development over here, security using Arizona. they're trying to weigh some laws that we have on the reservation. They're not on this type of funds. How can the years immediately? So these are some of the things that that needs to be considered as council delegates. Yeah, but I do. I would like a lot of things to say about the electricity, yes, but what we got, what we have, I think it just has to go. Because I would like to have people light up, have electricity in every house and every restroom and every house from here to Valley Store and all the way around where my jurisdiction is. That's what light on some. But those are some things that we know. That's where we're headed to. And thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Eugene. So, thank you for the questions, comments. Let me go back to Arash on the presentation from NTUA, and then we can go on to APS after that. Arash, floor is yours.
Sure. Okay. And Honorable Delegate Begay and Delegate So, I'll answer one of the questions regarding the utility bills. You're right. The NTUA still has the same policy right now as when the pandemic started, where we don't disconnect utility bills. And the truth is that there's large amounts that are being accumulated with bills. I don't have the exact number, but what we did look into, this is just NTUA speaking, not from the Navajo Nation. We looked under the CARES Act to see if it was allowable. And what we did is we didn't propose, but we just drafted legislation that would essentially provide an avenue for utility assistance in water, wastewater, electricity, where essentially an administrator would administer the funds. And it wouldn't be NTUA specific. It would be essentially for all of the utilities, for CDC, APS, any utility company that's serving the Navajo Nation and Navajo home. They would essentially go to the administrator and they would look at the account and pay out for utility assistance. That didn't move forward, but it's something that with ARPA. I guess you'll have to ask the nation, DOJ to see if that's allowable. But we think it's possible to, relieve, the stress from the accrued utility bills. Because the bottom line is, we have to, they're piling up, and I think there is an avenue, but I can't speak for the Navajo Nation, but it's something that we looked at in the past to see if that's possible to help out as a hardship for individuals who couldn't and still can't pay their utility bills, and they're just accruing. So it's something that I think we're open to a further dialogue about it. I think any proposal would be basically not NTUA specific, but essentially specific to any utility that provides services to the Navajo Nation and to a Navajo home. So it's something that we would be willing to entertain and speak further about. I don't know if there's any other specific questions I'd answer, but I'll just stick with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosh. That, colleagues, it seems like there's no more questions at this time. If there's any for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority in their presentation, we do have, again, discussing with our co-ops here today, and including Arizona Public Service and the city of Farmington that we're going to hear from next. So without further ado, is Arizona Public... Hello?
It's another Delegate James question for NTUA.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Thank you, Shanella, and members of the council, and then presenters NTUA. Again, in regards to the power line, first, I'd like to extend my appreciation to you for the tremendous progress you guys have done. with the past CARES Fund, and then the many Navajo families that you all served. And so with that, this time around, what is the expected number of homes that you guys would be assisting? There were a couple of my constituents that were informed that they would get solar panels. They did the survey for the solar panel, and then towards the end there, they were informed that they qualified for power line. But the deadline came, and they ended up losing out on the solar panel, and then because of the deadline, they ended up losing out on the power line. So they had two different options to get power or to get service to their homes, but that didn't happen. In these kind of situations for families that were put in this situation, are those going to be your priorities to get power line too? Because first they were looking forward to solar panels. That didn't happen. And they were told that we took you off the solar panel because you're going to get power lines. So now deadline came, so we can't give you the service now. We have no more funds. So they ended up losing and losing out twice, with, again, a broken promise from NTUA to have the service be provided to them. Twice they were taken off the list, and twice they were told that they weren't going to get power. So those kind of families and those kind of homes are the priority for you guys to assist with this new upcoming funds, depending on the guidelines from Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. With that, colleagues, any further comments, questions for NTUA? Not, I'm gonna go back to Arash. Floor is yours, Arash.
Sure. Okay. Delegate James, first off, you're welcome, and thank you for your support on these projects. And for the, I don't know specifically who the individuals you're talking about, but what happened, we have certain criteria for the solar units and certain criteria for the power lines under the CARES Act. And the reason being is if, we try to focus the solar units on families that are not going to be receiving, or we don't expect to be receiving a electrical connection anytime soon because of their distance from a main distribution line. So for families that are, 3, 4, 5 miles away, even 1 to 2 miles away, just depending, we try to provide them with the off-grid solar units because we know it's going to take longer for them to get a electric line built to their home, just because of the approval process and the time it takes to build out to a farther distance. So what we try to do is focus the off-grid solar units on homes that are farther away from an electric line, and we wanted to focus opportunities to connect homes that were closer to an electric line. So with that situation that you're talking about, it's a very real situation. So what we do now is those families, we can, have them, and they are a priority because they're probably already in the system, but they have to just go to the district office and make sure their application is there. But we're anticipating and we're projecting that we will connect an additional 3,925 homes within the next 30 months if NTUA is awarded ARPA funds. That's dependent upon, obviously award, but if NTUA is awarded ARPA funds, we believe we can connect 3,925 families or homes to the electric grid on Navajo. And in addition, we are projecting that we can install and commission an additional 900 off-grid solar units on them to homes and families on the Navajo Nation as well. So, that's our projection and our goal. If NTUA is awarded ARPA funds, and the situation that I think we'll have to the situation you brought up is a real situation. So the intent would be to give priority, but one of the factors that we have to look at, with any application is the approval process. So some of that stuff is out of our hand, as far as home site leases and certain things that we don't have final authority over. And that's something that we try to work with the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation has done a great job of working with us through CARES Act, through the yield of certain requirements. And so if we continue that, we believe we can hit the targeted goal of what we've put down in our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arash. That, I think we concluded with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority regarding the electric component and power options for the nation. When we move on down, we did include this time around opportunity for, if you look on the agenda, colleagues, for other areas of other utility companies who service the nation. We can start with Arizona Public Service. If anybody's on from APS, thank you very much for being here with us today. I know it's been a long discussion, but we're looking to your guidance too as well to see if there's anything we can do, or if there's any options available to help some of our Navajos in the southwestern area that are looking for service and looking for power. And if there's a component or some kind of a ticket item that we need to work together to get some of these things done, we're looking at that and looking at this one in a lifetime opportunity the nation's going to have. And we're looking to APS to see if there's anything that we need to do to help assist, or if there's any kind of real direction that we need to start working together to help assist these families who can be and are in the APS service unit area. So if anybody's on the line from APS, the floor is yours. And thank you very much for being online if you are.
Honorable Speaker, Council and staff, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
My name is John Harrow. I'm the Northeast Division Director for Arizona Public Service. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate the partnership that we've had with NTUA. The work that NTUA and APS has done together has been nothing but remarkable to try and energize Navajo Nation families on the nation via Light Up Navajo or the CARES Act, or now we're working together to see if we could expand that into this year and the years to come. Arash did a really good job of summarizing what we've done together. We coordinate with NTUA, provide a list so that we can collaboratively use our funds that we currently have available via APS, which is a $10,000 credit for line extensions to our customers. And what we do is we pair those dollars up with any additional funds to help electrify families on the nation that are within 1 mile of a distribution line. The greater the distance, obviously, the more cost for that distribution line service. And right now, APS does serve the most western edge of the Navajo Nation, which includes Tuba City and Cameron. And we've been actively reaching out to those customers that have applied for service in the past and didn't have the funds needed to do that. We've recommunicated with them, solidified a list, and are currently working again with NTUA to get them energized. It is a dynamic list, meaning it will continue to evolve, and as every day that we identify a new customer that's within that mile or so, we will do everything we can to run power and energize those families. With that, happy to entertain
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haro. This is Speaker Damon. I haven't met you personally, but I look forward to that. So I guess my one question is, do you have a list at this time or of how many customers that you might possibly be able to hook up within a 36-month period once these ARPA funds are available for distribution and for expense? Once the nation builds an expenditure plan and gives direction, do you happen to have a number of homes that you might be able to hook up within that time frame, I guess? And what would that timeline look like?
Speaker, thank you so much for the question. I could say that we are currently working on that list today, trying to determine how many customers we do have within a distribution line that we could help energize. Today, we don't have that number. What we do have is the list that we provided in NTUA, which is about 14 homes today that we're working, again, with NTUA to make sure that happens. As far as the additional homes, we are working on creating a map, if you will, that would overlay our distribution circuits with local chapters to determine how many homes we may have access to that would qualify to be energized as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haro. That, colleagues, any comments, questions for APS or Mr. Haro at this time?
Speaker Kealan.
Kealan McGee, go ahead.
Speaker, APS appreciate the report and helping our Navajo people on the western part of the Navajo Nation. Did I hear you right saying that you help out with your new customers, including Navajos, with $10,000 credit? That's running a line, a new line to the Navajo people, right? That's my first question. My second question is how far in helping Navajo get electricity further into the Navajo Nation? I mean, what proposal could you be able to give the Navajo Nation to say that this is how much we're willing to help expand electricity to the Navajo people? Maybe that's another question that you could be able to make a recommendation to the Navajo Nation. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Haro. That was Honorable Kealan McGee, Jr. Is there any other questions for Mr. Haro at this time before I go back to the presenter? There's not. Mr. Haro, floor is yours again.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kealan, Councilman, I can answer the question. The $10,000 credit is what we have allotted to every one of APS's customers through our service line agreement that's approved through the Arizona Corporation Commission. So to answer your question, yes, every customer that's building a home or running new service qualifies for that service line extension credit, which is for the APS's side of infrastructure to extend service from existing lines. I'm not sure I caught your second question entirely. I'm sorry, it was a bit broken up, but if I understood you, was it referencing line extensions into the nation? Is that what you were referencing?
Hey.
Utilizing your APS resource to help the Navajo people.
Speaker, I'm not sure I heard him clearly.
Hold on, sorry. Kealan McGee, you were breaking up when you were responding again. Kealan McGee.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My second question was that will APS be willing to help maybe with additional resources such as Light Up Navajo to help maybe NTUA other partners that provide utility service to the Navajo Nation to help extend electricity to the greater Navajo Nation. Speaker.
Speaker, I did hear the question, and thank you for that question, Kenon Begay. We have participated in Light Up Navajo, and we still continue to support in that arena. We do plan to participate once again when that initiative starts up again.
Thank you.
Speaker.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Any other
Speaker,
comments?
can I further clarify, Kellen?
Yes, Honorable Keon Begay, go ahead.
My apology. I guess I guess my question wasn't correct again. I'll clarify. But my main question is that aside from Light Up Navajo, I know the Navajo Nation is willing to put up a lot of funding for electricity to the Navajo Nation, to our Navajo people. And I'm asking if APS is willing to put up some resource, because with NTUA, I believe that they may be tied up, have power line project that would really just be backlogged. So all I'm asking is that, is APS willing to say that, yes, we can partner in extending power line for the next 2-3 years just so that we have a lot of our Navajo people get electricity? I don't know if that's clear enough, Speaker.
Speaker, I did understand the question, and Mr. Begay, I'm happy to provide two forms of answers if hopefully this will help. One, when we provide resources, it is a contribution to NTUA to help energize homes on the Navajo Nation, whether inside APS's service territory or NTUA's service territory. So we have done that and do plan to continue to support in that arena. Part two, we do have a pending review and approval, subject to pending review and approval through the Arizona Corporation Commission, an energization bucket of funds, if you will, that if approved through the ACC, that there'll be funds made available to help extend line service into Navajo Nation to energize more homes, if you will. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harrell. Honorable Keon Begay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, well, maybe that's one thing that the Navajo Nation, the council needs to talk about. That, I mean, how much resource can we request that we have not projects be lined up where the last one will be able to get their project done until 3 years later? So I think that's one thing, that not just only power line, but water line as well. Then even broadband and even road projects. I think we need to reach out, whoever is willing out there, several companies, to say that I think we should be able to work with them to expand some of these, I think, quickly finalize or construct a lot of these projects. So I think that's what the Navajo Nation is willing to do, and that's what I'm planning on pushing. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a question might go back to NTUA too as well, because this would be their service area, and I think that would be something maybe Arash and Rex and Haas can talk to Mr. Haro and APS to see if there's any additional resources that might be able to reach out to them if they're can get more right-of-ways completed and get more construction done. Maybe that's a direction.
Speaker Damon, this is Arash. I'll just make one comment that to answer part of it, to just raise part of, to just put some context in part of it, we are starting soliciting for Light Up Navajo 3 with outside contractors. Obviously, there's variables, i.e. the pandemic and restrictions that are out of our control, but we're still looking at opportunities for assistance like we did with the pilot program for Light Up Navajo. So that would assist with the resources issue that we may have with all the influx of projects and, NTUA doing water project, wastewater project, broadband projects, off-grid solar projects, and then, capacity projects. So that is something we're looking at and planning for. And there's been interest, but obviously it just depends on restrictions and, the pandemic and there are certain things that are out of our control. So I just want to add that in there.
Thank you very much. With that, any other comments, questions for Mr. Haro at this time in APS? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Haro, and we look forward to that listing and seeing what you can do for the Navajo people. And as soon as you get that, the sooner we can lock down some numbers and making sure that we help as many Navajo people as we possibly can this time around.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Appreciate the time.
Great.
It was a pleasure.
Good. Back, colleagues, moving on down onto the Eastern Agency side. We'll start off with Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op. Is Jemez Mountain on the line?
I'm here.
Good afternoon. If you want to introduce yourself, and the floor will be yours.
Thank you. My name is Carmen Campbell, and thanks for the opportunity to speak and address you, the Speaker of the House, and members of the 24th Council of the Navajo Nation. I'm with Jemez Mountains Electric. I'm a project manager and tribal liaison, and have lived on the eastern edge of the Navajo Nation most of my life, and I've worked with the different 8 chapters in our service area for many years now. We also really appreciate working with NTUA, and we were grateful to connect the 24 families and the watering station that we did in the time allowed. And we've continued to work on a second list of construction-ready families, and we have that at 19 right now. Actually, it's more like 25, and we have another 30 or 35 that we're working on to get construction ready. And so we're really excited about getting those families connected. We have 7 large right-of-way projects that we've been working with the chapters on. And so we're not sure how it's going to unfold with the new funding, but however we can get the funds to get those rolling would be appreciated. And we even have one system improvement that would convert a 3-phase, single-phase, 16 miles of single-phase to 3-phase for economic development for one of our chapters at their request. And so they're interested in that as well. And so any opportunity we would have to get these projects funded, we would welcome. And we appreciate working with everybody. And it's hard to imagine that there's still so many families out there who are living without power. And so every year we've been working to connect whoever we can. That's all I have. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kimball. Thank you very much. I know I haven't met you, but I have met numerous other individuals in the past from Hamas Electric. But thank you for your presentation. And if there's anything from our office that needs assistance regarding some of those, getting those packets ready too as well, or assisting from NTUA, please don't hesitate or look to. I know you have some very strong delegates out there who help assist you in the process. So colleagues, at this time, is there any questions for Ms. Kimball? If there's none, thank you very much, Ms. Kimball, for presenting today, and look forward to further discussions and getting together with and locking down a listing so we can be ready together when we process and put it forth. So have a good day, Ms. Kimball.
Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker,
I believe some. Shoot. I'll make sure, and we'll be providing a list to our delegates and NTUA and with CPMD and however we can get these projects rolling.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Delegate Freeland.
I can barely hear someone's trying to speak.
Freeland.
Freeland?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can I have a comment, Speaker?
Yes. Yes.
Comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Carmen, thank you as well. I wanted to extend our appreciation from our area, Lake Valley, Nayizit, and as well as Herfino, and really express our gratitude for what you guys all did. We're trying to get the north part of Chaco Canyon up, so hopefully we can work with you on that and look for a little bit more accessibility. Our issue is going to be rights of ways, but we're up for that challenge. But I just want to say thank you and to Hamas Mountain for what you guys did in that first round of CARES. You know, it was quite an effort. So much appreciation to you and to the co-op. ADF Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Kimball, for presenting here before us today. Chat. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down. Item number F on the agenda, Connell Divide Electric Co-op. Anybody here on the line from CDC? Anybody on the line from CDEC? Anybody on the line from Connell Divide going twice? Why don't you press *6? Going three times.
Good afternoon. This is Steve and Debbie with Connell Divide.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Morales.
Oh, good. Thank you. Sorry, we forgot to unmute. Thank you for having us on board and having the time to go out and talk about all the electric that's going out into the reservation out in the Navajo. And we want to talk about that. We want to say thank you to NTUA. They helped us out giving, sharing some of the money that they got for the CARES Act. Continental Divide never got awarded their $1 million. So in less than 1 month, we were able to hook up 24 people, 24 families. And so right now we have 30 families that are in the next phase. So if we get funding again, we're gonna have maybe hopefully another 30 to 40 families to get hooked up. So far, that's about all we have right now. When we get funding, we'll be able to hook up some more families, but so far on the list, we have 30 to 40 more people, if not more.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Morales?
Yeah, that's about all we got right now. It's it was in 1 month we were able to quickly hurry up and hook up 24 families because it was a short notice, and thankfully NTUA was able to share that money, like I said, because Connell never got awarded its $1 million. So if we would have got that $1 million awarded, I'm sure we could have helped out a lot of families on Eastern, and but we never got that money. So if you guys have any questions, let us know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morales.
Let me add one thing. I know that a lot of our issues, our letter of compliances have expired. So we're going to need some help with getting our letter of compliances done again, I guess, by a licensed electrician. So I don't know if NTUA can extend that assistance to us. Then we can add a lot more homes to our list. So that's one of our big issues.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Thank you.
With that, colleagues, any comments, questions for Connell Divide at this time? If there's not, Mr. Morales, I guess my one question is real quick. How soon do you think that you could get a list going together that you could send over to actually the speaker's office, just as Socorro Electric or actually Hamas and APS are going to do as well for the individuals and the amount, I guess, of funding that's, I guess, expected to hook up those 30 families?
We could probably get that list to you by next week.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Keon Begay. And then Honorable
Speaker, yes, I guess the same question. I'm driving back from Winthrop into Mayfront, so I got cut off earlier by one of the, I think it was Service Mel that made a report. But Continental, same question that I posed to APS. I don't know if you're taking part working with the Navajo Utility Authority that's called Light Up Navajo incorporating with the NTUA to get electricity to the Navajo people. So I'm planning on requesting the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, and even through this work session to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, of how all these utility service providers that surround the Navajo Nation, it will be a challenge in a way as far as regulatory, and doing service out of your boundary would probably be a challenge. But how can we make a big effort to provide electricity to a certain extent into the Navajo Nation, where I'm not saying that the line will be operated by you, but just help out, extend power line to the Navajo people. I mean, what resource could be that you could be able to offer the Navajo Nation? So I think we need to expand out Light Up Navajo, not only on a certain day or certain month, but further out with this particular. I don't want to see our Navajo people be waiting for the next 3 years, knowing that we had secured CARES funding in the next round for the Navajo people, but more of like getting all of these projects that's lined up to get it done with more resourced by electric companies such as yours. So I guess, Speaker, a question, a response from them, but maybe a request to your office that what could they provide in writing from these electrical service providers to the Navajo Nation that they can say that, yeah, since we're already doing services on the Navajo Nation, but we're willing to help the Navajo people in this area of resource. So that way, how much more funding can we provide them? And the second question would be is that when you say that we didn't get the $1 million awarded, are you talking about the Navajo Nation didn't allocate that funding to your request? Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Morales. That was Honorable Keon Begay, who spoke.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. As you know, on Eastern, it's always been a hardship. We've always had the roadblock of the right-of-way issue. As you know, every mile or so turns into another different land status. We do serve 21 chapters on Eastern. As we get awarded funding, we will go out and build. The right-of-way issue is always the hardship. That's what takes forever on a lot of our projects. Even a mile or two could take up to 2 to 3 years to get a right-of-way complete. And yes, we never did get awarded the money that we asked for. We could have helped a lot of families. That we had some already ready to go, shovel ready, but we didn't get that. So I hope that answers your question.
Was the $1 million you requested to the Navajo Nation?
It was $1 million that we were asked for the CARES Act money. It got held up in DOJ and the controller's office somewhere. We didn't get the funding, so luckily NTUA was generous to share some of their funding with us to help give some of the families electricity.
Honorable Keon Begay, just to clarify, you know how all the contracts are going through the 164 process, and a lot of the contracts didn't make it by the deadline. I guess it was the last week in November. This was one of those contracts that never made it through the process.
Speaker, so how do we deal with that for the company had already provided service, but yet I guess there's an IOU. Is there any reimbursement process that we could help out? Because we don't want to be, I don't want them to think that, well, since we didn't receive the funding that we requested, why should we, I'm not saying that they are, but why should we continue helping them? I'm asking is how is it that we make sure, because this particular funding is extended for over 3 years. Well, I don't want for our Navajo people to wait at the end of 3 years to get the electricity. So I guess there's an additional meeting with all these electrical companies that serve the Navajo people to regroup, and maybe there's I don't know, whoever could take the lead and say this is how we can help the Navajo people in cooperation with other utility companies that serve the Navajo Nation. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Just on that note, they never received any money from the nation, so there's no reimbursement for that. The only funding that was allocated to them was some that was given to them on behalf of NTUA, and they did a complete closeout on that, Honorable Keon Begay. So there's nothing owed right now to Continental Divide. But we will have that follow-up, Honorable Keon Begay. And I know Eastern Navajo Land Commission has talked about this.
Okay, well,
I don't know if Chairman Yazi's on the line, but he can probably speak to that. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
I apologize, Speaker, for jumping in. But I mean, the reason why I'm asking the question is like the representative keeps bringing this up. I just don't want this to be that hampers the service that they could provide to the Navajo people. But I believe that we could do a better job in helping these companies in the next go round, making sure that the process and what's needed. One area that he mentioned is the right-of-way process. So on the eastern part of the Navajo Nation, I know that we have to deal with all these checkerboard area. So again, that comes back down to the Navajo Nation through the RDC, how we can manage to work on these particular right-of-way process. So, speaker. So again, with your office effort, maybe we can have another session with all these electrical companies and how they can propose and working together, such as Light Up Navajo, to get all this electricity out to the Navajo people. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. And that will happen. Again, just colleagues, this is a preliminary meeting just to introduce the electric co-ops and our internal programs of what we have together. As indicated numerous times, that all the reports or presentations today are all subject to change, which they will change in moving forward on that. So there is going to be a follow-up, Honorable Keon Begay, to this, and I would look to the leadership from Eastern Navajo Land Commission, from Chairman Yazzie, and to guide the dialogue, I guess, with the Eastern Agency co-ops, and then also looking to the interests with working together with the Speaker's office on that as well when we finalize the recommendations and moving forward. The other one is that, again, on the 26th and 27th, there's 2 days that are specifically identified to bring up ideas that Mr. Morales brought up, and about how to find new ways to get through the less of the red tape in the Navajo Nation's 164 process, but also asking BIA as well to lessen some of the stringent responsibilities that they still haven't delegated the authority to the nation, which they oversee in the right-of-way process there in Eastern Agency, Honorable Keon Begay. But not only that, but also what needs to be done if there's any waivers, if there's any changes to the BIM manual, if there's any changes to the Appropriations Act regarding some of the key factors on processing documents through the beginning steps of from procurement all the way to expediting some of the budget document requirements, to expediting some key factors that are in the controller's oversight or even in the Department of Justice, and ultimately how documents do sit at certain areas longer than the 7 days that are enacted under the supposed 164 process. So those 2 days, Honorable Keon Begay will be talking about ideas, recommendations to come up forward in order for us to better assist and get some of these things presently through that are currently having a strenuous time in order for us to go ahead and construct, get to construction. And we all know that it's not only our internal process, but also in this case, in Eastern Agency, it's working together with the BIA on their process as well. So again, Honorable Keon Begay will work on that. We'll meet with the Speaker's office. We'll follow up with Chairman Yazzie and team members from Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Any other comments for Continental Divide at this time right now?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, as well as Continental Divide. Thank you as well. I don't know if Continental Divide or Tamus Mountain still on the line as well, but would Continental Divide and Hamus both be up for working with NTUA again as another project opportunity for us in Eastern? So I guess that's the question, if they would both be willing to help out again and work with NTUA. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
So this is Steve with Continental Divide. We're always willing to work with NTUA. We always have in the past. We're thankful that they get awarded the money and they're able to share some of that money with us. And if they get the houses and the homes wired and have their service line, I mean the homes, what do you call the electricians? Yeah, the electrician deal, then compliance, then we're okay. Yeah, we're able to work with them.
Okay.
This is Eugenio, Speaker.
Rosh, I think you wanted to. Were you wanting to speak?
Here's Eugenio, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Chairman. I can come back. I think I'll come back to you in the queue, Chairman. Rosh, did you have something?
No, I didn't have anything, but I just wanted to reiterate that, we've worked well with CDEC and all the other utility providers. So if that's the easiest way to get through the process with the Navajo Nation, I think one of the things we wanted to talk, the challenges overall was streamlining the process. And, we've made the relationship with the other utility providers and NTUA work, whereby NTUA used part of its award to contract with the other utility providers, with CDEC, Jemez Electric, and Socorro, APS, and whoever else, serves Navajo. If that's the way to go, I think that's, it worked out okay. I think it worked out very well, in our opinion. And I think from what the parties we talked to, things worked out where we just pretty much used some of our award to fund these projects. So, as long as we have the necessary funding, which we did with CARES Act, I think it worked out okay. You don't have to go through each utility provider doesn't have to do the subrecipient agreement. They don't have to go through the audit. It's just all through NTUA. So it worked out before, but it's up to the other utility providers. But I think from NTUA's perspective, we don't have a problem working that way again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosh. With that, moving on down, Chairman Hino, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, the Commission 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just listening and want to express my appreciation and of all the work that we will have ahead of us regarding this building of infrastructure on the Navajo Nation, and listening to Continental Divide and NTUA and how they are willing to work together is a good feeling. Good to hear that, and we look forward to serving our Navajo families that live out in my area, especially at Rema, and then I believe Tojale also is serviced by Continental Divide, and so hopefully I hear the same thing with Socorro Electric or Alamo. And so, but I just wanted to express my appreciation, Speaker, and putting everybody on in the same room with us virtually. And so I'm looking forward to the next coming years to get projects moving. Canada.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions for Continental Divide at this time? There's none. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Ms. Oliver, for being on the line with us this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
All right. Colleagues, let's continue on down. We do have item number G on our agenda, which is the Socorro Electric Co-op Incorporated. Anybody on from the Socorro Co-op?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's Joseph Herrera, General Manager for Socorro Electric Cooperative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Herrera. It's good to hear your voice.
Good afternoon to you and the 24th Nation Council. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I think a lot has already been said, and I know it's been a long day for everybody, but Rash has summarized how we have worked with NTUA during the CARES Act funding. We did some projects, and we'd be more than willing to work with NTUA if the same process was set up. As of today, we have one residential system that is slated to be constructed next week. Other than that, we have a great working relationship with the chapter, the Alamo Chapter House, and their great leadership there. We have been working on some three-phase projects. The drought well, that one's been in the works for several years, so it'd be nice to see if we could get that moving along. But other than that, we really don't have anything else in the hopper for the Alamo chapter at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Herrera. Colleagues, is there any questions? I guess I have a question for you, Mr. Herrera, as to the other co-ops and everybody else. Is there a potential number of residents that you're looking that there is a possibility to hook up there in the Alamo community? And if so, I don't know if there's a community assessment that has been done recently there, but if so, how soon do you think you could get that document together so that we relatively could package something together so that it could benefit the community members there in Alamo?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and 24th Nation Council, we could work with the Alamo. The chapter house would have that information, and we could gather that information on the number of shovel-ready projects that they have, and then we can compile that data and definitely submit it over for further review. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments for Socorro Electric colleagues? If there's none, thank you very much, Mr. Herrera, for being on the line with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it.
All right, and just look out to our office. We'll be doing a follow-up, and we'll probably be working with Chairman Jamie Hinney, who represents Alamo Chapter here in the council.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, colleagues, item number 8 on our agenda. We do have the city of Farmington, who serves members of the Navajo Nation just south of the city there. Is there anybody from the city of Farmington on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, my name is Hank Adair. I'm the Utility Director for the Farmington Electric Utility System.
Great, very good to hear your voice, and glad you're here on the call with us this afternoon. Sarah, I don't know if you had any update or if there was any recommendations from the city of Farmington on possible build out or future build out of any of the communities that that the city of Farmington Utility Authority oversees as part of the nation at this time.
Yes, sir, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say that we were proud to support the Navajo Nation with the Light Up Navajo pilot project. Our team connected 19 families at that time and are interested in helping with NTUA in Light Up Navajo 3 if the COVID restrictions allow us to. I would say in our area and south of the city of Farmington, our service territory and service line agreements are a little different than, let's say, APS. We have what we call a 50-50 split, or 50% by the utility, 50% by the customer. And we have hooked up several families and opportunities in that area. I will say we've had some challenges with 12 families that we would like to get power for the first time. And our challenges have been on right-of-way and easement access with the various entities, the BIA and the nation, to get them hooked up for quite some time. So then their estimates need to be updated, and there's a cost difference there. And so we would look to some support there, and frankly, in the process of getting the right-of-ways granted so we can hook up those families we so desperately want to. As for other entities, I would say sometimes those come through the Light Up Navajo request to NTUA, and some of them may be in our service territory, and we're more than happy to have them added as this becomes fluid and progresses, if you will. And then we'll look through all of our service requests as well and see if there's additional families other than the 12 I mentioned previously, but those are at the top of our mind. During the last CARES Act, we did not work with NTUA. We did not have that opportunity to partner at that time, but I will tell you that the general manager and NTUA has reached out for this opportunity upcoming, and we look forward to their support and partnership. And it was so pleased to hear the success that other cooperatives and utilities have had with the CARES Act to see that opportunity for the city of Farmington. Again, we're a little unique as a municipality in our processes, but look forward to the opportunity, Chair and members of the committee. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dare. That, colleagues, any comments, questions for the City of Farmington's Utility Authority?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Freeland. Thank you, Speaker. As well as City of Farmington, thank you as well. Specifically for Herfino, we would like to probably talk a little bit more about the situation with allotments, and particularly if around Napi, there's several homes that are still in need of electricity. So definitely would like that dialogue, and I'll be talking to Herfino chapter officials in the morning, but would like to keep that conversation going. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, any other comments, questions at this time for the City of Farmington Utility Authority? If there's none, thank you very much, Mr. Darrow, for that, and we'll probably be looking forward to working with Honorable Freeland to addressing some of those concerns over the next couple of weeks regarding those 12 families that you're trying to hook up.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Mr. Freeland. We appreciate the opportunity.
All right, have a good day. That, colleagues, coming down to the close of the questions and discussions, let me just do a recap. With us working together with not only Division of Natural Resources, Water Management Department, Mr. Jason John, also with working with Ms. Brown at Indian Health Services. It seems like we're going to get our future follow-up there on Wednesday afternoon regarding some of the formal presentation that they're going to be working on. And then also we had our presentation from NTUA on the water. So we had the bigger picture of the bulk water projects, and then the mid-range projects, and then we'll have some of the closeouts on Wednesday on some of the local SDS projects that hook up to the homes throughout the nation. But I think from there was a big input to have more of the Navajo Nation chapters put their input there at the agency level, and if we could have the agency calls available, but it seems like we'll probably be inviting members from the presenters of all three, IHS, WRD, and NTUA, and try to see what we can do to expand that effort. I know that there was a big push to have discussion items in there about what colleagues might have felt that might have been left out of the presentation. And I think you heard it from the presenters that they're going to be working together to formally put one collective summary together on water projects and timelines over the next 36 months by the end of 2024, so that that will be readily available. I know that there was a request to as well to possibly work with other federal agencies, whether that is BOR, BLM, to see if there's anything that they can do with some of the initiatives to help assist the nation. And if not there, the Army Corps of Engineers. I know that Honorable Mr. Jason John has reiterated his position on that too, but there's no problem with us still trying to push that effort and identifying that. I think that the collaborative thing we'll hear today, again, specifically around the water, was us knowing that there's still work that needs to be done on the plan and platform, wherever that may be. And it might not be as equally a distribution as some might like, but I know that there's certain areas across the nation who are in dire need of water, and other areas that are just needing more of the SDS projects and more of the bulk projects. I think are the ones of the bigger regional projects that are going to take some of the bigger efforts in order for us to go ahead and one is accept, and two is to identify that those are needed in order to build out those future SDS projects. So we'll have a future follow-up on that specifically, but we'll also integrate these requests not only through memos and action items to take that apart from it, but we'll also make sure that us putting together these agency calls, which will probably happen overlapping some of this, some of our work sessions, due to the fact of how much time that we're anticipating for each one of those inputs to happen. And that's something where I know it's we're not going to be able to all be on one call at one time for everything, but it's just I think it's a time of day that we don't try to make sure that we can get it all completed, unless if we do the agency calls like on a Saturday or Sunday. So that's a possibility. We'll work out each and every one of you colleagues with the different agency component individuals that are responsible for help assistancing those agency calls in the speaker's office. We'll be reaching out to every one of you, and then we'll go ahead and move forward from there on your recommendations when to have those. From that, I think the work session also brought out numerous different things that we need to anticipate regarding not only for the water projects, but for the regional projects for electricity. And that's our internal process and external process, working with BIA or other agencies like BLM in order for us to go ahead and get these right-of-ways through the process. On the internal side, again, we are having 2 days to look at some of the items that we need to do to possibly change and recommendations to have those changes. And that's on April 26th and 27th. And I think at that time, that's when we can really get in depth on some of these changes and regulatory changes that need to be made. And I have asked, and we continue to ask for possible suggestions, not only from the presenters who have presented here today, but also presenters who are going to be presenting to us over the next month about recommendations that they're putting together on a couple of different ideas, whether that be from staffing or from cutting certain type of policies or amending policies to even possible waivers of these policies that are in place in order for us to get the best possible solutions for our funds to get expended in a timely manner. Moving on down, I think that when we're functioning and talking about of the electric co-ops, and also with NTUA's ability to take off on the nation as a whole, I think that it seems like the direction might be working with NTUA as funneling the dollars through their agency, or working together with the controller's conceptual idea of maybe building a grant agreement. That's something I think that we can still discuss, only with NTUA, but also the controller on that mechanism. We also need to make sure that there's specific dates when we do have the meeting on the 26th, that one of the big key factors is about right-of-way issues. The other one I know that Chairman Nez brought up was about the possibility that the waivers on right-of-ways are continuing, and I think I don't think I've ever seen any formal position to push on the right-of-way actions for any of these waivers to be or any of these payments to be formally paid to the nation for when the land department or anybody else does the right-of-way process for them. I know that's a higher cost. That's the reason why we haven't really enforced that, to make sure that that can be part of some kind of revenue source back to the nation. But that is a possibility, and I think that's something we need to talk about too as well. The open-end discussion, though, I think is that working together with the Resource and Development Committee, there might be possible recommendations on those changes that Honorable Kealan Begay has brought to the forefront, and what his initiative is to push on getting to the best possible solution for these different issues. But I think that is only one component. The other component I think that was brought up was our internal process through the 164. And I think that's a discussion that I'm going to have the president be, and I don't know if Paulson Chaco's on the line, but we need the president on board to making sure that those decisions are relatively collectively made, not only on our side, but we can't execute any executive orders to push any documents through as quickly as the president can possibly do it on the executive side. So in moving forth on that, we will make sure to invite the president on the 27th or 26th and 27th. Well, I hope the president would be, Mr. President, if you're listening, I actually invite you to listen every day so that we know what kind of opportunities we are having, that we're doing this so that we can have the best possible recommendations to build an expenditure plan. And building that expenditure plan might not be what everything that is given to us today, which is probably roughly over $1 billion in just what the services are on the table currently. But I think it's just for us to decide where we need to put the best opportunities in place so that we can still have the best bang for our buck when we build this puzzle piece of these expenditure plans together. So colleagues, with that, we will have a follow-up. But again, this was just a preliminary notion to get things started again. As we know, for one, is that we don't still have the Treasury's guidance on the ARPA funds, and we don't have a position on how much dollars we're getting in the second go around, but we know we're still going to be getting dollars. So that's the reason why we started this process, in order for us to discuss the items and what you will all need to be thinking about in order to make those decisions. And that's the reason why I'm bringing these individuals to the forefront, so that they can best tell what each one of their departments represent, and which one of their organizations, their co-ops, are looking to do to help the services of the Navajo people. So again, I thank everybody on the line that was here with us today and doing the presentations, but also gathering that information and gathering some of these suggestions that you've all heard from my colleagues on the Naabik'íyáti committee, but most importantly, to identify what we all need to do collectively in order to move this policy, this appropriation forward in order for us to go ahead and service the Navajo people with the basic human rights of water and electricity that everyone should have on the nation. So again, everyone, thank you very much for being on the discussion topic, but that's what I have concluded with the recommendations and what we will at the Speaker's office do to dissect all this information, start putting it into folders and setting up further meetings that need to be happened in order for us, whether they be further identifying points with Jason and his team, identifying that NTUA is probably not going to get $1 billion, but we need to focus in on what we can do to get to that point on different options and recommendations. So at least we build the groundwork in order for us to go ahead and know that there's other opportunity of matching funds out there, but also making sure that there is agency funds out there that are not going to be given to the nation. And we are going to be looking at individuals like our DC lobbyists to help apply for those fundings at the agency level, whether it be Honorable Brown brought it up, 20 million at BIA. I think there was another 10 million at IHS that's be eligible for funding that we can go ahead and apply for those funds too when those recommendations for their process to come forward. I think that's something that we need to stay on the ball with too as well in order for us to heed those requirements. So again, we have started this discussion process, and I thank everybody for having this today. We look forward. I know tomorrow we'll be discussing, I think it's transportation and housing. From that offset, we'll go into broadband on Wednesday, and then have a follow-up again from IHS. And then looking forward to our next week's agendas. It'll be more of an approach on the health, education, and then also identifying economic development opportunities. And then we do have our Navajo Nation Council session, and then we'll follow up, pick up back on these work sessions again here at the end of April to make sure that we're getting everybody's voice heard. And then we're looking to trying to identify as soon as the white paper comes out or the recommendations from the Treasury come out, we're still going to try to plan to hear from a lot of the Navajo Nation entrepreneurs. That was something that was a recommendation to the Speaker's office. So we're planning putting that whole platform together, and that should be happening the first week of May. Other than that, colleagues, I think collectively this was a good start today. And I think, again, thank you, Jason, for your dedication, your work there at the Division of Natural Resources. Ms. Brown, thank you. We look forward to your presentation on Wednesday. To Rex and our Farish, thank you very much for being on the line with us. For APS, Hamas, Continental Divide, Socorro, City Electric, thank you very much. I know that the last time around was a short notice. This time around, even though we do have an extended time frame for us to draw down on some of these funds in order to get the best possible scenario options to get as many families hooked up over the next couple of years. I think the time is now, as we know the process, and whether it be an Eastern agency or even the Southwest, sometimes there's allotments down there too as well that need that extra year in order for us to get through the bureaucratical process. But if there are any recommendations to cut down on timelines, please let the Speaker's office know, and you can reach out to Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff, who's will be the head point on this and building the identified areas for the future discussions. But then also Mr. Manuel Rico, who's is acting the position of the Office of Legislative Services, who's also going to be identifying and making the agendas and the work sessions that we're going to continue to have. So again, thank you to everybody that's on the line. I don't know if there's any other comments or questions or discussion items at this time, but I think moving forward, we built that recommendation for future timelines. We're going to have to still build in what dates those are going to be due to the fact that I know that there's a lot of different work sessions that we are having, but we will have follow-up meetings, and they might not be as long as today, but they will be just simple follow-up meetings, whether between no longer than an hour, so that we can go ahead and make sure that we get down to business in a timely manner, because we all know we're busy doing different things. So again, thank you very much, everybody, for being on the line. If there's any recommendation, comments, questions at this time, the floor is open. If not, we can go to adjournment. But the time now is 4:51. Colleagues from the Naabik'íyáti committee, floor is open.
Speaker, this is Delegate McKay.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak again. Is there going to be anybody from the BIA regarding the NTL area from Pinyon, the area, the office from there, so if they can get online?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. There I was talking away. Oh, shoot. Honorable Elmer Begay, I guess just to answer your question, we can bring BIA in on Wednesday to discuss that item. If not, the open-ended day that I know BIA will be on the line is on the 13th. We have invited them, and they'll also be here on the 26th, 27th, and then also on the line for the enterprise dates of the 29th to 30th. So over the period of time for the next couple of weeks, BIA is going to be on the line, and actually they'll be on the line tomorrow in regards to the transportation infrastructure plan. So BIA will be on the line tomorrow.
Okay. All right. But we're trying to request particularly from the land department of the NTL and Pinyon.
Well, what we can do then is this: we can work with Ms. Melinda Siaco, can reach out to BIA from the Speaker's office, and then we'll make sure Chairman Otto So is included from the Hopi Naval Land Commission and yourself on a possible meeting, and that meeting can happen as early as we get it confirmed on the day.
Mr. Speaker, this is Acting Regional Director Associate Comment.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Delegate, I believe it was Begay that's asking the question. Certainly BIA were available to provide data or any information. However, I would request if there's any specific questions that you would like us to prepare information on, please send us an email or a letter. We usually work with Cheryl Curley as a liaison. So I just wanted to provide that information, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll work with you, Honorable Elmer Begay, if you could reach out to Ms. Melinda Siaco at the Speaker's office, and then we can go ahead and send that information over to Mr. Sosi.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, thank you. It's good to hear your voice, Mr. Sosi. I didn't know you're on the line today.
Thank you, sir. Always good to hear yours too. Thank you.
All right. That, colleagues, any other further discussion items? If there's none, thank you very much, everyone, for being on the line. Yeah. Thank you to the staff. Thank you for being a part of this discussion. This is just day one of our whole month of April, but we look forward to this discussion, the future discussions, and to all the individuals that are on the line today, you're more than welcome to call in to further discussions or any recommendations. As for specifically, I'd ask to come back if you have any recommendations on any of the changes internally, externally, in order for us to change the Navajo Nation process, or recommendations to BIA, or recommendations for us to go ahead and get some of these initiatives completed faster rather than taking a couple of years to just get something done for the nation. But I appreciate everybody on the line. Thank you, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you to everybody on the line. Just as a side note, thank you to Governor Lujan Grisham for signing the Tribal Impact Aid Bill into law today. Appreciate that. Other than that, thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line, and we'll see you everyone tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Chat. Go on it.